There, we're led by our vision: health for all, hunger for none. This vision is truly inclusive. We are supporting more and more people in need in all regions of the world. At the same time, we are reducing our ecological footprint on a global scale. For us, business and sustainability go hand in hand. Our businesses and the innovation they deliver are essential drivers to help people and our planet thrive. We help shape a world where everyone can access the care they need to lead a healthy and self-determined life, regardless of where they live and how much they earn. We shape the future of agriculture to feed a growing population without starving the planet. Agriculture must be part of the solution to halt climate change and preserve biodiversity. We will be fully climate neutral by 2030. And we help our customers and suppliers to reduce their emissions and cope with the effects of climate change. Join us in leading change that matters. Every day, we can help people and our planet thrive. Together for our future, with health for all and hunger for none.
Dacă ar fi ușor să faci un bine, de ce să nu-l faci și de ce să nu se întoarcă și la tine? Uite, când alegi să gătești o tocăniță cu legume românești, ai făcut și un bine pentru Moș Dumitru. El spune că se pune și pentru el și pentru familia lui. Se pune pentru grădină, pentru un gard nou, se pune chiar și pentru bobiță. Și nu face asta în fiecare zi, dar se adună. Poate speli cu un detergent eco. Uneori reciclezi plasticul și alte ore folosești punga. Se pune pentru un aer mai curat, pentru pești din râu, ba chiar și pentru albine. Pentru că acum când faci cumpărături la noi, faci și bine. Iar binele se întoarce și la tine direct în contul tău Act for Good din aplicația Carrefour. Descarcă aplicația Carrefour, primești puncte, primești experiențe, primești oferte și continui să faci bine. Carrefour.
O mică deltă își așteaptă vizitatorii la celălalt capăt al țării față de vărsarea Dunării în Marea Neagră. În zona Gârla Mare Vrata, județul Mehedinți, organizația WWF România a realizat un proiect de reconstrucție ecologică ce va contribui la refacerea biodiversității și la atractivitatea turistică a zonei. Lucrările au presupus reconectarea lungii inundabile cu fluviul după ce, în anii 80, amenajările pentru piscicultură au întrerupt legătura zonei cu Dunărea. Un peisaj puțin cunoscut, delta de la Gârla Mare este loc de hrănire, reproducere și odihnă pentru peste 80 de specii, unele aproape amenințate cu dispariția sau în pericol de dispariție.
So we are very proud to be here today, announcing the completion of the Gârla Mare Vrata wetland restoration project. This project is, we can say, it's one of the crown jewels of the Living Danube Partnership Program, which was aiming to restore wetlands around the Danube River. The importance of wetlands is to restore the biodiversity around the rivers, species like birds, fishes, and other species, but it's also to provide fresh water to the population next to the rivers.
Suntem bucuroși să punem România pe harta proiectelor de reconstrucție ecologică finalizate cu succes în cadrul parteneriatului Împreună pentru Dunăre. Concretizăm astfel prioritatea noastră de protejare a resurselor de apă și facem acest lucru printr-un proiect de impact pentru comunitate și cu beneficii pe termen lung pentru ecosistemul din zonă, pentru biodiversitate. De aceea suntem foarte mândri de acest proiect.
Pe lângă beneficiile pentru mediu, reconstrucția ecologică poate să reducă și riscul la inundații pentru localitățile situate în aval de Gârla Mare.
Am o idee. Nebunie curată. Pentru un viitor curat. O idee care schimbă orașul. O idee care păstrează pădurea. Solve for Tomorrow este șansa mea. Idee contra idee câștigă inovație. Soluția salvatoare este întâi o schiță. Să înceapă distracția. Vreau să schimb ceva. Sus pe bloc fac grădină smart. Smart Wi-Fi pentru tot satul. Dar să fii smart nu ajunge. Aici ideile se nasc din pasiune. Dacă și tu ai o idee, abia așteptăm să o auzim. Înscrie-te și transformă-ți ideea în realitate. Solve for Tomorrow.
Let's stop and think about our core, how we shape places, making them healthy and resilient for everyone. Places that stand the test of time and reduce carbon emissions to support healthy living beyond our lifetime. It's not an option. It's our responsibility to act with integrity and make ethical decisions for everyone's safety. Decisions that will require each of us to be bold, to speak our minds even when it's challenging, to innovate and co-create in unexpected places, to listen. Because the truth is, our success will be determined by our sustainability success. And the opportunities are infinite. So let's stop for each decision, each opportunity, and grasp the ones with impact.
My parents knew from the first moment what they want. A beautiful house by the forest, a peaceful family life, and a girl. They had me. Born and raised here in the most beautiful place in the world. Home, as I call it today. I grew up with Mishu, my four-legged friend, and Misha, the little tree planted by me and my father in the yard of our house. Nature and fresh air gave me energy to explore everything that moves around me with my lifetime friends, and to enjoy walking to school in the mornings. And sports. Here I enjoyed the largest and greenest playground. Here we gathered the most beautiful memories with parents, grandparents, and friends. Here I learned how wonderful it is to make friends for life. I admit, growing up here, I always felt that the world is mine, that I have everything. And I grew up having my family close. My life story is like a marathon. It started out full of energy. And as I go along, I'm still recharging my batteries. From everything I see and live, here and now, every second. I'm Toma, and my story and my community can be yours too. Just believe in my world and visit Amber Forest. I'm waiting for you home.
Luca vrea să plece într-o călătorie în jurul lumii. Sandra pune bani deoparte pentru educația copilului ei. Andrei și Ana vor o casă cu bibliotecă în mansardă. Garantii BBVA prezintă noile produse adaptate pe niveluri de dobândă în funcție de nevoile tale. Vino în agenții și alegeți produsul potrivit. Garantii BBVA.
Noi, Holcim România, credem într-un viitor construit în armonie cu mediul. Suntem conștienți de rolul pe care îl jucăm pentru a conduce tranziția spre un viitor verde în sectorul materialelor de construcții. Activăm într-un ecosistem cu nevoi multiple, de aceea am creat un sistem integrat de soluții pentru sustenabilitate. Conservăm resursele naturale, transformăm deșeurile în resurse, reducem amprenta de dioxid de carbon datorată dezvoltării accelerate. Împreună dăm startul unui nou model de colaborare. Împreună inovăm felul în care se construiește, mai verde, mai inteligent, pentru toți.
Suntem reticenți la schimbări, însă atunci când nu se întrevede nicio soluție simplă, cel mai frumos scenariu pare a fi restartul. De mici copii până devenim adulți, găsim răspunsul la ceva ce pare un capăt de lume în a o lua de la început. Nu am scris frumos o temă, începem un caiet nou. Am făcut o prostie la karate, începem alt sport. Prima firmă are probleme, facem o altă firmă. Dar dacă am reconstrui așa chiar aici pe pământ, mai ecologic, mai atent, mai responsabil. Pentru că așa cum există visători cu capul în spațiu, există și cei care visează cu picioarele pe pământ. Oamenii care nu doar trăiesc după aceste principii, ci și conduc companii care vor să genereze o schimbare reală, care au înțeles că cea mai bună investiție pentru viitor este într-o economie circulară. Cu ei vorbim în podcastul Holcim și găsim împreună soluții, pentru că în ciuda turismului cu nave spațiale și a telescoapelor gigant care ne caută o altă casă, Pământul rămâne cea mai bună soluție. Și încă mai e timp să facem lucrurile altfel aici, unde știm sigur că ne e bine. Podcastul Net Zero oferit de Holcim. Dacă asculți asta, știi ce avem de făcut. Podcastul Net Zero, un podcast despre optimism, speranță și acțiuni concrete din partea celor care încă n-au renunțat la a face spațiul de lângă ei și, implicit, planeta, un loc mai bun. Dacă asculți asta, știi ce avem de făcut. Sunt Teodora Tompea și începe Net Zero, un podcast Holcim, despre oameni și companii care aleg să construiască o lume sustenabilă.
We know there is evil and damage in the world, but what can we do? We know that animals die, we know that forests disappear or burn, and that air is less and less breathable. But still, what can we do about it? Sure, we suffer. We debate from time to time with our families and friends, but what can we actually do? We protest, we yell and fight for justice. We ask politicians of the world to take a measure. But you can't change the world only by yourself. You are not God. And yes, we all do our part because we know this is good. We try to reduce waste, save energy, maybe plant a tree if the opportunity reveals. We applaud people or NGOs who do things like this. But that's it. Who cares about this? How does our tiny part of good deeds change the world? The answer is by recognizing and validating them and exchange into real value. This is Red Platform, a decentralized blockchain platform where the good deeds and sustainable actions are accountable and exchanged in real value. See, we are in this together. People, NGOs, companies. We want a better world and we contribute to it together by doing our part. We are living in the time when blockchain brings the power back into our hands. Value and recognition is the real currency, and we support each other and the world. How does this work? Millions of people do sustainable actions. Each time one does an action like plant a tree, clean a sand beach, consume green energy, anything related to sustainability, they register these actions on the Red Platform. A CO2 offset is calculated. After the submitted actions are validated, they receive GTK tokens in the amount of how much CO2 offset their action produced. They can exchange the tokens into green energy or real money, so each one's sustainable action really produces value. On the other hand, there are these big companies that, as much as they love nature and want to be sustainable, their actions are limited. Regulations push them also. On the Red Platform, they can buy tokens and obtain with them a green certificate, validating their care to this world, and also sustain the good deeds of the other individuals or NGOs. Red creates an ecosystem, a network of real people sustaining each other and saving the world by the word. Due to blockchain, you have transparent access to someone's good actions. Also, the independent electricity producers are rewarded with tokens for their contribution. Now, think about that question again. But what can I do? Doesn't it sound silly now? You already do a lot of sustainable things on a daily basis. Now you have a chance to see your contribution to saving the world. And together with the Red Platform ecosystem, we have the chance to replace those atrocious news in the media with the good deeds that really change the world and connect with all the good people that are contributing to a better world, because saving the Earth is teamwork. Register on Red Platform, claim your tokens, or get a CO2 certificate. Red, pioneering new paths for a greener planet.
We have set tough global targets to reduce climate impact, 50% less CO2 emissions from our trucks by 2030. 100% less CO2 emissions by 2040. The question is, how will we get there? This is our CO2 roadmap. 3 main technologies will help us reach zero. Combustion engines running on renewable fuels, fuel cell electric, and battery electric. The exact share between these technologies remains uncertain. Because there's no one silver bullet, to succeed, we have to offer different solutions for different needs. Battery electric trucks are already here and will dominate city distribution, regional transport, and construction. As the technology and the charging infrastructure develop, battery electric trucks will cover more and more transport needs. For demanding long-haul operations, suitable solutions will be fuel cell electric vehicles using hydrogen or a combustion engine running on renewable fuels such as bio-LNG and HVO. For all 3 paths, it's not only about what type of energy you use, but also where the energy comes from. Because our target is well to wheel. This means that the energy has to be produced from renewable sources. To achieve our goal, we have to offer several different solutions so that everyone around the world can find one that works. We are determined to lead the way towards more sustainable transport, but we can't do it by ourselves. We need to collaborate with different players. Only then will we be able to achieve our vision: zero emissions from our Volvo trucks.
is a detail? There are so many ways of describing such little things. But the fact that they are little makes them so important in their relationship with the whole. And that's our business at BTD Construct and Ambient. Who are we exactly? Well, that's a question worth answering.
In this business, it is all about people. Our colleagues, with their intrinsic human qualities, their skills and mindset, their love for the job, are the key driver behind all projects.
You always start from scratch. And when doing this, the idea can come from the smallest of details.
I've been with BTD Construct for more than 6 years now. What I love here, you can count on people. We're more than just colleagues.
It's amazing, it's like a puzzle, where pieces are matching perfectly at the right time and space. With every single project, we are starting a new journey, and, in the end, all the carefully chosen materials are brought to life.
At BTD Construct and Ambient, everyone is making a contribution and everyone's job matters. We are the ones who go beyond the details. We are BTD Construct and Ambient.
At Bayer, we're led by our vision: health for all, hunger for none. This vision is truly inclusive. We are supporting more and more people in need in all regions of the world. At the same time, we are reducing our ecological footprint on a global scale. For us, business and sustainability go hand in hand. Our businesses and the innovation they deliver are essential drivers to help people and our planet thrive. We help shape a world where everyone can access the care they need to lead a healthy and self-determined life, regardless of where they live and how much they earn. We shape the future of agriculture to feed a growing population without starving the planet. Agriculture must be part of the solution to halt climate change and preserve biodiversity. We will be fully climate neutral by 2030. And we help our customers and suppliers to reduce their emissions and cope with the effects of climate change. Join us in leading change that matters. Every day, we can help people and our planet thrive. Together for our future, with health for all and hunger for none.
Dacă ar fi ușor să faci un bine, de ce să nu-l faci și de ce să nu se întoarcă și la tine? Uite, când alegi să gătești o tocăniță cu legume românești, ai făcut și un bine pentru Moș Dumitru. El spune că se pune și pentru el și pentru familia lui. Se pune pentru grădină, pentru un gard nou, se pune chiar și pentru bobiță. Și nu face asta în fiecare zi, dar se adună. Poate astfel cu un detergent eco. Uneori reciclezi plasticul și alte ore folosești punga. Se pune pentru un aer mai curat, pentru pești din râu, ba chiar și pentru albine. Pentru că acum când faci cumpărături la noi, faci și bine. Iar binele se întoarce și la tine direct în contul tău Act for Good din aplicația Carrefour. Descarcă aplicația Carrefour. Primești puncte, primești experiențe, primești oferte și continui să faci bine. Carrefour.
technical team to allow us to have this with us, the technology and everything, so we can start. My name is Georgescu. I'm the Executive President of Business Review, and thank you to be here with us in this morning. We knew that the traffic was beautiful this morning, so some of your other colleagues will come and join us. We have a lot of guests which registered for today's event, so we will wait also during the conference for others to join us. Again, thank you for being here with us, and thanks to Business Review and all my colleagues for organizing this great event, and thank you for all the sponsors who helped us today in order to be in this beautiful building, old building restored. I can say this is a sustainable building. It stays here for so many years. Now we renew it and we re-give it to the public in a new way that I think everybody from Bucharest remembered. It was a bank here, I think 20 years ago. Now it's a very beautiful hotel restored. So it is about sustainability. I will have a very short intro today about how we see the world of sustainability, and I will ask my colleagues for the presentation. Why we did this? We do this intro in order to speak the same language. If we speak the same language about sustainability, maybe we will see the world together in the same way, and maybe our actions will be correlated with the way we see the world. If we do this, maybe we'll have performance. Thank you very much. I added here a very short presentation of the history of the sustainability and how we saw the sustainability during 2007, 2019, and I think we are very close in this moment to this way we see the sustainability as a meaning. I will not read everything. We'll send you all the presentations. What I will try to point here is that the consumers are seeing sustainability as a topic. It's very important for them. If we forget about them, if we forget about the consumers, they will forget about us, about the companies. I don't know what to say on this slide. I'll translate it from Romanian to English. This is how Romanian citizens view the environment. This is a study made by FEPRA with the colleagues from INSCOP, and 68% of Romanians see the direction of the environmental issues in a wrong way. Why did I put this here? Because for us, success is the ability to go from one failure to another with no less enthusiasm. What we did wrong in the last 30 years, let's analyze, let's admit, let's learn from it. Less than 1% of the companies in the world can learn from success. 99% of the companies in this world, they are learning from failure. Let's learn from our failures in the last 30 years, and let's change the future. We can redesign the future in a different way. About the sustainability, we have maybe to move further. Why to wait only to speak about sustainability? Let's speak about ESG. Let's speak about how we combine the environment with social and our governance. But don't forget to learn from failure. This is a quote that I discovered in 2017 in a very beautiful place in Presidio Park, San Francisco. And I will leave you with this quote to think about. Each of us has the opportunity, the privilege to make a difference in creating a world that works for all of us. I welcome the unprecedented opportunity for us to work globally on that which concerns us all as human beings. If not you, who? If not now, when? If not here, where? Thank you very much for being here and putting your efforts and your actions and your resources towards sustainability. Thank you. And I would like now, before presenting our keynote speaker, to make a short announcement, which I received the permission today to give it to you as an information. In Romania, in 2023, we will have the first municipality, city hall, which will apply for the first green bonds in Romanian history. And I am proud to be a part of the team that will provide the support of the municipality. It's about municipality of Reșița, Caraș-Severeni, which will apply for a 20 million euro green bond project, and with my colleagues from FEPRA and VMB partners, we will make all the documents about sustainability project in order for them to have these green bonds for their mobility plan. It's a huge mobility plan in which Reșița will be put on the green map of European Union. They will have 100% electric public transport. They will have a new city regarding mobility in Romania. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Christian Kettel Thomsen, the Vice President of European Investment Bank, to join us. Please, Mr. Vice President, until you get there, allow me to say a few words about you. You started the team, your team in 2021 as Vice President and member of the Management Committee of European Investment Bank. Your areas of oversight include the future relation with the United Kingdom, financing of urban development, housing and social housing, financing of natural resources, agribusiness and the bioeconomy, evaluation and impact assessment, new products and special transactions, microfinance, and your financing operation. You run with your financing operation in Denmark, Greece, Ireland, Romania, European Free Trade Association, and also other countries from India and Africa. Prior to join the European Investment Bank, Christian was for a decade Permanent Secretary of the State at the Danish Prime Minister Office, and before that, Permanent Secretary of the State for Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and welcome you.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. And thank you for a very inspiring introduction. It was definitely sort of thoughts for thinking afterwards, these quotes you had there. And also definitely I found it extremely interesting to hear about this green bond issuance of the municipality of Reșița. Be very interested to learn more about it. And good morning to everyone. It's very good to see you here. I'm impressed, having also experienced the traffic here this morning myself. I'm impressed to see so many of you here now. And it's really truly an honor for me to open this Environmental and Sustainability Summit organized by Business Review. 2 years ago, our shareholders, the EU member states, set the strategy for the EIB to become the EU's climate bank. This now impacts everything we do and how we engage with our clients. And it means that half of our lending shall finance projects that have a direct positive impact on the climate or on environmental sustainability. And none of the projects we finance can do harm in any of these areas. With this strategy, we also put an end to our financing of projects with fossil fuels and gas-related investments. This sparked some criticism also here in Romania, where gas is seen as a transition fuel to renewable energy. In the meantime, we witnessed the Russian military aggression against Ukraine and its spillover social and economic effects in the energy sector and at the EU economy at large. And we have asked ourselves, shall we delay the green transition while we face this new challenge? But the message from the majority of our shareholders is that we shall stay focused. We should rather accelerate the green transition by financing more renewable energy, more electricity distribution, and increase our efforts in relation to energy efficiency. Diving in on Romania's green transition, and as alluded to in today's program, there are large differences in the environmental conditions and also efforts between more developed and less developed European economies. And I think it's good ahead of the discussion today to remind ourselves of some of the most important environmental issues for Romania, also other than the climate-related ones. Poor air quality here has the highest social cost per capita in the EU. It kills 29,000 Romanians every year, which is actually 15 times as many as in traffic accidents. Waste management continues to be a challenge. The recycling rate and the efficient use of resources is still low, as Romania has not achieved its 50% target for municipal waste set for 2020. And several not compliant landfills have not yet been closed. The quantity and quality of drinking water needs to be enhanced, as industrial runoff often ends up in the Danube river system, and it makes the water unsafe for drinking and also damages water ecosystems. Nature conservation is endangered by lack of adequate administrative capacity, lack of knowledge and up-to-date statistical data, and projects lack appropriate prioritization based on environmental aspects and are often insufficiently prepared. Romania is not alone in this. Catching up economies can have more urgent priorities than environmental focus, poverty reduction, infrastructural gaps, the health system, to name a few. But we can expect that advancing with economic development, the environmental focus will increase, as these countries can afford to allocate more resources to this purpose. And besides economic development, Central and Eastern European countries have some other positive drivers in terms of their capacity to act, and this will also continue to catching up in terms of environmental focus. And among these additional drivers are an unprecedented allocation of EU funds that are either directly targeted environment and climate issues or conditional on not doing any harm to these areas. Also in many Central and Eastern European countries, including Romania, there are still high basic infrastructure needs that, if they are filled out right, it is also an opportunity to do it in an environmental friendly way from the start on. Indeed, greening investment will be bettered by the ever-evolving environmental and climate regulation in Europe, aiming at protecting natural habitats, keeping air and water clean, ensuring proper waste disposal, improving knowledge about toxic chemicals, and helping businesses move toward a sustainable economy. The European Green Deal offers a bold and ambitious vision for a green, clean, resilient, and decarbonized Europe within the next 3 decades. And this implies that instead of merely being a footnote of concern for various sectors, climate change and environmental sustainability are becoming the main organizational principles for the EU economy and its regulation. Energy, transport, industrial and agricultural policies are, or they will need to be shaped according to the necessity to reduce the environmental and carbon footprint. This rather fundamental shift constitutes the new development strategy for the EU economy for the following decades and has been accompanied by a large number of supporting actions, including new legal initiatives like the EU climate law and the taxonomy regulation, new policies like the biodiversity strategy or farm to fork strategy, and targeted financing, including some specifically targeted cohesion countries to ensure implementation like PNRR and the Just Transition Fund. More recently, another driver of green transition is represented by the focus of corporates on contributing to environmental issues. I guess this is also why Business Review also takes it up. From previously often being critical of new environmental regulations, big businesses increasingly striving to achieve a green image among their customers and their stakeholders. In many Western European countries, corporates are today among the most vocal supporters of high environmental standards, also because more and more of their income stems from environmental and climate investments. This is compounded by the fact that in the EU, large corporates already now have 1st of January 2024 in their sight, and this is when they will have to report annually and in a detailed way on ESG issues as per the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. And the large corporates will not only focus on being able to report high ESG standards on their own, you could call it in-house activities. No, they will also pass it on to their sub-suppliers around Europe and beyond. Similarly, when seeking external financing, banks will, and with the EU taxonomy in hand, be more and more obliged to request their clients to act positively in relation to climate and environmental issues. I think that, I'm sure that authorities in the Central Eastern Europe countries will be strongly challenged by some of these environmental changes and regulations. Yet, I also encourage them to see the possibilities for the creation of high-impact jobs and new industries, as is the case today in many Western European countries. Authorities should be stimulated by these developments to make credible strategies and plans. To ensure regulatory predictability for the next 10 years, in view of actually developing a business climate more conducive to environmental investments than it is the case of many countries today. Indeed, I think key drivers of the pace of the green transition will be expectation and demand from better educated citizens, not least young people, that typically put much weight to the environment, as we also saw in the introduction. With their votes and through their shopping, citizens will decide to support more stringent national regulations, to more monitoring, more enforcement, and consequently, stronger public opinions focus on implementation. Current European public and private investments are insufficient to address the challenges of environmental degradation. A few years ago, the European Commission estimated that 320 billion euros would be needed by 2025 to implement projects that would put the European economy on the path towards a sustainable economy. At the same time, OECD estimated that in the water supply and sanitation sector alone, close to 300 billion euros of additional expenditure would be needed within 10 years to comply with the relevant EU directives and to enhance the efficiency of the water supply systems in EU states. Current levels of investments into the environment here in Romania are clearly insufficient to meet such policy objectives. And among the root causes of this underinvestment is an often weak environmental governance, where institutional capacity is low, where the enforcement of the regulatory framework is weak, where the environmental data are insufficient, and where the use of economic instruments to prevent and control pollution and manage nature is often limited. Therefore, we believe that Romania needs to step up its commitment. To accelerate the reforms required to become more sustainable, more resilient, and better prepared for the challenges and opportunities of the green transition. This is particularly important with regards to improving investments in water, wastewater, and air pollution infrastructure. In this regard, there are huge opportunities for external financing of such projects while not challenging sustainable fiscal policies. The PNRR and the cohesion funds, they muster together an impressive financial firepower. And in fact, we believe that they offer a once-in-a-generation opportunity for setting Romania's economy on a development track that, if it's done right, could make it highly competitive in a future decarbonized Europe and greener Europe. In fact, Romania will in the coming years receive around 30 billion in loans and 30 billion euros in loans and grants from the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and the same amount from cohesion policy funding. To ensure success with these very large funds, public spending needs to be grounded in a coherent and rigorous decarbonization and green strategy. And as an example, Romania's upcoming long-term renovation strategy could fulfill this role, provided it is developed using science-based modeling tools capable of quantifying the impact of the general and sectoral policies have on reaching the climate and environmental objectives. Based on its long-term strategy, the reforms and the recovery and resilience plans are also expected to contribute in the areas of sustainability of public finances, public administration and business environment, areas that will increase investor confidence and facilitate a green recovery. The impact of reforms and the investments included in the Romania's recovery and resilience plan will be complemented by remarkable investments also under the Modernization Fund and the Just Transition Fund. So overall, financing opportunities earmarked for Romania, specifically on green transition, are very large, and we believe them to be well-sized to meet the unprecedented challenges. Last year, 30% of EIB financing in Romania contributed to climate action and environmental sustainability. We financed energy efficiency investments in residential buildings here in Bucharest. Our financing to Electrica allows us to connect more than 180,000 new customers and improve reliability and quality of electricity supply in rural areas, while at the same time ensuring better capacity for distribution of renewable power. And on Monday, I signed a loan of 15 million euros to a leasing company to finance the acquisition of 900 new electric cars. And we are involved also in a coastal erosion project at the Black Sea to sort of give a scope of what we are involved in restoring the coast of the Black Sea. The plan for the next years is to increase the support earmarked to climate and sustainability. And this is, of course, not only at the bank's discretion, but also a reflection of the demand coming from the public authorities and private companies. Yesterday I received a request from the Minister of Finance, Mr. Kettel, to use 4 billion of EIB loans to co-finance PNRR projects within the transport and health sectors, and further requests within renewable energy sector were also announced. Excuse me. These investments will have a climate content of at least 50% and will improve infrastructure also in an environmentally friendly way. This is also to say that we witness an increased interest from authorities and the government, and also companies and commercial banks, to invest in green projects. And to meet this demand, we are also in discussion to set up dedicated financial instruments with support from the EU, which would be able to serve smaller municipalities, particularly in relation to energy efficiency projects. And financed by the PNRR, we and our subsidiary, the European Investment Fund, are setting up financial instruments targeting companies' investments, and of which at least 40% are earmarked for climate and sustainability investments. And sort of the same amount of focus on climate and environment is within this large-scale European guarantee program that I formally presented yesterday here in Romania together with the Minister of Finance and the Commission. Often on pioneering innovative investments, it's not only a question of financing. We also, from the bank, provide project advisory to make investments more financially robust and green. A concrete example is the recent ELENA assignment to advise on energy efficiency renovations of 100 public buildings and installation of alternative systems for energy production in 6 countries in the South Montania region. Let me sum up at the end that both the European Union and the EU Climate Bank, the EIB, we will be supporting earmarking and absorbing EU funds for environment in an effort to accelerate the environmental catch-up, particularly in cohesion countries and particularly here in Romania. My overall message is that environmental targets should not be seen as unfair constraints, but rather opportunities, admittedly challenging opportunities, but to keep the bar high, develop new jobs, and help preserving a better planet for our future generations. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for the invitation to come here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I know you rush to the airport, you have to be in the airport, but I would like to say one more word about yesterday, when I heard about 400 billion euro, which can be invested in the projects regarding sustainability and other stuff. Part of this 30 billion euro, it will be from Invest EU fund, yes? Mm-hmm. And 75% of that fund is managed by European Investment Bank, which was a great news. And I make this calculation. Romania, it's 13% of European Union, let's say, regarding votes. maybe from 400 billion euros, maybe 10%. Okay, 5%. We will manage to do this. And I hope that the small and medium enterprises will raise their heads and come to European Investment Bank, investeuportal.eu, I hope that I did not mistake, and take advisory and be bold enough to request money for this kind of projects. I'd like to leave to close the remarks about this huge opportunity that we can have regarding sustainability and ESG. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have to move forward. We heard what European Union tried to support us through a European Investment Bank, because if we speak about environment and sustainability, we have to speak about money. We need money to invest in new technology. We cannot wait another let's invest now in technology from 20 years ago. Let's invest now with new technologies. And usually new technologies are also about innovation. Innovation is about the day of tomorrow. Regulation and legislation is about yesterday. How can we manage the investments in innovation, which is about the day of tomorrow, with existing regulation and existing governance that we have in this moment, administrative governance in Romania? This is why I would like to move forward to the next panel, which I'm very proud to moderate, and after this I will get out of this, you'll get rid of me very quickly. And I would like to invite few representatives from the Romanian administrative central bodies, and not only also private companies, to speak about tomorrow, to speak about the sustainability. From 1990, we closed a chapter in which everything about sustainability, it was about, you remember the glass bottles that we have to return to the shops for few money there. I remember this from my faculty and the school. We have to have some money into this. You collect 6 beers and you drink 1 for free. It was something like this, as I remember. So we closed the chapter in 1990. What did we build? We tried to build something. It was, of course, chaos. From one system to another system, which is totally opposite. You have to have a time of chaos. Let's close now the time of chaos. Let's think about tomorrow, and let's ask our administrative body, politicians, to don't speak to me anymore about yesterday. Speak to me about tomorrow and show to me a plan about this. So let's do like this. I will try to invite now 5 people. I will start with the 6th one, which unfortunately has a health situation, couldn't be here. It's about Glada Aurel Varga, the member of the Committee of the Environment and Ecological Balance in the Romanian Chamber of Deputies. Unfortunately, he has, I told you, health problems. He cannot be here. And I will send you my his excuses to you. Now, I have a list here, but I will start in a different way. I will start with the president. Alexandra Maria Bocșe, State Councillor in the Mr. Iohannis President Office. Thank you for being with us here. Think about it. I will not ask you about educated Romania. I will ask you about sustainable Romania. Very clear. Okay. How to start, with money or with environment? Let's start with environment. I will invite Mr. Bogdan Baranișcu, State Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Waters and Forests, on his way. Okay, so let's go back to the money. Mr. Mihai Precup. Yeah, he's here. I didn't see the cameras. Ministry of Finance, where is your money?
It's over there.
No. So please join us here. And if we speak about money, let's talk about also real money. The Ministry of Finance, maybe they take us some money, but the European Investment Bank give us some money. So I am very proud to invite Lara Tasan-Zanin on the stage. Thank you very much, and thank you for being such a good friend of Business Review. So the Ministry, Violeta Nenița, IKEA. Thank you for being here. And we must have also private entities. Without here, I need some help with this, all the administrative public entities, so please join me here. And we have also Bogdan Baranișcu here. Thank you for being with us from the Ministry of Environment. First we'll speak about money with the Ministry of Finance, then we come back to the... Please join us here. So I started with some closed chapters, and what we'll try to open now is a new chapter in, let me get here to my plan of speaking, and I will try to say a few words to create a context in which maybe we can speak about how we see the world of tomorrow regarding sustainability. Because now we have 2 options. Or we go with a long road in which we say, okay, we have to cover some mistakes from the past, in which we try to build something in Romania which is about the technologies of yesterday. Or maybe we can speak more about words and not facts. We can speak also about greenwashing. We promise something and we deliver something else. And if we make a mistake, we say, okay, it was not a mistake, it was the context. Somebody else was involved and I couldn't achieve that result. Of course, excuses, we have a lot of them. But in 2024, 2028, 2029, we'll have new elections. Did you count how many Generation Z will elect again? Not again, sorry. Will elect for the first time during this period? Generation Z will influence our political decisions. If you accept it now or not, this is your reality of administrative bodies. Let's speak about opportunities. Let's become positive. And my dream of Romania in 2030, my dream of Romania in 2050, it's about a sustainable Romania. If I close my eyes and dream about December 2050, my question is, how is Romania today? In December 2050. But to build this, we need trust and we need the results. We need a plan, a very specific plan which is assumed by all the political and administrative body. Alexandra, you saw the world of United Kingdom, you saw the world of United States, you saw different context, and you came here. What kind of context can you help to create with trust and respect and transparency when we speak about sustainability?
So you did mention that we need a plan for 2030. We also need a plan for 2050. In terms of, visions, paths, and ways to go, actually the Romanian presidential administration, the president of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, has recently launched a report, a programmatic document, which presents actually a vision for Romania when it comes to tackling climate change. The report on climate change and limiting the impact of climate change, which first of all identifies 7 major challenges to Romania in the context of climate change and also advances a set of solutions. Now, this report is currently under public debate, and we look forward to the feedback of all relevant parties on this report. We are in a process of collecting feedback in writing on a dedicating email address, clima@presidency.ro, until the 8th of October, and then we are going to continue probably the consultations using the feedback that we receive in writing. So we hope that this report and this vision, which has been, it's of great interest and it's a priority for the President of Romania, we hope is going to help Romania find its way and respond in a proper manner to the challenges that come in the context of climate change. And I'm not referring only to physical challenges, the fact that we have extreme weather events that we can all testify towards, but also the fact that we might face a disorderly transition in the process of tackling climate change, or we might be faced with issues related to social injustice. Also, we probably started on a rather less optimist note, I would say, this event. We looked at some data, you gave us some data, but when it comes to the specific field of climate change, if we look at the data, and I think it's important also to look at the things that we have in Romania and are working or are playing towards our advantage rather than always focus on the negative issues. And those of you that are in this room and maybe come from the United States or from Western Europe would have noticed, spending time in Romania, that Romanians, like many Central and Eastern Europeans, are always highlighting the negative and what does not work. Now, when it comes to climate change, if we look at the data, right, if we look at the greenhouse gas emissions of Romania, in the last 3 decades, we have actually reduced our emissions with about 60%. So when it comes to the level or where are we at right now, we have a good basis for our decarbonization process. Some of you might argue, I heard this argument, okay, we reduced our emissions, but actually our economy was not working properly. Now, if we look also at the economic data over the last three decades, we have seen an increase in our GDP per capita, which actually shows us that we can have economic growth and also reduce our emissions. And I think this is very important because talking about public perceptions and the slide that you presented at the very beginning, one of the perceptions or misperceptions that I'm facing daily in my work in the dialogue with different entities is that we have somehow to choose between economic growth and economic prosperity and tackling climate change. And we have solutions, we have technological, financial solutions to get the best of both worlds. So I think this is very important. I also want to, for instance, in terms of tackling climate change, we know we need to decarbonize our energy system. Now, if we look at where we are right now in Romania, we actually get about two-thirds of our electricity from low carbon sources. So that's not a bad position to be in. Of course, we need to build on that. And it was mentioned here that there are plans that will be funded by the European Union, by the European Investment Bank, to actually further invest in renewable energy. But the point from which we are departing right now, it's actually a good point, and it's a source of hope. We also know, and it was mentioned here by the Vice President, that we are very rich when it comes to biodiversity in Europe. We are actually one of the largest holder of biodiversity in Europe with a large amount of species. We have half of the population of bears, wolves in Europe. We have this biodiversity because somehow we were able to protect this biodiversity until now. Of course, we have a very important mission because we need to further invest and work towards conserving this biodiversity. The biodiversity of Romania is the biodiversity of Europe, since we have areas that have been conserved in natural state for a very long time, and other European countries do not have those. We need investments, and we need actually, I would say, when it comes to the biodiversity of Romania, we need to have a European level effort to protect this biodiversity. So, as I mentioned, we, on many aspects, on many issues, we are not doing as bad as we think. I'm not sure how many people in the media or people in the public opinion know about the good starting points that we have in certain areas. Maybe we should talk more about them. I think it's very important also when we inform the public to show also the positives or the good things that are happening in our country. The small projects, for instance, you mentioned Educated Romania and you mentioned the area of education. Now we have, and very often people are writing to the President on educational projects related to the green dimension. We have many such projects in Romania. We started actually a working group involving teachers, NGOs that developed such small projects. And we ended up with a larger document report on education regarding climate change and the environment. And what we are trying to do with this initiative, which is, if you want, the green axis of Educated Romania, is to take these small projects that have been developed and implemented by teacher organizations, by NGOs, and take them to the national level and actually have a national program that would allow for equal access for every child in this country, irrespective of the background, to education for climate and the environment. And we're going to have next year the first element of this project being implemented, the Green Week. So the Green Week is going to be a week in which every child in this country will have an opportunity to attend activities and be exposed to topics related to the field of climate change and environmental protection. And it's not going to be only a theoretical week where they just stay in class and, you know, watch a PowerPoint presentation. They are going to have activities. They are going to be directly involved actually in ecological activities and in protecting the environment in a proactive way. Thank you, and I'm sorry if I've been too long in my intervention.
Thank you very much. And now Nobody waits too long until I have a counter here and my colleagues which say, stop it, Ionut, stop it now. So I will add something. I will thank you very much for, first of all, and I'm not doing politics, thank you very much for the idea that the president of our country is focusing on this issue. No matter his name, for me, the position of the president should show us, of course, the strategic direction in which we go. And speaking about also negativity, if I say negativity with my smile here and think, okay, I made a stupid mistake, and what did I learn from this, and how can we manage to change that failure into a success, it's not about negativity anymore. It's about reality. And reality shows us that, yes, we decrease our gas with 60%. We increased our growth was mainly from consumption, mainly from imports. So we didn't produce anymore here our goods. We decreased our gases, and we increased our consumption and imports of goods. So if we speak about sustainability, we have to see everything together. And how we can rebuild the plus value. We export a lot of raw materials. We can see now in agriculture how many raw materials we export. And I think that sustainability is about added value. But, and of course, it's about investing in technologies that will provide us a real added value, not to export anymore any raw material. But for this, we need money. And this is how I make the connection with the next speaker. And I will ask the Minister of Finance, Mihai. When I hear in my voice Minister of Finance, I hear taxes, I hear all this kind of stuff. How can you change my mind into this? How can you show to me that the Ministry of Finance is an active player in creating a sustainable Romania?
Thank you very much, Ionut, and I think it's a very good opportunity to discuss about sustainability nowadays, having the EIB in delegation in Romania, which wants to picture or to profile as the EU climate change bank. So all the events organized around, I think they are a good idea. The direct answer to your question is that me being present in the Ministry of Finance, because my responsibilities at the Ministry of Finance are not taxes or budget, they are investments. One of our objectives is to develop these PPPs, private-public partnerships, together with the IFIs, where the state can play an important role in identifying strategic projects in climate or in other areas, and along with the private and with the IFIs, finance those projects and develop the economy, because you said, indeed, the economy in the last years was developed much more, or the growth was fueled by the consumption. So we should go and unlock some big investment projects which will generate a value added for the economy and also will involve players in the private sector in order to bring value added for the economy. We are very lucky to, another responsibility that I have there is the partnership with the IFIs. So we have a close relation with all the IFIs. We have EIB here, but we have also the World Bank, the EBRD, that we are working very closely in unlocking projects and also financing projects, because the role of an IFI is not only financing, as the Vice President said. I would say it's mainly, particularly for Romania, should be mainly providing technical assistance in capacity building for the government. If I have to draw a conclusion during my, let's say, mandate in the last 6 months, is that what we have to work on is building capacity in preparing projects at the governmental level. So we have plenty of money now for investments. You have the money from EIB, you have the money from EBRD, you have the money from PNRR, the National Resilience Plan. you have the money from the stock exchange through the bonds which are issued by the government. What we have to work from now on is preparing projects in order to be able to attract those funds. I have to confess that I really enjoyed your remark to the Vice President at the end when you said that in terms of votes, we are very significant at the European level. But when you look to the investments, we are less significant.
Is because of them or because of us?
So I think it's both. It's both. Honestly, myself working for a while at the EIB, so I know a little bit, more than a bit, EIB. I would say both. We should both work in setting up programs, in preparing projects. They should work hand in hand with Romanian government, and we should work with them in order to prepare investment projects. Because now it's no longer a problem about liquidity, about money. It's about eligible projects in order to attract those funds. So it's not because someone doesn't want to give us the money. It's more that we don't have those projects. Why we don't have these projects? It's because we have to work and prepare capacities together with IFIs in order to have access to those projects. Another point that I would like to draw your attention is about sustainability. I used to say in the conference that I'm attending, sustainability and the ECG is a problem for developed Romania, for big cities in Romania. Let's not forget also the countryside in Romania. I grew up in the countryside, and I can tell you that my parents are going to sleep at 10 o'clock maximum, so they turn off their electricity and their consumption of energy at 10 o'clock, and they woke up at 6 o'clock. In Romania, I think we have also good news. We should look in Romania to find good models of sustainability, and in the countryside, we should look about that. Because in the countryside, we might have other problems, but for sure, less sustainability. Sustainability is a problem for industrialized areas, big companies, less for the rural area. Therefore, also, the programs that we are encouraging now, we have programs like 778, I think, million euros of financing with EIB for the energy savings for the buildings in Bucharest and in big cities. We have also 18 million with EBRD also for energy savings for the buildings in Bucharest and the big cities. Even though the sustainability is the priority for the Romanian government and for the Ministry of Finance, we have noticed, and we'd like to be also a bit opportunistic on that. We have noticed that there is a big, the market, and there is a big interest from the investors, and the market grew a lot in the last years in terms of sustainable investments and the stock market. We saw that in the last 5 years, the investments available on the stock market for sustainability is increased a lot. So for these reasons, we are currently working together with the World Bank. We benefit from their technical assistance in order to issue green bonds on the stock market and to finance Ministry of Finance and Romanian government to raise money in order to finance green projects. So we are working with the World Bank in order to set up the legal framework for the green bonds, but as well as for identifying the fields for the green financing. At the Ministry of Finance, we have already launched Agro IMM Invest. You know, everything which is related to agriculture is green. So I think this week we have signed with at the government, no, it was last week, sorry, time is passing fast. Last week we have signed at the government 4 billion euros in terms of guarantees with the European Commission, out of which 4 billion RON, sorry, of guarantees, out of which part of it will be allocated for the Agro IMM Invest, which will be guarantees. It's 20 billion, I think, RON. So With this, we hope to generate investments and financing in the agriculture sector, because here everything is related to the green. Then you have also Garant Construct, which is also a guarantee plan managed by the Ministry of Finance, also with the FNCG IMM. The objective is also to bring guarantees to the construction companies which have also activities in the sustainability and green buildings, let's say. These guarantees go up to 90% of the total project, which is for Romania, I think it's for the first time we go so high in terms of involvement of the government with the guarantees for investment projects. There is a huge opportunity, also we saw it in the past, with the IMM Invest, which was launched during the crisis with the pandemic. We managed to generate more than 33 billion RON in terms of guarantees, which at their turn managed to unlock financing of more than 40 billion RON in terms of bank financing for the private sector in Romania. So we said, on the one side, the government is it's planning to raise money for the green financing through the issuing of green bonds. On the other side, we are providing guarantees for the companies in the agriculture sector, in the construction sector, involved in this area of green financing. Last point, I would like also to draw your attention, as you very well mentioned, about digitalization, about the green economy, sustainability linked to digitalization. Now the digital economy in Romania is representing around 6% of the Romanian GDP. And this generation of GDP is very healthy, it's sustainable, it's constant also over the years. You know, in the agriculture, when you have good weather, you'll have nice increase of GDP. When the weather is not on our side, then we start to face problem and look for other stuff. But in IT sector, they generate 6% constantly. If you break down this 6%, you will see that more than 60% of this GDP generation is made by the IT online trade, which is good, but we would like also to see the ITC area where companies and government will invest more in digitalization. Even in this perspective, we see a good result, because if you look the component of ITC, of government investment, public sector investments in digitalization, you see that since 2017, they increased by 8% every year. So we believe that this trend, if this trend will continue, of investing in the companies, in digitalization, in the government investing in digitalization, the percentage of IT sector in the total GDP will increase from 6% to 9.6% in the next years. This is also a report of McKinsey published on this direction. In order to support the company's digital evolution in Romania, the Ministry of Finance, together with FRC, if you are familiar, Fondul Român de Contragarantare, we have launched a program it's called Program of Innovation for companies. Basically, the idea is to put aside more than 700 million RON for guarantees for companies which would like to invest in their digital evolution. So even on this perspective, we try to come with an idea. I think we should also think as a government how to keep talents in the country, how to keep youth in the country. Myself being someone who studied many years abroad and being very active in diaspora, and I was very close to and I saw how much they want to come back in Romania and to be involved in projects. That's why I said that the role of the Ministry of Finance should be also to unlock some big investment projects, because I really believe that unlocking big and relevant investment projects, you might have also talents from abroad who will come and contribute for those projects, right? So how to take advantage of this human capital that we have now abroad and working for other countries and try to involve them in our Romanian growth here in our country. Because I don't want to see, like, you know, I attend very often the events for leaders and preparing young leaders and everything. But I wouldn't like to see only young leaders for future, but I would like to see also people involved in change now in Romania, because we have these talents, but they are not, I think, fully used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mihai. And thank you for giving us so many informations about the money. It's important for us. I did also come back after 5 years in the States, especially to make an investment. So I will tell you about, in maybe 2-3 years, how it was from our side of view, which we try to take these investments and make a growth. And what I suggest maybe to think for the Ministry of Finance, to speak more, to communicate more. And think about this. Try to communicate with a 10-year-old child, with his language, because this is how we see the world. If I meet with an accountant, after 1 year, I have to take some pills for the headache. So think that not everybody sees the world as you see the world, with so many numbers, so many data, and try for the Ministry of Finance to speak for a 10-year-old child. If you will succeed this, I can put my head on the table that you will convince more and more people to invest, to come back, and to do something good. And you spoke about, and I'll make the move now to the Ministry of Environment. You spoke about green agriculture. It's correctly, totally correct, that we should have a green agriculture. Of course, maybe you think also about fertilizers, which are not so green, and the relation between fertilizer and compost. 50% of our municipal waste, it's about compost. 50%, it's also connected to the food waste. And in this moment, the Vice President of EIB spoke about achieving targets. We do not achieve targets. Why? Where did we fail? We failed, first of all, to separate collection. We failed on taking the bio-waste out of our bin and direct this bio-waste to compost and then to agriculture. We failed on separate collection for packaging. We achieved targets not with city halls, but with non-official supply chains with pickers. We have in Romania pickers. We have had also great results. I'm not speaking about negativity. I'm speaking about things that we did wrong and how we can correct. Because I am dreaming not about the Ministry of Environment, I'm dreaming of the Ministry of Sustainability. And I hope that maybe in the next government we'll have the new Ministry of Environment as a Minister of Sustainability and having so much power, because I see the Minister of Environment with so much power to do good. Bogdan, how can Ministry of Environment tackle this issue of sustainability and creating a better tomorrow?
Thank you, and I'm first of all I'm very glad to be here, and I congratulate you for this type of event and for your interest for the subject. This is one of the I think key points that there is an interest and that we are already making steps, good steps, to a future sustainability country, Romania, which will be, like you said in your starting speech, and I love the approach about having a vision about Romania in some years from now. And I think, and also from our ministry point of view, the logical steps should be like this: how we imagine Romania in 10, 20, 30 years. And the challenge for every one of us is how we can manage to find a path in order to go to that point that our vision will become reality. And this is the challenge that I think all of the parties involved in general in what Romania means as a country the challenge that we all have. Of course, on this path, we also have to be dynamic, and also we have to be open to all the challenges that we have to conquer in every step, and we have to have the ability to adapt to the challenges and to adapt to the new conditions. Those are, I think, one of the main key points that we have to have. And of course, the solution will be in the mix of also government policies and solution from every minister, because for example, one of the activities that I have to do at the ministerial level is to represent the minister in the parliament. And I don't want to be, I'm not a modest person, it's not about this, but I think our minister has the most commission to be present in, because most and a lot of the issues regarding different sectors in the Romanian government are related with the environment issues. If we are discussing about financial and industry, if we are discussing about work labor, if we are discussing most of the issues that the government have, in a certain way are related with the environment issues. And from this point of view, I embrace your approach about have maybe a certain type of different minister in the next government, let's say, period. But coming back to the facts, I told you that one of the most important things is to find the path in order to achieve our vision. And first of all, we have to come to a common point of how will this vision be, and to draw our vision. And if we imagine Romania in 2050, we have the Fit for 55. If we have to imagine Romania in the 50s, we have to have the opportunity that each sector should make a point and to be represented in that vision. And I think this is one also of the most important things. Of course, Romania nowadays is like in that joke, you know, that there was three nations. One was Romania, and they dig up, and one nation found glass, and they said, look, our ancestors had fiber link for the internet. Another nation dig up the ground and found copper. And they said, look, our ancestors had wires for the internet, and in Romania we dig up the ground and we didn't find anything. And our excuses, look, our ancestors were having Wi-Fi already. So it's like this from a certain point in Romania. Because of our history, we are in a certain point related to the other countries in Europe that we don't have big issues on certain points, but we have big issues on others. We don't have big issues on certain points related to the environment because we managed to destroy our heavy industry, we managed to do a certain bad stuff for our country, let's say in a more simplistic way, and that's why we don't have a challenge now. But this could be an opportunity for us. It's like the example of the internet. For the fact that we didn't have some technologies some decades ago, now we have one of the best internet technology in Europe. So I think this is an opportunity for us, and that's why our colleague has an important role, and the Minister of Finance has an important role, because when you have, let's say, almost nothing on certain points, it's easier to build up something to be sustainable and to be for the future, and so on. On the other hand, we have big issues as a country related to the environment, different points, and you know, all of us know that we have some infringements on certain points. And but the good news, let's say, is that I'm feeling, and I don't think it's just a personal feeling or a subjective feeling. I'm feeling that in the past year, us as a country, we managed to have more grip related to solving the environment issues at national level. Of course, we have many other challenges to solve, but I think we managed to have a more dynamic approach, and we can take every sector of our minister and discuss about. If we are discussing about the waste, on the one hand, we have to manage the bad things related to the waste. We are discussing about incineration of the waste. We are discussing breaking the law on this issue, and we enforced the law on this side. And nowadays in Romania, for example, you can go to jail if you don't respect the waste, let's say, management system, or you incinerate the waste. But on the other side, we have to have an equilibrium between enforced law and opportunity, or let's say support of developing solutions. So that's why we are now open and have a lot of money on the National Resilience Plan for managing the waste. And just the other day, I discussed with some companies who are active in this field, and they want to enter Romania and invest in Romania. Because Romania nowadays, related to the environment issues, waste, and not only waste, is a great business opportunity for the sector. On the same reason that we dig up the ground and we didn't find anything. Of course, we have to work more on the legal environment. For example, about the compost. Last week I've been to Argeș County and in Mioveni City, and they have water management station there, and they take the mud and they do compost with that mud. And they have a lot of good results about how can they mix the mud from the water station with other materials like leaves and so on, and they do a very good compost, and they have good results on that. But they are lacking some regulation at national level in order to put that compost to business and use it legal. So there are things like this. I think we are in a stage where it's like a little baby. We began of walking, but we don't have enough skills to go running. This is like the situation of environment issues in Romania. If we are discussing about also the opportunity of financing different programs in order to go and to make this vision of sustainability Romania a physical one, we can discuss about, for example, the forest area. And nowadays, we have in Romania launched the opportunity, and we have a target also in the PNRR for 56,000 hectares to become forest. And it's the first time in Romania that we are paying Romanian persons or companies to change their land into forest, and we are paying a fee for 20 years from now on. And this is a measurement, is the first time that in Romania it's happening something like this. If we are discussing about the water system, one of the issues in Romania is the accessibility to drinking water and the management of the water after it's been used. And we have a lot of rural communities that don't have these systems ongoing. And nowadays we launched already finances, and I think it's the first time in Romania that we are focusing also on small communities with less than 2,000 inhabitants, in order to give them money in order to connect or to, let's say, manage the water consumption in their small community. I can talk a lot about the programs that we have, because we are discussing about more than 2 billion euros for the next 3-4 years that are available in Romania in different sectors. We can discuss about what a green city should be and what are the steps that we are already taking in this direction. We are discussing about green mobility, for example, and we have one of the biggest amounts of money for the ones who want to turn their vehicles in electrical vehicles. And probably you know about the Rabla Plus and the Rabla Classic. We are discussing about more than 10,000 euros for for buying an electric car. And of course, one of the challenges is to have infrastructure for the electric cars. So that's why, together with the other ministers, for the next 4 years, we'll be having more than 18,000 electric charging stations for the electric cars. So we are trying to approach the subjects on, let's say, almost 360 degrees in order not to miss something. And of course, we need all your support and all the support from actors in order to be to be better in the solution that we try to find at our minister level. I don't want to monopolize the discussion, and I will stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to add that, yes, we'll be here with you to discuss the projects and to discuss the programs. Myself, I'm in love with this issue of environment. I'm working in the last 15 years into this. And I will approach the minister, I usually approach the Ministry of Environment as the biggest critic that you have in order to build something very positive. So I like so much the industry, and I hoped so much from this industry that I will be the largest critic that you have in this life. But again, to be positive.
I invite you to be a partner. Not
I am a partner, but in criticizing.
I think the solutions are better in this way as a partnership, not only criticize.
Of course. And I would like for you to think on two issues into the future. How can we connect the legislation that we have with the permitting issues and the enforcement? I see here myself a huge gap. We have good legislation on paper. The permitting issue is huge, and I don't want to speak about this because we stay here 2 days. And the enforcement is far, far away. And the second thing, don't think about environment only with the money for municipalities, because we see the results. I speak here about efficiency. In the last 15 years, the separate collection grew from 0 to 15%. If we keep it like this, we need another 30, 40 years to achieve the targets. Again, it's a very good approach. The Minister of Environment did so much with the administration of environment funds. You have a lot of money there. Of course, you need to speed up a little bit on this one, but the direction is good with some correction. Nobody is perfect, and of course, I would love to have more perfect, if I may say like this.
You said that we have a lot of money. I would like that for 4 years from now,
not to have any more money.
To not have any more money, and the money should be in the
I will
market.
come and spend a part of your money. And speaking about money again, because again, sustainability is about money. And I would like to start by thanking Lara about the contract with Autonom, for example, because I could buy an electric motorbike with Autonom, so it was a very good thing to push the energy into this. And this is not the only thing that AEB done lately about the climate action and environment sustainability projects. I saw in the last years, even with pandemic, a huge activity in EIB, and I thought, why? Why do you want to do so many things? Why do you want to spend money? This means that sustainability is a real opportunity.
So first of all, thank you, Ionut, and thank you and good morning, everyone. I will come back to your question, but let me first say that I'm here in Romania since 2018. And I think when I came to have such an event focused on sustainability with representatives from the presidency and the government was not possible. and not only representatives from government and presidency that were just appearing on stage and delivering their speech. We see, as EIB group, an increasing commitment, ownership and leadership from Romanian presidency and government to drive the sustainability agenda for the country. And I want to say this, I think what you heard from the speakers before me supports this statement, and this is absolutely a fact. I will use 2 more minutes to say who we are, because I think Presidency, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Environment do not need presentations, but maybe the EIB still needs some presentations. So we are the bank of the EU. The EU member states are our shareholders. We are a public bank, so I usually say Romania is one of my bosses. And being a public bank, we do not target profit, but we are driven in our investments by public policy goals, which are, let's say, priorities that we are given. We were given by our shareholders, by the member states, and basically is to support infrastructure development, environmental projects, innovation, and SMEs. And all the 4 are super relevant for Romania. In Romania, we are present since 30 years, and we support, in the recent years, more or less, Romania with between 1 and 1.5 billion euro a year, which usually goes 50% to the public sector and 50% to the private sector. And thank you for mentioning automotive, because I think if we make some headlines in Romania, it's not for these small deals, but it's for other big numbers, because they prefer to be vocal about that. But we also do focus on small companies or innovative companies, on startups, and I will come back on this. So 50% of our business is in favor of the public sector and 50% private sector. We are demand-driven and project-driven. We support only projects, investments, and we are demand-driven. I would say for us, I was a bit smiling when you said Ministry of Finance is about taxes. Well, actually, we never speak about taxes, and we actually meet very often. And I want to spread the voice. I'm also very keen to balance messages between negative and positive. I'm an Italian national, so I know what it means to be self-critical too much, so that we shoot in our feet. And I think we, as Italian and Romanian, we share a same cultural feature to that extent. So I'm very happy always to share also positive messages. And Romania, in the recent year, was among the first EU countries to secure, for example, the EIB group support to implement the National and Resilience Recovery Plan, so the PNRR. Not only we were entrusted by the government to deploy 1.2 billion euro under the PNRR for the private sector. So we have to understand, sometimes they come to us and they say, but Lara, explain to me what is for us in the PNRR. And it's true here that communication in Romania is a bit of an issue, and I appreciate the time that the State Secretary and Alexandra Bokșe takes to come here and speak, because it's never enough. For how much we speak, the messages are difficult to be visible and well accessible and understood. So this to say that indeed Romania came out one of the 3 first countries that secured the EIB participation in the PNRR implementation, the other being Italy and Greece. Romania was really at the forefront of this effort. Romania was also the first country in the EU to sign with the Commission the InvestEU implementation contribution agreement, another program that is meant to bring to Romania more, let's say, product to support innovation combined with green transition. So just to say that this leadership and ownership, increasing leadership and ownership, it shows not only in the presence here today and in the speeches, but also with facts because of this. And these results are difficult to be seen on a media, on an article, on a Twitter, because they go unnoticed and other things prevail. So I'm very happy to share and to highlight these results for Romania. As I was saying, we are demand-driven and, let's say, project-driven. We have in Romania one of the largest offices of all, not made by bankers, as someone would expect from a bank, but because we are indeed policy-driven, we have experts, 40 experts, engineers, economists, and I'm very pleased that today you will hear one of those, Jean Tilly, presenting what we have done and what we would like to do on waste management for Romania. Those experts are there to exactly tackle one of the points that was raised before by Secretary Precup, that in Romania, money is not the issue, believe it or not. I mean, I would say Romania has benefited of large allocations from the EU funds and also from our support. But what is very difficult is to identify mature and well-prepared investments and projects that we can allocate the funds to and eventually disburse. So there is a capacity constraint at project preparation stage, and there is a bit of capacity constraint at implementation with any kind of problem in procuring, in having companies and bidders that are suitable for the job, that they do indeed implement their job as the terms of reference as requested. You mentioned municipalities and the 15% implementation. I must confess also here, I want to spread a positive message. There are champions in Romania, I mean, in terms of municipalities. It's just that we don't have the critical mass we would like to see in order to have a shift, to have a renovation wave. But results are coming. We can see them a bit closer because we work on the dossier and we see this growing, but it doesn't yet make the headlines. So now, I come back to your question, Ionut. For us, the sustainability agenda, we have become the EU Climate Bank, so as of 2025, 50% of our projects will have to be either climate friendly or green. We were very worried for Romania because the investment pipeline before the pandemic and before now the war was not really going into that direction. But unbelievably, two of the major challenges we have seen in recent times have triggered an incredible, I would say, innovation wave. So we see more and more interest on green projects, interest on innovative and innovation projects, and not only from the government and the institutional partners, but also from the market. And this is really key. I think I have to bring in the market and the private sector. This could be, of course, IKEA then will be focusing on this. But when I listened to Alexandra Bokche saying, of course, that Romania has reduced emissions, not at the expense of the growth, at the economic growth, we fully support that. As a bank, why we are relevant to this country? Because our loans are the cheapest solution after grants. So as you usually say, there is free money and then there is the EIB money. We also give longer tenures than what the market does because we link our tenure to the economic life of the assets we finance. So we can go up to 10, 12 years, 14 years for some utilities. And we go up to 40 plus years for the public sector, for the state. For us, the key point is to ensure and to strengthen and to stabilize Romanians' competitiveness while on the journey, on the green journey, so to say. And in order, for us is relevant, because when we finance projects, banks do not like risk, neither we do. And therefore, we try to, first of all, anticipate risks, mitigate them. And what we have learned from the pandemic and now the energy crisis is that the only way is to build resilience in firms. I mean, there are some competitive advantages of Romanian firms. We see those at risk under the current circumstances, and we want really to help the Romanian market to stay and grow their competitiveness, or let's say not to lose competitiveness against other EU member states in the global market, while pursuing the green and digital transition. So we see hope in that, not only because, as I mentioned before, the Romanian government entrusted the EIB group to have a role in that, and the role being that we will use PNRR money and also EU money to put in place guarantee portfolio instruments with banks. Because the EIB is a bank, but we don't go very small. In order to provide support to small companies, we do it through intermediaries, through financial intermediaries, to other banks. And when it comes to green and digital projects, the banks are a bit reluctant because, first of all, those projects are difficult to be assessed. The due diligence is complex. They not always have the capabilities to do it, and they feel the risk is too high. So either they don't go for the deal, or they charge a very high pricing, or they ask for a huge collateral, and basically the company cannot, let's say, implement those investments. We will put in place a portfolio guarantee, so for the banks to use our high quality guarantee instead of asking so much collateral and guarantees to the companies, under the condition that what they support as investments is green, is digital, energy efficiency, resource efficiency equipment, whatever it's eligible, and there is a long eligibility list that is also public somehow when the products will arrive to the market. It will be for the PNRR beginning of next year. We will also use this money to inject equity into funds of funds, for them to invest on green and digital projects. So from the let's say the institutional partners, there is attention to this, to the private sector, and to help the private sector to remain competitive while on their green and digital journey. Another important news for us, very positive, is that the banks, compared to 3-4 years ago, they want to invest on green projects. I mean, it was not the case before. They are, of course, under big pressure from their groups to deliver on ESG. And I think this is an opportunity that Romania has to see. I mean, there is more availability today from commercial banks to look into green projects than what it was 3 years ago. Seriously, let's say. They are not easy. I don't want to say that every project is bankable, but indeed, this is a reality, and the banks are really after us to deploy this special product, and that's a great opportunity. One last point, unless you want to cut me short.
You have 1 more minute.
Well, I will do it less. The last point is indeed another very big barrier to investments in Romania, which in my opinion goes hand in hand with the sustainability agenda. And this is availability of skilled labor force. So many investments are not done in Romania, either from Romanian companies to expand or from international companies to come, because they are not sure they will find a skilled labor force to hire. And we discussed also many times with Alexandra, we do support, as EIB, we have supported strategically transport, energy, this big infrastructure, but in the recent years, we are focusing on education, us in particular tertiary education. We have given money to Romanian universities for them to upgrade their labs, to become more modern, more technology savvy, to implement, to have better campuses for students to choose Romania to study and possibly to stay. We will pay also salaries to researchers in order for them not to fly away from Romania after they finish. And we need to focus the curricula, and when we give money, we also put an accent on the fact that they have to prepare environmental profile. I mean, job profile that are in big demand. This is not also groundbreaking for, I would say, I don't want to say globally, but at European level. All the universities are catching up with preparing more people in the sustainability workforce space. So Romania here has a double challenge. Of course, we have to stop the brain drain, or let's say delay it and slow it down. And here, if there will be a bit of vision on that, I think this will be will allow Romania to catch it up even faster. This is not only a question of public education, which is tertiary, as I just said. But just to give you another positive element with which I will conclude my speech, only 3 years ago when we proposed guarantee instruments to banks for educational projects, being vocational training, being new schools from kindergarten to secondary, the banks were not interested at all compared to other member states. I kind of said, why there is not such an interest? Last year, so only 3-4 years down the road, we had a new call of this education and skill guarantee, and 4 out of 14 banks across Europe with whom we signed this guarantee are Romanians. So banks are ready to invest on education, being it grădinița or high or secondary education, but also being it vocational training, because there is the green transition also means in some way a social problem of reskilling and upskilling some of the labor force we have now in the country. And the message here is that both the public sector and the private sector are gearing up for that. So big focus also on human capital investments for this green transition, successful green transition of Romania.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, and for your real leadership in the last 4 years with EIB. Thank you for bringing such project. I discovered myself the environment of EIB and EBRD. I thought it would be a pain. It was a little bit, but if we speak about small and medium enterprises and about the money, think about how they see the world. Think about the culture, organizational culture in Romania. Think about their efficiency. Think about how they manage the risk and mitigate. It's not so easy. To change organizational culture for a small and medium enterprise, and believe me, the last 2 years for me, it was huge pain to try to change, and to see again and again that you have different blocks and barriers and issues, and it is possible. It is possible, and with positivity, you can use this money to grow. I'm sure for this. And now, moving a little bit now from the, let's say, institutional, public, can we believe them? Can we think that we will have a positive partner into them in order to grow? This is a general question. I don't wait for an answer from everybody. I hoped each day to have a real partner into the government and the institutional financial corporation. And about moving now to your projects, IKEA. When I did my homework for today, I tried to read your sustainability report. I have a list of questions, so many questions about what you did about from protecting the forests to circular economy to inclusive workspace, especially lately with COVID and work from home and this kind of stuff. How difficult it is to take a decision in a company not to put the profit on the first step, but to put the sustainability of the company. How difficult it is to convince all the stakeholders inside and outside the company to act differently.
Wow. Hello once again. I am Violeta Nenița. I'm market manager for IKEA in Romania. I think about the company and the IKEA in Romania, many of us know. And thank you for the introduction. Thank you also for the questions and the expectations. I will try to do my best. And in the same time, listening to the presidency, the government, and also lately from you, there is a lot of optimism. And there is a lot of good examples, and there is, I think there is hope, but there are also challenges. And I think this shows also the importance, these examples and the discussions show the importance of having good policies which will have a real impact on the planet and on the climate changes. I will start a bit about the company, and IKEA is a company which was founded almost 80 years ago, 80, yes. It was founded with a vision, and the vision is very important for us because in a way it's simple, but in a way it's very complex. It says that we shall create a better everyday life for the many people. And that's why I'm saying it's simple, but it's very complex. And we are guided by this vision also when it comes to sustainability and also when it comes to the actions that we take to become a sustainable company. And I think the economic, but the business environment is going through a big transformation. And why is that? And the big transformation also shows to us, if I talk about IKEA, but not only the companies, the business companies, that adopting the sustainability policies become imperative. It's like mandatory to be long-term. And the big transformation is coming through the crisis. All of us are going, or we started to go through the crisis, starting from COVID, pollution, climate changes, the waste of resources, and not lately, the many people leaving their homes because of conflicts or because of they are very poor. So with this, we are having a strong sustainability direction, which actually today it is in the center of everything we do. And we have, by 2030, we have stated that we will become a people and a planet positive by 2030. And to share a bit, what does it mean? For us, it's important to set always ambitious targets. Always ambitious targets. So if we talk about 2030, and I will give, I choose 5 examples from ambitious targets. One of these is connected to the business, and we want by 2030 to become a circular business. And to become that, and we started the work, it's important to start from the design. Means that we know we are offering products and solutions for home interior design and decorations. So for us, starting from the design is to look from the products and develop them to be modulars and interchangeable. And by this, to prolong their life, to give them solutions to stay long in our customers' homes. And also have programs which the customers can bring back the products, the old products, and then they can also find spare parts online or in our physical store to prolong their life of the products. We take back that product, we repurpose it, and we prolong the life, and we put again into other homes to other customers. So this is an example from the business. And coming to the raw materials, a second examples, because industry is very dependent on important resources. We also mentioned materials, we also mentioned people, very, very important and becoming critical, I could say. I think it's coming back to how we use these resources, the raw materials especially. And we have an ambition to have our range from, I mean, today actually, not to make any mistakes, we have more than 60% of our products based on renewable materials. And to give an example from the cotton-based materials, from 2015 already, our cotton are coming 100% from sustainable resources. Means all the way from where it's produced up to the product is taken care of. And we have a target by 2030 that all the plastic that we have in our products to come either from recycled or to be recyclable. So this is an ambition target. We have already examples. We take out from the range products which are not fulfilled already today. We have taken them out, but the development of the new models, the new products, are only in this direction. So I mentioned about the business, I mentioned a bit about the design, and a third example is because we want to ensure a better life at home, and I think not all of us have mentioned the difficulties and the increased prices on the energy or on different important products. We also understand how important it is to reduce the energy consumption. I have an example here also from us that it is known actually in the world that 25% of the consumption of energy are to have lighting at homes. It's very big. When I found out, I was also surprised, wow, it's very big, 25%. Then how we decrease that actually, how we will make this possible to have the light. And it's not only from us, but we have introduced everywhere the LED lighting. And we have a bulb. It was famous. I don't know if we continue to change the name, but it was called Riet. And it's a LED bulb which have actually 85% less consumption in energy, and it's lasting 15,000 hours. And to imagine that if we'd like to read every evening 1 hour, 41 years we can read with that bulb. So this is somehow it's remaining that it is a change, it is a transformation, it is possible. So we will continue, and we have also other examples in our taps and in different other products. But I wanted to give this example because somehow it is very connected to what we are living today. And a fourth example I am bringing from our infrastructure. Today, we target to reduce 80% of our greenhouse gas emissions in the entire supply chain, which is the extraction and also the processing of the raw materials. So we have an objective also by 2025, which is very close to us actually, to have last mile. Last mile is the delivery of the products to our customers, to have with zero emissions. And here is coming probably the important part to collaborate with the government, with the institution, because in order to do that, we see also the importance of a network of the electric charging stations to be developed on a national level. There are very good plans, there are a lot of movements, we are passing through some crises right now, but I think the direction is very good, and we have a good base to start to work on that. So 2025, very, very important target for us. And also in the infrastructure is the buildings, our stores, where we welcome our visitors, our customers in sustainable buildings. We are certified BREEAM, is the highest level to certify a sustainable building. In the same time, we also build all the stores that we have and the units where we receive our customers, but the stores today based on very, very good practice, high standards, and aligned with our sustainability policies always. Even if it's taking a bit long time, sometimes we stick to that. This is very, very important. And probably the 5 examples that I want to stop, it's in the food, because we are known about offering solutions and products in home interior design, but also we have our restaurants and we have our food, Swedish food market as well. And we also have here an ambition target. We want by 2025, 50% of all the important meals that we offer in our restaurants to come plant-based. So it's a big change because we did a step forward to a more healthy life. And we want to offer this to our consumers. We started already. Many of us know the traditional meatballs in IKEA, the Swedish meatballs. We introduced the vegetable and the plant balls. There are 2 different ones, which have only 4% the carbon footprint compared with the traditional one. So this is a big, big shift. All in all, I think these examples, but everything that we share, we show that we want to do a good business for the environment, a good business for the community, and also the economy. But this is very important to be dependent on a healthy planet.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
have to be the bad guy not to extend so much. We already extend, and forgive me, Jean. 1 minute. Let's put the slide. And please, 1 minute, let's have the final phrases, the final words regarding sustainability. I want to finish in positivity. I put again the slide. If not who? If not you, who? If not now, when? If not here, where? So please, we'll start like this. Only few words to live with positivity from here. Because I heard, for example, I want to dream of my company to long for 80 years, to leave this legacy with sustainability. I don't know how, but let's think about this, leaving a legacy regarding the sustainability. Final words, we have 2 minutes, all of us. You start?
Yeah, yes, I can start. I think it's a reflection, but to stay in 1 minute, I will talk about the people. The people which are crucial. They are the most important asset of a company. We are offering this inclusive environment, which means you are welcome the way you are. We are value the unicity of each of us to be comfortable at work and to add the value. That means there is no discrimination when it comes to gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, age. So we are welcoming the people, and we have a very important training program talking about education and involving the people to add value to the business. And this goes hand in hand to sustainability work that we have.
Thank you for mentioning about the social impact. Laura?
I will stick to my final words. More attention to human capital investments, because this is also sustainability.
So from the Ministry of Finance, lots of liquidity on the market. Let's all work together. Let's all work together, private sector, IFIs, particularly IFIs, the government, in order to prepare good and eligible projects to be financed to get most of the money in our country. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just building on that, I think to push forward the green transition, we definitely need a partnership between public institutions, business, NGOs, academic institutions that can push forward innovation, and citizens. That's very important. And we learned here that we do have the money from these two, so we are going to take their word take the word that they are going to fund projects. So I think, yeah, the key word is partnership, pushing forward the green transition. And as far as the President of Romania and the Romanian presidential administration is concerned, count on our support. Thank you.
Last but not least.
About partnership and the importance of being together in this path to build a sustainability Romania, I want to talk about something else. I have a daughter. She is 7 years old. I am very, very focused to provide her a healthy environment in order for her to be happy about the condition of living when she'll be an adult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for giving us the speech. And let's leave the place for the next speaker. And I would say the few words to leave. Think about the leadership and about the targets. Leadership is not about achieving higher targets, even higher that you believe that you can achieve. This is about leadership. It's beyond your power. In the last 15 years, my waste journey, let's say like this, it was positively influenced by one person, very important for me. And we've met many years ago in the different context. And I invite now for you for Jean-Tilly to speak about waste management. He is the coordinator of the waste management sector from the European Investment Bank Circular Economy Division. And thank you for your support in the last, how many? 12, 13 years? It will be 13 years this year. Since Jean-Tilly is contributing for us to grow in a different direction, in a more positive direction. Thank you very much, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ionut, for your invitation, and I'm very happy to be here today. So thank you to all of you to be here today. As some of you know, and Ionut's already mentioned this, 9 months from today will be a big event for me. It will be the 1st of July 2023, and after 13 years with the EIB and Jaspers, which is I will mention a few words about Jaspers. I will leave the bank because I will start a new life as a retired person. So it is time for me to reflect on what I've been doing with the EIB, with Jaspers, in those 13 years in Romania, but also in many other countries, in EU countries, because I've been coordinating the waste management sector for Jaspers in the EU. We have been very active in Poland, in Romania, of course, and fairly recently in Greece and Croatia as well in the past 7 years. We have been working in other countries. We worked in France, we work in Portugal, we work in Hungary, in Bulgaria, many other countries, and candidate countries as well, in Turkey, in Macedonia, in Serbia recently. So I heard a lot this morning about positivity, and I will try to be as positive as I can, but there will be some negative points which are basically should be taken as lessons learned in order to improve things in the future. So I'm going to discuss basically the gap that we have in waste management infrastructure between what I would call the richer member states, such as Germany, Denmark, the country of our Vice President, France, Italy, and then the countries that are poorer, such as Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Croatia, usually newer member states that are trying to catch up and trying to come up with similar infrastructure as well. And I will show you some examples, especially in the waste to energy subsector, which is very interesting right now given the crisis, the war in Ukraine, and the fact that energy has become a fairly big issue as well. So that's what I want to do briefly this morning. I have a very short presentation, so I will not bother you for long, but I invite you, maybe there's a couple of minutes for questions, and I will very gladly answer your questions. So here first, you see a big building here. This is an incinerator. You don't even see the stack, which is a bit behind. It's in Poland. And I want to say that Poland was a big success, especially in the 2007-2013 programming period. They have been able to get EU funds to maximize the use of EU funds for waste management very, very well. And they have built, Jaspers was involved in 6 incinerators. We were also involved in the construction of 6 mechanical biological treatment facilities. So that was very, very successful, and Poland has been a very good example. Croatia and Greece are very promising as well. By the way, Greece joined the EU in 1981, so that was 26 years before Romania. In terms of waste management, I think they started to wake up a couple of years ago, I would say. So hopefully that's not a lesson to learn for Romania, and it will not take Romania 26 years to wake up also and start acting. I hope not, because Romania so far has been a bit sleepy in terms of waste management, and there are there's a lot of progress to make there. So first, a couple of words about cohesion policy. I think our Vice President this morning mentioned the fact that this is a very important tenet of the EU policy. Basically, the EU budget, roughly speaking, half of it is for the agricultural policy, the famous PAC, and then the other half is roughly for EU cohesion funds. And the goal of those cohesion funds is basically to kind of solidify, strengthen the social, the economic, and the territorial cohesion of the EU. And it's also to kind of fill in the gap, the imbalances between the countries and the regions of the EU. And finally, especially for 2021, 2027, which is this current programming period, it's basically to bring up or to spread the message and the policy, the political priorities, especially in terms of the digital and environmental transition from the EU. So we're talking about 400 billion euros for 2021-2027 for the total budget. We have a similar amount, as mentioned by our Vice President also this morning, for the resilience fund, so that's a lot of money. Romania benefits from roughly 32 billion euros, so that's also a sizable amount. For waste management, we don't know the final numbers yet, but it's going to be very small this year. I mean, for this programming period. We went from roughly 1 billion euros to probably, it's not clear yet what the final number is, but probably between 200 and 400 million. So it's kind of going down as well. I know Ionut mentioned money several times. I will mention this as well in terms of on the last slide, but the trend is actually going down in terms of money given by the EU to strengthen the waste management sector. What I want to say is that the cohesion funds is basically money that is given by the EU for the cohesion. So it's a grant. You don't have to pay it back. It's basically the money that the net contributors, the richer member states of the EU, are giving to the poorer member states. As opposed to the next step, and Lara mentioned that as well, which is basically the loan that the EIB is providing and then other banks. But then the loan, you have to pay it back later on. Even if you have good conditions, low interest rates, you still have to pay back the money. The grant money is basically grant. You don't pay it back. So here, the famous hierarchy for waste management. So probably any presentation on waste management, you always see the same pyramid. Sometimes it's this way, sometimes the top of the pyramid is going up. Basically, you have several steps here. At the bottom, you have the disposal. Disposal is basically putting the waste on land. You dig a hole, you put the waste there. That has been a traditional way of dealing with waste for ages. Okay, now things are a bit more sophisticated. There are ways to protect the hole. There are ways to recover even the gas. I will discuss this on the next slide. Then the second step is recovery. Basically, usually you recover the energy that you get from the waste directly from the land, or by burning the waste into in some controlled conditions. And then you go into the next step, which is in yellow here, which is recycling. So there are also various targets for recycling. I will mention this later, but the EU has set up very stringent targets for what we call the circular economy package. And there's a target of 65% in 2035. So it means that in 12 years from now, all the member states have to recycle 65% of their waste. By the way, everything I'm saying here today is about municipal waste, not industrial waste, or not medical waste, or agricultural waste, or mining waste. Then the next step is reuse. Reuse is basically, I think Ionut mentioned the fact that when he was a student, he was bringing his glass bottle, his beer bottle, back to the store, 5 to 1, I guess, 1 free for 5 bottles, if I remember correctly what you said. And here, basically, you wash the glass after that, and you reuse the glass. In a way, actually, it never becomes waste because it's reused. And then the top of the pyramid is basically the best step, which is not to produce waste. However, this is a bit a dream right now. Nobody basically is achieving this, and the waste keeps increasing. And actually, there is a very strong relationship between the GDP of a country and the quantity of waste produced. The richer the country, the more waste it produces. You can see the numbers in the US, in Japan, and of course in Europe as well. So what this pyramid doesn't tell you here is the technologies that are used for each of those steps. And I wanted just to give you the example of waste to energy here. So waste to energy is typically incineration, but it's also anaerobic digestion. So it's a complicated word. It means basically it's not a chemical process, it's not a thermal process, it's basically little bugs digesting the waste. Also, Ionut mentioned the organic waste and the compost, so that's basically the digestion. Anaerobic means without oxygen, basically, that's what it means. So this is considered actually recycling if you can reuse the digestate here. So the yellow one in terms of recovery is incineration and co-incineration. And then at the bottom, you have basically limited operations. So waste incineration and co-incineration, if you don't recover the energy, is just considered disposal. So here, this is a slide showing the big gap between the richer countries and the poorer countries. You can see that in Northern and Western Europe, countries like the Netherlands, countries like Sweden, where you have a very dark color, which means that the capacity for incineration is very high. Actually, the legend here shows the capacity. This is coming, by the way, from a document from the European Commission. The capacity is more than 550 kilograms of capacity for incineration per year per person. Okay, so this is basically what it means. When you know that each person generates roughly 600 kilo per person per year, it means that basically you have enough capacity to cover the entire waste generated by one person in those countries. You can see that in Romania, in Bulgaria, we are basically blank or gray, no incineration plants. Same in Greece as well. So it's basically fairly striking here, the difference between the two worlds. So the European Commission is giving priority to anaerobic digestion because it is higher in the hierarchy. You are basically recycling, and so it's better considered than incineration. Again, the waste to energy doesn't really help you to meet the 65% target that I mentioned, but there is another target, which is 10% maximum disposal in landfills in 2035. So it means that you cannot put on land more than 10% of the waste that will be generated in 2035. Right now, in Romania, you're roughly at 90% of the waste generated going to landfills. So you can see the amount of work that has to be done to go from 90% to less than 10% in the next 13 years. So the last slide here about the obstacles to filling the gap. First obstacle is basically the knowledge from the authorities, the local authorities or the national authorities, the knowledge and the awareness of the gap and what has to be done. Sometimes it's a question of knowledge, a question of awareness. Sometimes the authorities have this, but they refuse to see the truth, and they modify the numbers, and they play with the numbers. We have seen this as well in Romania. We have seen even cases where, and you may remember this, where some of the networks, the recycling networks, were fudging the numbers in terms of quantities of glass recycled that led to huge fines from the Ministry of Environment. There is also basically a very big opposition from the public to the construction of any new waste management facilities. incinerators, mechanical biological treatment, even transfer stations and landfills, anything dealing with waste is basically has bad reputation. Now, the final bullet point here is about the money. The European Commission has decided for 2021-2027, there will not be any grant money for the treatment of residual waste. So this is fairly drastic. And for Romania, this is going to be a very hard thing because, as I said, 90% of the waste right now is residual waste. So it means there is no money available in terms of grants from the European Commission. There has been many kinds of discussions with the Commission trying to modify this, but the Commission has not changed, and that will be the policy. So it doesn't look very promising in terms of filling in the gap. So as I said, Jaspers will no longer support such projects. Jaspers, by the way, I forgot to say a few words about Jaspers, but this is basically an entity managed by the bank and financed by the European Commission, 85%, and by the bank, 15%. So Jaspers is basically helping with the preparation of the funding applications to get these cohesion funds that I mentioned. The EIB is still can lend money for incineration and other waste treatment projects, but there are more and more conditions because we are now the climate bank, and so there are a lot of constraints in terms of what we can finance. So the obstacles are pretty big here. It doesn't look too good, promising right now. I think at some point money is important, but it's not really too much the issue because you can get the money or change things in the future if you're more aware of the gap and what you have to do. But clearly Romania will have to voice their concerns, and I think so far they have not done so, to the European Commission in order to make sure that there are some changes or exceptions to the rules that have been done for 2021-2027. So that's what I wanted to say briefly. I know Ionut wants me to stop. If there are any questions, maybe you allow one question to?
Yes, please. If you have any questions, please add. Thank you for the presentation. I'm a supporter of waste to energy up to 600, maybe 700,000 tons per year in Romania, no more capacity. This means that maybe 3, maximum 4 capacity can be built in Romania. And we have to think that if we want to build waste to energy, first of all, we have to build separate collection. Separate collection, which is also better recycling. We cannot burn water. We cannot burn the humidity of the waste in this moment. What is very important is to have separate collection, recycling from the pyramid, and of course, waste energy. You want to ask, please, a question? Let's use a mic. This is working. I think this is working. Please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Raul Pop, representing Ecoteca, an NGO, a green NGO in Romania. And also, lately, I'm starting to be an associate professor with the master program for sustainable businesses with Academy for Economic Studies, which is going to be very exciting. I never taught in my life. Mr. Telly, thank you for your presentation. I would just like to refer to one very particular point you made there and maybe ask for EIB's help on that. You mentioned that the local authorities do not have the knowledge, the know-how, the ability to do the proper activities in the field. And to be honest with you, at this point in time, they're not even going to get it. Because everything that the government is extending to them, it's maybe merely a presentation of the laws, not necessarily something that they have to do actionable in the field, and some ways to actually organize the activity in order to have better separate collection for more recycling and less disposal of any sort. So is there any way in which EIB, or maybe you have other ideas, can involve into the content of this particular type of training that needs to be delivered to the local authorities. This is definitely not a return generating type of activity, but it needs to be done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Quick response here. Yes, there are possibilities. I know we were involved for the 2014-2020 period in a waste management project in Galați. Actually, that's the only waste management project that in Romania where we were involved. We had a study tour in Germany where we looked at separate collection. We looked at various types of anaerobic digesters, incinerator, mechanical biological treatment facilities. And I think that was very helpful. The people from Galați were part of the study tour. There were some people as well from the Ministry of Environment and from the Ministry of EU funds. I think that was extremely helpful. That was part of a project. I think what needs to be done is to go beyond that and have some more horizontal activity, probably organized with the support of the Ministry of Environment, and some money from the Jaspers or from the EIB to do such things, because yes, it's absolutely critical, I think, to go outside of Romania to see what those other member states are doing in order to learn more. Yes.
Thank you very much. If you have any more questions, together with my colleagues from Business Review, we can collect on email. And it's a promise for me, from myself and my colleagues, that we will give you a feedback. Thank you very much. Regarding the time management, I was a bad guy on time management. My colleagues will be upset on me. Coffee? Water? In 10 minutes, let's be back here and continue with our next panels. Please help me and be back in 10 minutes. Otherwise, I have problems. Thank you very much.
Yes, because it's 10 minutes late.
Bună ziua! Putem începe? Mai așteptăm câteva minute să se... Putem începe? Bună ziua! Din nou, vă mulțumim că participați la cel de-al doilea panel la evenimentul organizat de Business Review. Numele meu este Cristian Popescu, sunt avocat partener la Dentons România, specializat în agribusiness de vreo 10 ani și astăzi sunt într-un rol relativ neobișnuit pentru mine. De obicei eram în acela de speaker, de atacant, astăzi trebuie doar să moderez, să fiu arbitru. Sper să mă descurc. Voi începe prezentarea și având în vedere că bărbații sunt majoritari aici, o să încep cu doamnele, să le prezint. Ana Gheorghiu, Public Affairs, Science and Sustainability la Bayer România. Adina Tudor, Customer Sustainability Partnership Manager, Coca-Cola România. Mihaela Niță, Public Affairs Manager, Coca-Cola România. Trebuia să fie cu noi doamna Alina Gamu, de la board member la Carrefour România. Din păcate, dânsa a avut un eveniment personal și neplăcut și nu poate să ajungă astăzi. În schimb, colegul dumneaei, Mario Crețu, Corporate Affairs Director Carrefour România, este alături de noi. Octavian Paltanea, Operational Manager Carmistin Internațional și Florian Ciolacul, Director Executiv la Clubul Fermierilor Români, una dintre cele mai active asociații profesionale din agricultură. Panelul nostru se numește Food and Water, sau în românește mâncare și apă, chestiuni absolut esențiale pentru viață. Apa, suntem 70% apă corpul uman, planeta Pământ este o planetă dominată de ape. Din păcate, nu toată apa de pe Pământ este bună pentru uzul uman. Aș începe tot cu doamnele. Ana, pe lanțul economic, Bayer este în amonte, în sprijinul și în tehnologia de a ajuta fermierii și cei care lucrează pământul să facă performanță. Ce înseamnă, cum privește Bayer provocările legate de apă, care este politica Bayer legată de sustenabilitate în agricultură. Ți-aș da cuvântul, începi, vreau să fim flexibili, nu neapărat ținuți de anumite limite. Cred că sunt niște teme foarte interesante astăzi. Te rog.
Într-adevăr, mulțumesc frumos și, în primul rând, bună ziua tuturor. Vă mulțumesc pentru invitație și pentru oportunitatea de a vorbi astăzi despre sustenabilitate, un subiect care mi este drag și în care cred cu adevărat. Într-adevăr, Bayer, prin divizia sa de agricultură, este un furnizor de inputuri pentru fermieri, exact așa cum ai spus, este undeva la începutul lanțului de producție. Și aș începe prin a vă spune ce cred eu că înseamnă agricultura sustenabilă. Cu poate o definiție simplistă, dar aș zice că sunt practic instrumentele și practicile pe care fermierii le au la dispoziție pentru a-și crește productivitatea, pentru a produce alimente sigure, sănătoase, la prețuri rezonabile, dar având în același timp grijă de mediul înconjurător. Practic, cum să producem mai mult cu mai puțin. Am mai auzit fraza asta și e o realitate, pentru că e o necesitate care vine din faptul că populația globală, așa cum știm cu toții, se preconizează a crește spre 9-10 miliarde până în anul 2050, ceea ce înseamnă că fermierii vor trebui să producă cu 50% mai multe alimente, fibre și biocombustibili din plante, până la acel moment, având la dispoziție mai puține resurse, terenuri agricole limitate, confruntându-se cu schimbările climatice, cu criza apei, pentru care ne-am adunat astăzi aici, și cu o disponibilitate din ce în ce mai redusă a inputurilor. Bineînțeles, politica de sustenabilitate a Bayer este aliniată acordului de la Paris și obiectivelor de dezvoltare durabilă ale Națiunilor Unite, caută să contribuie la securitatea alimentară, să vină cumva în întâmpinarea provocărilor aduse de schimbările climatice și mai mult decât atât, noi pe plan local am încercat să definim necesitățile și direcțiile. Și chiar am ajuns la concluzia că necesitatea pentru Bayer este de a oferi fermierilor soluții agronomice pentru gestionarea apei și solului.
Și presupun unele mai sigure din punct de vedere al poluării sau al rămânerii în sol și așa mai departe. Cum vi se pare România din raportarea la celelalte țări europene?
Aici avem, într-adevăr, pornim un pic din urmă, ați menționat siguranța și cred că v-ați referit la produsele de protecție a plantelor. Da. Bayer vine către fermier cu un portofoliu integrat de produse de protecție a plantelor, hibrizi și soluții de agricultură de precizie. Iar în ceea ce privește pesticidele, din păcate România suferă și va suferi și mai mult în continuare prin politicile pe care întreaga strategie Green Deal a Uniunii Europene le aduce, respectiv fermierii, din păcate, vor avea din ce în ce mai puține soluții de protecție a culturilor. Doar să vă dau un exemplu, în România media de utilizare de substanțe active pe hectar este undeva în jurul valorii de 700 de grame pe an, în timp ce media europeană este de 2,4 kg, iar unele state membre vestice folosesc chiar 7 kg de produse de protecție a plantelor pe hectar pe an, substanță activă. Politicile care derivă din Green Deal, respectiv de la fermă la furculiță și strategia pentru biodiversitate, aduc o țintă de reducere a utilizării și a riscului asociat utilizării produselor de protecție a plantelor cu 50% până în 2030. Dacă vă gândiți că aplicăm acest procent tuturor statelor membre, fermierii români rămân cu 350 de grame pe hectar, în timp ce fermierii din vestul Europei rămân încă cu de 10 ori mai mult. Ceea ce, bineînțeles, pune mari probleme în păstrarea competitivităților pe piețele europene.
Producțiile obținute și așa mai departe.
Exact.
Ok, soluția care ar fi facem un lobby legislativ?
Noi, nu, bineînțeles, adică înțelegem necesitatea reglementărilor și utilitatea politicilor Green Deal, dar vrem ca toată această furtună legislativă să ia în considerare argumentele științifice. Cred că nu-și dorește nimeni ca deciziile să fie luate politic sau emoțional. Exact. E nevoie ca factorii de decizie să ia în considerare știința și cercetarea.
Ok, mulțumesc. Revenim. Când ne ducem pe câmp, în tractor mai folosim sau în mașină mai folosim și o sticlă de Coca-Cola. Dacă e rece, cu atât mai bine. Coca-Cola, cum evident folosiți apă în celebra băutură. Cum privește Coca-Cola astăzi relația cu apa, ce planuri aveți? Înțeleg că aveți o serie de programe vis-a-vis de sau în parteneriat cu comunități locale. Povestiți-ne un pic.
Perfect. O să fac și o mică corecție, doar așa ca să știm exact pe cine aveți astăzi în față. Eu reprezint îmbuteliatorul Coca-Cola HBC. Colega mea Mihaela, Coca-Cola Company. Suntem sistemul Coca-Cola.
În același grup de
În același grup. Funcționăm sub forma acestui sistem în toate țările în care operăm. Iar eu astăzi am să vă povestesc ce facem apropo de managementul eficient al apei în cadrul operațiunilor, da? În cadrul fabricilor noastre. Și am să-i las plăcerea Mihaelei să vă vorbească de relația comunitățile și cum reîntoarcem în natură volume importante de apă. După cum spuneai și tu, da, apa este ingredientul principal din absolut toate băuturile noastre și în egală măsură este elementul esențial pentru sănătatea comunităților, pentru oameni să supraviețuiască. În ceea ce ne privește la nivel de sistem, strategia noastră în privința apei este de a securiza în mod sustenabil resursele de apă, care sunt, bineînțeles, limitate. Și facem acest lucru uitându-ne, în primul rând, în cadrul operațiunilor noastre, să avem un consum responsabil, eficient de apă, în cadrul operațiunilor și al comunităților noastre, implementăm politici de management eficient al apei și, bineînțeles, avem proiecte comunitare, după cum spuneam, de a reîntoarce în natură, de a reaproviziona zonele care se găsesc în risc hidric, de a reaproviziona cu apă zonele care se găsesc în risc hidric. Și am să încep cu operațiunile. Ce facem în cadrul lanțului nostru de producție? În primul rând, avem o monitorizare și o contorizare foarte atentă, aș putea zice chiar farmacie, în ceea ce privește consumurile de apă pe întregul proces de producție, da? Toate fluxurile tehnologice care sunt mari consumatoare de apă. Și ne uităm pe toate aceste fluxuri, ele sunt monitorizate zilnic, lunar, anual, se fac estimări, se fac comparații, ce a fost în urmă, ce estimăm și previzionăm pentru anii următori, astfel încât să reușim să scădem, să reducem sau și să eficientizăm consumul de apă. Ca să vă dau un exemplu, am pornit undeva în 2017 de la 1,64 de litri de apă utilizați pentru 1 litru de băutură produs. Ăsta este indicatorul principal pe care noi îl utilizăm și pe care îl monitorizăm, astfel încât să vedem că planurile noastre dau rezultate și an de an ne propunem să scădem această rație de utilizare a apei. Deci dacă în 2017 eram undeva la 1,64 de litri, anul trecut am ajuns la 1,55.
Deci mai eficient.
Da, deci tot scădem, ceea ce înseamnă că ne uităm, vă spuneam, pe toate fluxurile tehnologice și încercăm, acolo unde este posibil, să recuperăm apa utilizată, să o reciclăm și să o reintroducem în procesul de producție. Doar anul trecut am reușit să recuperăm și să reutilizăm peste 63 de milioane de litri. Deci care se întorc în proces, apa este tratată și reîntoarsă în anumite instanțe din procesul de producție.
Enorm, o cantitate enormă.
Da.
Enormă. Revenim la Mihaela, că aș vrea să trec pe la fiecare câte puțin. Pe lângă sticla de cola, când mergem în câmp, eventual luăm și niște carne și îl avem pe noi pe Octavian de la Carmistin.
Dacă se aude? Bună ziua, bine v-am găsit. Pare bine că participăm la acest eveniment. Nu știu dacă toată lumea știe ce înseamnă Carmistin, cine suntem și cu ce ne ocupăm. Ei bine, organizația noastră a început și-a pus bazele la începutul anilor 2000. Prin interesul față de produsul nostru și respectul față de clienți am evoluat foarte mult. În anul 2008, principala noastră linie de producție și respectiv producerea de carne de pui a reușit să acapareze în portofoliul ei linia de pui din fosta fabrică Olchim, o linie cu peste 35 de ani de activitate. Din acel moment am devenit producător de carne de pui. De la o capacitate de abatorizare de 2 milioane de capete pe an am ajuns anul acesta la 30 de milioane de capete pe an, ca în următorii 2 ani să avem undeva la 61-62 de milioane de capete pe an. Fapt ce implică o mare presiune din punct de vedere al sustenabilității, clar. Principiile noastre sunt foarte clar conturate și mizează către economia circulară. Noi tot ce producem ca produse secundare sau byproducts în toate liniile de afaceri se reîntorc în natură, se reîntorc în economie. Partea de ape uzate, nu suntem un brand atât de bine cunoscut pe apă cum e Coca-Cola, de exemplu, însă avem și noi foarte multă apă tehnologică care trebuie să o tratăm, o analizăm zilnic, verificăm parametrii zilnic. În termeni tehnici, evacuăm o apă NTPA01, care este o apă care se poate da într-un emisar, într-o apă pluvială. Pe partea de apă încercăm să investim cât mai mult în partea de agricultură, pentru că suntem și agricultori. De fapt, am pornit ca agricultori la bază. Chiar o noutate anul acesta, în luna iulie, am lansat un program, se cheamă Fermier în țara mea, prin care organizația noastră susține fermierii mici, mari, indiferent de mărime, prin să le asigura know-how-ul nostru, acces la finanțări cât mai eficiente pentru ei, facilitarea comunicării cu autoritățile, pentru că aici chiar vreau să fac o paranteză cu panelul anterior în care au fost prezenți membri ai autorităților și ne-au făcut o poveste foarte frumoasă pentru finanțările care ne sunt disponibile. În realitate nu sunt atât de ușor de obținut, mai ales pentru fermierii autohtoni, companiile care au capital 100% românesc. Nu ne este foarte ușor să accesăm aceste finanțări, fapt pentru care chiar acest program a fost menit să genereze această comunicare cu autorităților, să putem să creștem împreună, să susținem capitalul uman, pentru că sustenabilitatea, la fel cum spunea și doamna Lana de la Banca Europeană de Investiții, contează foarte mult să investim în oameni, să educăm să gândească sustenabil, să învățăm să consume sustenabil, pentru că acum România este o țară de consum. Trebuie să susținem agricultorii români foarte mult. Pe linia de porc, de exemplu, în acest moment statistica arată peste 68% cantitatea de carne din rafturile din magazin, făcând excepție că și colegii noștri la Key Account sunt aici și poate să ne confirme, sunt din import. Doar restul este produs în România. Susținem foarte mult partea de inițiativa Ministerului Agriculturii de a susține reproducția atât pe linia de pui cât și pe linia de porc, un proiect care a fost stopat 4 ani de zile, din 2018, abia anul acesta a fost repus în calcul. Deci, noi, per total, încercăm să susținem cât mai mult economia circulară, să-i reintroducem în flux tot ce înseamnă produse rezultate și să avem o emisie CO2 și o amprentă asupra mediului pentru generație viitoare cât mai mică.
Mulțumesc. Ne întoarcem, Octavian. E posibil ca atât sticla de Coca-Cola cât și pieptul de pui să-l cumpărăm de la Carrefour. Sau mai mult ca sigur. Mario, Carrefour-ul pare determinat și să implementeze sau implementează o serie de politici vis-a-vis de sustenabilitate, generații viitoare, reciclare, plastic și așa mai departe. Povestește-ne un pic despre viziunea voastră.
Noi zicem că nu pare, chiar le și implementăm. Înainte de orice apariție pe care o avem în public, ne gândim despre ce facem noi la Carrefour, să încercăm să comprimăm ceea ce facem noi. Și cred că faptul că suntem o companie a comunității, cred că asta ne caracterizează cel mai mult. Sigur că ați văzut în magazinele noastre cu toții strategia noastră Act for Food, care tradusă este exact acest lucru. Noi suntem o companie care lucrează și trăiește în comunitatea unde își are magazinele. Ne dorim în principal să asigurăm tranziția către o alimentație sănătoasă, o alimentație obținută în condiții de protejare a mediului înconjurător și care să țină cont și de sustenabilitatea și legătura cu comunitatea. Îl avem aici pe domnul Ciolac, o să încep întâi cu fermierii. Noi cred că suntem cunoscuți și poate nu ne lăudăm suficient cu proiectele noastre dedicate fermierilor. Noi avem deja 4 cooperative mari cu care lucrăm. În general, atunci când vă duceți în magazinele noastre, jumătate din ceea ce vedeți acolo, în special în zona de produse fresh, fructe, legume, carne și așa mai departe, provin de la furnizori locali, mulți fiind chiar în apropierea imediată a magazinului, adică în arealul de câțiva zeci de kilometri, ca să zic așa. Și cred că lucrul ăsta spune multe, da? Faptul că jumătate din ceea ce găsim pe rafturile noastre provin din comunitate. Sigur că mai e mult de făcut aici, însă eu zic că suntem pe drumul cel bun. Întotdeauna trebuie să te uiți în comunitatea în care te afli. Vorbim de food aici, în principiu, dar putem să mergem și în zona de mediu, în zona de reciclare, dacă vreți. Avem un proiect foarte frumos cu colegii de la Coca-Cola, Punem preț pe plastic, de care ați auzit și pe care îl veți întâlni și toamna aceasta în magazinele noastre, în care veniți cu peturile. Începând de anul ăsta avem și sticle și doze de aluminiu. Le băgați în niște reverse vending machines și vă luați o fructă și o legumă românească. Deci, practic, încercăm să facem, cred că e un proiect 100% circular, da? Ajutăm comunitatea locală, ajutăm mediul, reciclăm și în același timp educăm cumva consumatorii să meargă în această direcție. Anul trecut am strâns 291.000 de peturi. Da, e o cifră care eu zic că spune foarte multe. Iarăși, dacă n-ați făcut-o, vă încurajez să o faceți. Noi reciclăm și ulei în magazinele noastre. Veniți cu uleiul pe care l-ați folosit și primiți ulei proaspăt, să zic așa, de la noi. 440.000 de litri am reciclat anul trecut. Iar anul ăsta cred că o să depășim cu siguranță, pentru că din ce în ce mai mult oamenii devin conștienți de aceste proiecte pe care le facem și de utilitatea lor. Și asta apropo de relația cu apa, să evităm deversarea uleiului folosit în care știm cu toți că e cel mai nociv,
exact, și
e printre cele mai nocive lichide care pot fi lăsate în natură, da? Avem un proiect foarte interesant cu bateriile, da? Veniți la noi cu bateriile uzate și primiți baterii și mai nou de anul acesta am introdus și acumulatori în program, tocmai ca să încurajăm reducerea de consum în zona asta. Deja în prima lună, am început în septembrie, încă nu s-a terminat luna, avem 70.000 de baterii pe care le-am colectat față de 13.000 anul trecut. Asta arată și faptul că consumatorul se uită tot mai mult la zona aceasta de sustenabilitate. Da? Și cifrele o spun asta. Undeva la 68% dintre consumatori, înainte să aleagă un produs de pe raftul nostru, se uită dacă acesta este fie obținut din arealul respectiv, fie sustenabil, iar undeva la 78% resping un produs dacă observă că el nu intră în acest circuit sănătos.
important, probabil și anumite comportamente sau pattern-uri comportamentale ține dincolo de repetitivitate și de o anumită educație, care probabil publicul și e foarte, foarte bine. Mulțumesc, Mario. Revenim. Ai vorbit de parteneriatul cu cooperativele Carrefour. Ne întoarcem la Florin. Dragă Florin, care sunt provocările legate de apă și de food, de mâncare din partea sau pentru fermieri? Clubul fermierilor, foarte activ în media, povestește-ne puțin.
Bună ziua! Media e partea vizibilă a activismului nostru. Florian Ciolacu, director executiv al Clubului Fermierilor Români pentru Agricultură Performantă. Ăsta e titlul lung pe care nu o să-l repet. E interesant și apreciez invitația noastră astăzi. E interesantă participarea la panel și interesul în sală pentru tema aceasta care pune a fi privită din multe unghiuri apa și producția de alimente, hrana. Acum, nu o să vorbesc despre club, dar o să amintesc despre programele clubului. E un club de afaceri, o organizație care reprezintă interesele fermierilor care fac performanță sau care sunt angajați într-un proces de a-și crește performanța. Și mă opresc aici. Vorbeam despre apă și hrană și am făcut așa o analiză în urma temelor care la nivel european constituie subiectele în jurul cărora se gândesc și se aplică strategii pe care se fac finanțări, și mă gândesc la Pactul Ecologic European și reforma politicii agricole comune. Și toate astea acum 4 ani, când nu era nici pandemia cu efectele ei, nu era nici războiul din Ucraina cu ce a generat, da? Nu era nici pesta porcină la nivelul la care am resimțit-o astăzi. Acum 4 ani, Pactul Ecologic European și strategiile subsecvente, Farm to Fork și strategia privind biodiversitatea, au pornit de la 4 provocări ale sistemului agricol. Prima provocare era cea legată de schimbările climatice. O să trec foarte repede, dar cred că e bun să punem într-un context discuțiile și contribuțiile noastre. Schimbările climatice, evident toți știm, creșterea temperaturii, seceta, și aici deja ne ducem către agricultură, absența apei ca resursă esențială pentru producția agricolă. A doua provocare era legată de pierderea biodiversității. Evident, utilizarea extensivă a inputurilor, a tehnologiilor în țări, mai puțin în România, și ne bucurăm că avem această biodiversitate conservată, a produs o pierdere a biodiversității cu efecte pe simulările făcute de organismele experte ale Uniunii, Comisiei Europene, o grijă foarte mare, ceea ce a dus la o strategie, parte din acest pact ecologic european. Dietele nesănătoase, o reorientare a modului în care oamenii se hrănesc și oamenii conștientizează risipa de alimente, și modul de funcționare a sistemului agroalimentar. Și uitându-mă la aceste 4 cauze mari ale lansării Pactului Ecologic European, am văzut în panel aici câte un reprezentant din fiecare cauză, să zic așa. Acum, peste toate astea, s-au adăugat 2 procese extrem de complexe de analizat în impact, pe care le resimțim astăzi în viața noastră și în viața firmei noastre și în viața societății și a țării și a Uniunii Europene. Pandemia cu impactul economic extrem de sever, creșteri prețuri, energie, oprirea sau funcționarea defectuoasă a unor lanțuri la care nu ne gândeam înainte că ar putea să nu funcționeze cum trebuie, mă refer cele din sectorul alimentar, și războiul din Ucraina, cu efectele pe care le vedem astăzi. Acum, eu mi-am formulat un set de elemente, dacă îmi permiteți să trec acum prin ele sau vreți să facem un tur de...
Aș zice să începeți să treceți prin ele. Aș mai adăuga la provocare sau ca să aveți cumva o temă și pe ceilalți colegi de panel. Agricultura e cumva condamnată ca un mare consumator de apă. Zonă irigată, zonă de legumicultură și așa mai departe. Acum, dincolo de glumele care uneori sunt duse într-o zonă frivolă în anumită parte de media, e și ăsta un topic, e un subiect pe care probabil ar trebui să-l abordăm.
E foarte bună observația și e o campanie, vorbeați de prezența noastră în media, de a repoziționa fermierul în percepția socială. Agricultura este vinovatul principal la nivelul Uniunii Europene, cu ghilimele, da? Este considerată vinovatul principal la nivelul Uniunii Europene pentru pierderea biodiversității, pentru risipă de apă, pentru utilizarea nefavorabilă în raport cu niște condiții de mediu, climă, biodiversitate a apei și a resurselor, pământ. În realitate, e o întrebare. Este agricultura principala criză a biodiversității și a schimbărilor climatice? Acum, 50% din pământ, din terenul pe care noi îl știm și care este dedicat agriculturii, este în același timp și o principală responsabilitate a acestei instituții, așa să zic cu ghilimele, care se numește fermier și care îl privește cu toată responsabilitatea. Adică analiza arată că nu spre agricultură trebuie să ne uităm când vorbim de pierderea biodiversității. Cauzele crizei din sistemul agroalimentar, în momentul ăsta cele enunțate mai devreme, la care se adaugă risipa de hrană, la care se adaugă crizele emergente, inclusiv Ucraina, mai adaugă și alte crize legate de apă și acces la apă, pierderea polenizatorilor și așa mai departe. Toate astea, toate lucrurile astea pun fermierul sub o presiune extremă de a-și menține performanța, respectând condițiile de mediu și climă, pe ambiții mai mari, cu cerințe mai mari, apropo de ce spunea colega de la Bayer, de 9 miliarde de cetățeni ai planetei, în condițiile în care ar trebui să creștem cu 70% producția de hrană, cu o reducere a suprafeței terenului arabil prin pierderea lui din diverse motive, deșertificare, în fiecare moment se pierde o suprafață foarte mare de teren agricol, pune o presiune foarte mare. Acum, peste toate astea, deci cele 4 crize pe care le-am menționat, la care s-au adăugat în ultimii 3 ani crizele suplimentare, COVID și războiul din Ucraina, peste toate astea, Comisia Europeană, Uniunea, au adoptat o reformă a politicii agricole comune ca să includă aceste ambiții de mediu cu un orizont de timp, să reducă cu 50% utilizarea pesticidelor, să schimbe raportul în lanțul agroalimentar, inclusiv în relația dintre fermieri, procesatori, retailer. Toate astea cu un buget mai scăzut și cu o finanțare mai dificil de accesat de către fermieri. Adică în actuala politică agricolă comună, care în România se aplică printr-un document care se numește Planul Național Strategic, neadoptat încă, e încă o negociere cu Comisia Europeană, așa, pe ultimii metri, în acest document, în această politică agricolă comună, banii sunt mai puțini, iar din banii mai puțini, 35% se duc pe condiții de mediu și climă, cerând fermierilor mai multă grijă pentru apă, biodiversitate și să producă mai mult. Acum, problema e, ce spunea colega de la Bayer, există un decalaj între cerințele de mediu și ceea ce creatorii de tehnologie produc. În momentul ăsta nu avem cu ce să înlocuim tehnologii pe care le utilizam și despre care înțelegem că pot fi înlocuite pentru a proteja mai bine mediul, să nu zic să fie mai nocive, dar nu există altceva. Sau dacă există, există la costuri foarte mari. Prin urmare, dacă cumulăm tot, costuri mari la energie, costuri mari la accesul la apă, costuri mari la inputuri, mărite, spun, ambiții mai mari de mediu și climă, necesare, o lentoare în schimbările privind modificarea dietei spre o dietă sănătoasă a cetățeanului și așa mai departe, vedem un cadru extrem de complex în care tema apă și hrană trebuie tratată în România. Și aici vreau să punctez doar câteva lucruri pe care noi le-am făcut și care sunt extrem de concrete, identificând punctele alea pe care, rezolvându-le, rezolvăm probleme mari. România nu are, repet, nu are o strategie integrată de gestiune a apei și solului pentru agricultură. Ăsta este esențial și din punct de vedere al infrastructurii și asigurarea accesului și din perspectiva gestionării, că nu mai poți să arunci apă pe niște canale care nu sunt impermeabilizate, nu poți nici să nu iei în considerare că apa ca resursă se micșorează. Și atunci trebuie să utilizezi tehnologii digitale ca să poți să faci din utilizarea ei o cale eficientă de a utiliza această
sau un
resursă.
alt tip de irigații. Adică noi suntem fixați tot la tehnologiile anilor 60 cu canale pentru care folosim o grămadă de energie ca să împingă apa, nu ne gândim la picurare, la aspersoare, digitalizare, cum spuneați, și așa mai departe, dar mai e o vorbă românească că până la Dumnezeu te mănâncă sfinții. Echipa mea lucrează pe înființarea vreo 30 de UAI-uri în vreo 3 zone ale țării.
Noi avem deja una înființată.
Durata de înființare și operaționalizare a unei asemenea entități este, media este de undeva de 18 luni, iar la Ministerul Agriculturii ne-am lovit de funcționari care nu înțeleg ficțiunea juridică a unei companii. Este incredibil. Asta apropo de lipsa unei strategii.
Accesul la apă prin proiecte care beneficiază prin viitorul plan național strategic de un buget foarte mic, 400 de milioane de euro, în condițiile în care estimările noastre pe studii făcute cu USAMV-ul din Timișoara, doar pe vestul țării și acolo structurile hidroameliorative care au și rol de desecare drenaj sunt de 1,5 miliarde de euro, vă dați seama că vorbim de sume foarte mici. Am vorbit despre faptul că nu avem o strategie, vorbim despre faptul că nu avem o finanțare adecvată și aici a fost o mare greșeală ca România în august 2021 să semneze un plan național de reziliență și redresare economică în care agricultura era zero prezentă financiar, lucru care e acum, sper și înțeleg toată susținerea din partea a doi miniștri cu un rol important în această schimbare, și anume PNRR-ul să includă agricultura, să includă irigațiile și desecarea, să includă alte segmente necesare ca să punem în funcțiune acest macrosistem. Deci vorbesc de finanțare neadecvată și vorbesc de educație, în al treilea rând, educație care să țină cont și de educația pentru sustenabilitate și avem aici consultanți de mediu care trebuie să lucreze mai aproape cu antreprenorii din agricultură, pentru că ei, responsabilii pământului, nu vor să-și facă rău bunului pe care l-au împrumutat de la copiilor. Da? Vor să-l mențină cum trebuie, dar trebuie învățați. Și atunci formarea e o temă importantă. Clubul are câteva programe de formare, doar le menționez, tineri lideri pentru agricultură, 1000 de tineri, absolvenți de facultate, copii de fermieri, care până în 2027 trec prin serie, anul ăsta avem 120 în seria a 4-a, pentru a schimba modul în care gândesc tehnologizarea fermei, ca să ținem cont și de mediu și de apă, modul în care gândesc managementul fermei și modul în care mă implic social în viața satului, că agricultura se face la țară, în rural, și nu pot să trăiesc într-o cetate sau într-o zonă protejată neținând cont. Trebuie să dau de la mine cel care am învățat.
Mulțumesc. Și apropo de comunitate și educație, mă întorc la Mihaela. Mihaela Niță, Public Affairs Manager la Coca-Cola. Înțeleg că aveți niște proiecte legate de comunități, bazine de apă. Povestește-ne puțin, te rog.
Mulțumesc! Bună ziua și din partea mea. Da, este adevărat. Înainte de a vorbi concret despre aceste proiecte, aș vrea totuși să vă povestesc puțin viziunea pe care o avem ca și sistem. Este de fapt viziunea globală pe care o are Coca-Cola. Nu este o viziune nouă, e o strategie pe care o aplicăm de mai bine de 10 ani. Este despre managementul responsabil al apei. Așa cum vă spunea colega, apa este un ingredient important în produsele noastre și ne uităm la apă holistic pe tot lanțul de valoare. Și, de fapt, viziunea este că vrem să asigurăm apă pentru noi și operațiunile noastre, pentru oameni și pentru natură, biodiversitate. Facem acest lucru pe întreg lanțul. Avem și, apropo de agricultură, avem în țările din care ne asigurăm materiile prime din zona agricolă, avem proiecte de susținere a fermierilor pentru o agricultură sustenabilă, dar după aceea ne preocupăm de partea de operațiuni și sunt toate acele inițiative povestite deja de Adina, după care vine partea de comunități și natură. Și aici proiectele pe care le avem cu aplicabilitate directă în România sunt proiecte care asigură accesul la apă potabilă din surse sigure și la condiții de igienă mai bune pentru comunitățile din zonele defavorizate sau din zonele cu risc hidric. Și aici aș aminti un proiect pe care l-am dezvoltat chiar înainte de pandemie în zona de sud-vest al Olteniei. Nu știu dacă... E greu de crezut aici în România că apa este o resursă din ce în ce mai prețioasă, dar există deja zone în România unde este un proces de deșertificare accelerat și în care apa este într-adevăr o resursă prețioasă. De aceea am decis să facem acest proiect de a asigura acces la apă potabilă pentru comunitățile din zona Olteniei și efectiv, am forat și am adus apă în mai mult de 3 comunități din județul Dolj. A fost un parteneriat foarte bun cu autoritățile locale. Noi am făcut această investiție în infrastructură, iar după aceea primăria din zonă a dezvoltat sistemul de transport al apei către locuitori. Mai avem un proiect pe care îl vom dezvolta anul viitor împreună cu CSR Nest și acesta privește asigurarea accesului la apă potabilă și dezvoltarea de grupuri sanitare în școli dezavantajate din Prahova. Deci anul viitor 7 școli din zone dezavantajate din județul Prahova vor fi dotate cu apă potabilă și grupuri sanitare. Din păcate avem și această problemă în România. Ultima parte este cea de biodiversitate, de ceea ce facem pentru natură. Obiectivul global stabilit acum peste 10 ani este să întoarcem fiecare picătură pe care o folosim în produsele noastre în natură. Ce nu putem să obținem prin economisirea făcută în operațiuni, încercăm să readucem în natură prin proiecte de renaturare. Un proiect de acest fel a fost încheiat și inaugurat la începutul acestui an. Este vorba despre readucerea în circuitul de zone umede a unei lungi secate din lunga Dunării. Este parte dintr-un proiect cross-european, este cel mai mare proiect pe care îl are Fundația Coca-Cola în Europa. Vizează 6 țări. România are o parte importantă și prin acest proiect de renaturare, făcut împreună cu WWF, s-au reîntors în natură 400 de hectare și de asemenea o capacitate de stocare a apei de 5 milioane de metri cubi. Și acum o să vă fac doar o comparație. Este vorba despre 5 milioane readuse în natură prin acest proiect, în contextul în care noi, pentru produsele noastre, folosim 1.800.000 de metri cubi de apă în băuturi și operațiuni. Deci este mai mult decât dublu. Vă invităm să vedeți noua deltă de la Gârla Mare. Deja se văd efectele renaturării. Acolo sunt deja 80 de specii care și-au regăsit lăcașul, printre care și specii pe cale de dispariție.
Mulțumesc. Clar, în ultimii ani, secetele tot mai dese arată că există o problemă cu apa. Plouă mai puțin, calitatea apei din ploaie este din ce în ce mai slabă. Nu știu, poate ne gândim la o campanie educațională de a amplifica ferestrele forestiere. Poate ne gândim la no-till farming, care în teorie ar trebui să înmagazineze circa 80% din cantitatea din precipitații. Octavian, cum ca și fermier, dincolo de liniile de producție de mâncare, de carnea de pui, porc, ca fermier clasic care lucrează pământul, cum ți se par provocările legate de apă?
Provocările sunt în momentul acesta nu numai pentru noi ca fermieri și pe toată zona de producție în România, în primul rând datorită și creșterilor utilităților, prețul utilităților, care este un mare challenge și să încercăm să economisim cât mai mult și să avem o sursă cât mai sustenabilă de energie. Un lucru foarte interesant pe care am început anul acesta implementarea și construcția unei fabrici de neutralizare deșeuri. Noi tot ce producem în acest moment, cel puțin partea de byproducts din abator, produse rămase din abatorizare, trebuie să le vindem către anumite unități procesatoare. Începând de anul viitor vom avea această unitate în funcțiune, unde vom neutraliza tot ce înseamnă deșeuri animaliere, care nu sunt destinate consumului uman, apa, rezultat tehnologic, aburul tehnologic rezultat din flux, va fi recuperat și va alimenta termic o seră care va produce legume bio, imediat lângă locația fabricii. Vom folosi elementul fizic al condensului, vom recupera apa condensată după pereții fabricii și o vom reintroduce în irigarea solului pentru a produce cultura bio. Acesta e un element un pic inovativ în piață și să vom fi primii din România care vom implementa acest sistem. Pe partea de agricultură, într-adevăr, avem și noi în acest an un challenge legat de cantitățile de precipitații care au fost. Zona Prahova, care o gestionăm prin pivoți de irigații și tocmai ce am înființat și noi o organizație a udătorilor și ne-am lovit de aceleași bariere, ca să spun așa, legale. Am avut o cultură mult mai bună, utilizând și un fertilizant și tehnologie nouă pentru cultivarea pământului și amprenta CO2 are un mare efect asupra lipsei apei și a calității apei. Automat, când tot ce înseamnă atmosferă se încarcă cu CO2, calitatea apei nu are cum să fie aceeași. La fel, măsurile umane care se aplică de împrăștierea norilor pentru anumite culturi modifică strategia divină, ca să spun așa, de a așeza apa la locul ei. Clar, oamenii au un mare impact negativ asupra consumului de apă.
Ai vorbit despre legume, o să mă duc din nou la Mario și relația cu cooperativele, într-adevăr, a fost o chestie de pionerat în România, dezvoltată de Carrefour. Cum merge relația asta? Și o întrebare pur personală, cum se asigură Carrefour, să spunem, că ceea ce se livrează acolo din partea acestor cooperative sunt naturale și de calitate?
Avem sisteme de management foarte, foarte performante și le implementăm zi de zi. Dar nu este suficient. Cred că relația pe care o dezvolți cu fermierul, cu producătorul, e esențială, pentru că de la început trebuie să setezi niște obiective, iar apropo de educație, ne educăm unii pe ceilalți, noi văzând ceea ce cere clientul, da? Cât mai multe produse românești, cât mai multe produse sănătoase, nu neapărat bio, da? Există această nebunie cu bio, nu totul poate fi bio, da? Dar dacă este cât de mult se poate sănătos, dacă se folosesc pesticide și așa mai departe în limitele normale, dacă avem de-a face cu crearea acestor cooperative unde agricultorii învață unii de la alții, atunci cumva sistemul ăsta de educare în comun ne va duce la a avea produse cât mai sănătoase în magazinele noastre. Noi avem, de exemplu, apropo de bio, Creștem România Bio, un proiect în care au fost implicați peste 600 de fermieri cu suprafețe relativ mici, care au vrut să intre în magazin, însă și au vrut să producă bio, însă neavând un retailer lângă ei, nu puteau trece de barierele birocratice de care s-a tot discutat în panelul nostru. Și deja avem câteva zeci de produse bio din acest proiect la rafturile noastre. Da? Educația contează foarte mult în discuția noastră. Fără educație nu cred că vom ajunge la un succes. Pe de altă parte, educația îți ia și timp, da? Să formezi niște
nu se poate peste noapte.
Comportamente. Da. De exemplu, noi, apropo și de risipă alimentară, sigur, avem proiecte cu ONG-uri, cu Banca de Alimente, prin care donăm alimente care se află cumva aproape de termenul de expirare. Însă ne-am dat seama că nu e suficient. E un lucru bun, am ajutat comunități din Bârlat, din Ploiești, defavorizate în acest sens. Însă ne-am dat seama că trebuie să trecem la nivelul următor. De exemplu, găsiți în magazinele noastre, o să găsiți, am avut un proiect pilot 2 luni anul acesta, Express Box, în care am avut fructe și legume aproape de termenul de expirare, pe care le-am oferit la vânzare cu o reducere de 50%. A fost de succes programul și o să le extindem începând din toamna asta. Trebuie să creăm așteptări, dar în același timp trebuie să oferim și soluții treptat consumatorilor, pentru că nu putem trece brusc de la până acum nu exista această problemă, da, apei, risipei alimentare în România, sau cel puțin nu erau abordate.
Nu ne puneam problema.
Exact. Acum tindem să le aducem ca și concepte în față și să uităm că înainte să faci acoperișul trebuie să faci o bază solidă pentru casa asta de sustenabilitate.
Dincolo de educație, se mai discută iarăși în ultimul timp despre digitalizare, cuceriri tehnologice, tech și agricultură. Producția de mâncare, mă reîntorc la Florian și cu rugămintea să acoperim și punctul anterior de cum vedem, ce soluții vedem vis-a-vis de nu știu, conservarea apei și cum văd fermierii zona de tech, de digitalizare,
Ca să aveți o imagine asupra importanței apei în agricultură, pornind de la bază, de la fundația aia, de la producția de bază, de cereale și oleaginoase, anul 2022 a fost un an, este un an dificil din punct de vedere al lipsei de apă prin seceta care s-a instalat la finalul anului 2021 și cu o recoltă slabă vis-a-vis de ce am măsurat în 2021. Anul 2021 a venit după un an, a fost un an bun, a venit după un an 2020 slab. Dezastru măsurat într-o valoare cumulată a cerealelor de 20 de milioane de tone versus 31,5 milioane de tone în 2021. Deci 33% arată o dependență în România de accesul la apă. Singura diferență a fost dată de apă. Nu s-au schimbat nici tehnologiile, nici oamenii care cultivau terenurile. Dar accesul la apă a făcut diferența. Păi accesul la apă a fost dat de Bunul Dumnezeu și omul a jucat un rol mic, foarte mic, micro, ca să zic așa, pe o suprafață de câteva sute de mii de hectare, în condițiile în care posibilitățile prin punerea în funcțiune a sistemului existent acum 30 de ani erau de 3 milioane de hectare și nu mai pun partea de secare drenaj din vestul țării, 3 milioane de hectare. Gândiți-vă că irigarea a întregii suprafețe posibile pentru a fi irigată, să aibă acces la apă prin sistemul de irigații, ar duce la mărirea de 3 ori a producției agricole a României. Și poziționați România în clasamentul țărilor care furnizează cereale. Și puneți presiunea asta de masă, adică de producție, în zona procesatorilor și retailerilor pentru a face în România procesare mai multă și balanța aia care stă cocoșată așa în zona negativă să se întoarcă unde trebuie. Am făcut o paranteză vis-a-vis de tema asta cu apa și cu gestiunea ei. Accesul la apă mai depinde de energie și acum trebuie să știți că există mai multe programe deja mai mult decât în pipeline, au fost parțial lansate, altele urmează să fie, pentru acces pentru fermieri la surse de energie regenerabilă, alternativă, pentru a fi utilizată în a pune apa în funcțiune pe terenurile agricole. Acum, relativ la digitalizare, ea joacă un rol important de la producția de cereale în fermă până la procesare, și mă opresc aici pe sectorul agricol și agroalimentar, într-o fermă care astăzi a beneficiat de investiții din proiecte europene pe ultimii 14 ani, investiții mari, cumulate de peste 40 de miliarde de euro. E o sumă foarte mare. 40 de miliarde de euro puși prin politica agricolă comună în România, dintre care 14 miliarde pe proiecte. O fermă are tehnologie modernă, utilaje agricole, care însă sunt folosite pe partea lor mecanică și mai puțin pe partea lor digitală și merg chiar la educație, că oamenii nu sunt pregătiți să utilizeze partea digitală. Dar totuși sunt multe exemple, nu încă o masă critică, dar sunt multe exemple de fermieri care utilizează partea digitală existentă pe combinele alea care au valori foarte mari, 300.000 de euro, nu? Costă o combină care e în ferma fermierilor din România, cu GPS, cu hărți digitale pentru distribuție inegală a pesticidelor, pentru că nu mai poți să faci risipă. Ai nevoie și să ai grijă de mediu și de alimentul pe care îl produci. cu îngrășăminte, cu sisteme automate de ghidaj. Și aici deja vorbim de o arie care se numește agricultură de precizie. Ai în spate, în back office acolo, un sistem de management al flotei, al utilizării
Așa este. Am văzut la
mașinilor.
unul dintre clienții mei, un mare fermier, m-a dus într-o cameră, pe un perete din ăsta era plin de monitoare. Îmi spunea, vede din birou la ce adâncime a intrat plugul în tarlaua X,
Exact.
cât de bine a...
Utilizarea acestor tehnologii acum merge deja în utilizarea curentă a dronelor pentru împrăștierea pesticidelor, acolo unde se vede că e mai ieftin să faci asta decât cu oameni sau nu-i mai ai, sau cu utilaje, și mă refer și la viticultură și la zonele astea. Stații meteo și stații de senzori care trebuie să fie prezenți acolo, pentru că agricultura este probabil cea mai impredictibilă ramură economică, sector economic, prin faptul că dacă natura este cea care hotărăște dacă producția ta va fi mare, mică sau va exista sau nu va exista, tu poți să joci rolul de facilitator, să zic așa, prin punerea în valoarea unor factori. Factorii ăștia sunt pământul, apa, tehnologiile, sămânța, dar într-un mod inteligent acum, și vorbim de tehnologiile digitale. Deci ele există acum, sunt disponibile foarte multe soluții de sisteme informatice, managementul fermei, sunt disponibile soluții de managementul calității solului și modul în care îl urmăresc, sunt disponibile soluții de senzori și stații pentru calitatea solului și a accesului la apă. Peste asta e nevoie de educație și mai e nevoie de ceva. Și aici o să punctez un program pe care l-am propus și e în discuție, să zic așa, cu Ministerul Investițiilor și Proiectelor Europene, tehnician de sisteme informatice în fermă. Am spus că România este acum într-un punct care poate să fie o inflexiune și un salt cuantic către o agricultură care valorifică tehnologiile digitale, doar dacă un om care nu trebuie să fie un absolvent de facultate, dar cu o pregătire în domeniul sistemelor și integrării acestor tehnologii digitale din fermă, lucrează în fermă. Și am propus ca noi avem așa 1000, și o să vă spun de ce tot vorbim de 1000 de tineri până în 2027, 1000 de tehnicieni de sisteme informatice, să lucreze în fermă, cu pregătire asigurată printr-un program operațional din fonduri europene, și aici există posibilitatea, și cu o subvenționare a salariului descrescătoare, așa, decremental, pe parcursul a 3 sau 5 ani, susținerea salariului de către stat, parțial angajatorul, astfel încât el să rămână și să-și găsească locul în fermă, să fie apreciat. Acest tehnician de sisteme informatice poate să asigure trecerea asta către utilizarea și mai bună în raport cu mediul și spre o performanță economică mai bună și utilizarea tuturor resurselor în a valorifica acele câteva procente care fac diferența într-o competiție europeană și globală foarte dură în piața producției de alimente.
Ana Bayer, cum privește relația cu tehnologia? Ne ajută tehnologia, nu știu, la o mai bună aplicare a produselor voastre? Economisim apă? Se pot să contribuie la...
Da, cu siguranță. Bayer pune la dispoziția fermierilor o soluție de agricultură de precizie care face exact ce a descris domnul Ciolacu și mi se pare o unealtă fantastică pentru că practic folosește experiența și expertiza fermierului, dar folosește aceste date și dă sens datelor pentru ca fermierul să poată lua decizii mai bune, să fie mai eficient, să folosească mai bine apa, pentru că vorbim despre apă, dar și forța de muncă sau inputurile cum sunt produsele de protecție a plantelor și fertilizanții. Poate că e încă la început de drum, apar soluții pe piață, dar cred că ăsta e viitorul și cred că e o contribuție absolut esențială în dezvoltarea sustenabilă a agriculturii.
Trebuie să ardem etape, asta este clar. Și pandemia a arătat că se pot arde etape.
Exact.
Te rog.
Vreau să adaug, cum a spus domnul Ciolacu, fermierul român. Să punctăm noțiunea de fermier român, nu fermier etranjer, ca să spun așa. Fermier român.
Da,
de avut în vedere.
Da, e o chestiune de educație aici probabil și distanțele sunt mai greu un pic de recuperat. Fermierii, într-adevăr, care au un background și cunoștințe probabil mult mai în țările de origine, acumulate în țările de origine, le implementează mult mai ușor, asta este evident. Coca-Cola folosește tehnologii, soluția
Bineînțeles. E parte din tot ce înseamnă acest management eficient al apei, tot ce înseamnă achiziții de echipamente, de linii de îmbuteliere. Atunci când se fac aceste achiziții, iau în calcul absolut toți indicatorii de sustenabilitate, apropo de consum eficient de resurse. De exemplu, în 2019 am instalat o nouă linie de îmbuteliere ape minerale la fabrica noastră din Poiana Negri, cu o capacitate zilnică de 1,3 milioane litri pe zi de îmbuteliere. Această linie are o capacitate crescută cu 44% față de ce foloseam anterior, dar folosește același consum de energie. Și, în paralel, ajunge să economisească până la 6% consumul de apă. Deci avem, exact ce vorbea Ana la început, facem mai mult cu mai puțin. Sau vă spuneam că ne uităm foarte, foarte atent pe toate bucățelele, toate procesele tehnologice. Unde se poate, chiar înlocuim apa. De exemplu, avem pe liniile de îmbuteliere cu ambalaj PET. Clătirea sticlelor PET se face în prezent cu o nouă tehnologie cu aer ionizat. Deci există și accesăm tot ce se poate în materie de tehnologie. Operatorii noștri din fabrică sunt, apropo de training și de educare, participă la cursuri foarte complexe, pentru că tehnologiile nou introduse necesită cunoștințe mult mai ridicate. Da.
Așa este. Mergem la Mario, ne întoarcem, facem un parcurs cu o sinteză. Cred că am atins principalele subiecte. Ne apropiem și de ora în care trebuia să ne încadrăm. Aș da cuvântul fiecăruia să sintetizeze un pic. Începem de acolo. Mario.
Băi, cumpărați local cât de mult puteți și susțineți în general inițiativele locale, că țin de alimentație, că țin de protecția mediului, că țin de circularitate. Cred că e cel mai bun lucru pe care putem să-l facem cu toții și asta ne va ajuta să trecem și peste perioada aceasta dificilă cu război, cu probleme pe supply chain și așa mai departe. Deci trebuie să ne ajutăm unii pe alții și eu cred că avem exemple de lucru în comun, toți cei care suntem în panel și cei din sală în care am arătat că se poate.
Mulțumim.
Câteva cuvinte de închidere. Mi-aduc aminte de un citat din proiectele noastre. Singurul viitor pe care ni-l permitem este cel sustenabil. De aceea cred că este foarte important ca noi toți, și vorbesc noi toți care acționăm într-o comunitate, fie că suntem companii, fie că suntem ONG, autoritate, chiar și cetățeni, trebuie să avem grijă să schimbăm lucruri în comportamentul nostru pentru un viitor mai sustenabil. pentru a lăsa ceva după noi generațiilor care vin, în fapt copiilor și nepoților noștri.
Mulțumesc.
În completarea Mihaelei, că doar împărțim aceeași cultură și aceeași viziune, da, este responsabilitatea fiecăruia dintre noi de a face ceva astăzi pentru generațiile viitoare, iar a avea un business sustenabil se reflectă în, cum să spun, schimbarea de mentalitate a fiecărui angajat, de a își desfășura activitatea ca și cum este propriul business. E atât de simplu. Atâta timp cât fiecare dintre noi tratăm activitatea și locul de muncă ca și când ar fi propriul business, unde chiar te uiți, ca acasă, închizi lumina mai devreme, nu lași apa să curgă, dacă facem acest lucru și avem această cultură și în cadrul organizației în care lucrăm, cu siguranță vom reuși să lăsăm o lume mai bună după noi.
Mulțumesc.
Da, cred că e clar că trebuie să conștientizăm din ce în ce mai mult problema și pe de o parte să eficientizăm utilizarea apei, pe de cealaltă parte să reducem presiunea asupra surselor de apă și ca să sintetizez, pentru noi la Bayer asta înseamnă agricultură de precizie, utilizarea sistemelor de irigație acolo unde este posibil, hibrizi mai performanți, toleranți la stresul hidric, de asemenea ceea ce sperăm să vină odată cu politicile Green Deal, noi tehnici genomice în ameliorarea plantelor, toate acestea împreună contribuie.
Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc.
Save the best for the last. Am lăsat anumite elemente care n-am vrut să le divulg în timpul discuțiilor. Bun, organizația Carmistin are un motto după care se leagă și eu unul l-am avut și înainte și m-am conectat foarte mult cu acesta. Fii tu schimbarea care vrei să o vezi în lume. La noi, la Carmistin, nu este doar o poveste, sunt lucruri reale care se întâmplă, sunt proiecte care sunt în implementare. Numai la anul viitor avem proiecte de 150 de milioane de euro care se finalizează până la sfârșitul anului, printre care este și cea mai modernă, aici la Cireașa de pe Tor, cea mai modernă unitate de abatorizare păsări din Europa de Est. Va fi funcțională începând cu decembrie 2023. Vom economisi peste 40% din emisiile de CO2 care vor fi emanate și 86% din cantitatea de apă va fi refolosită în procesul tehnologic. Adică va fi o unitate eficientă și foarte sustenabilă și un element serios. O investiție foarte serioasă, una dintre cele mai mari investiții ale grupului și sperăm să dăm un exemplu și celorlalți producători, să încercăm să ne uităm cât mai mult către generațiile viitoare și ce lăsăm în urma noastră.
Mulțumesc.
Cred că am folosit de foarte multe ori fiecare dintre noi astăzi cuvântul ăsta excepțional și trăim într-adevăr vremuri excepționale care necesită măsuri excepționale. Aș vrea să plecăm de aici cu ideea că agricultura care e la bază acolo, cea care ne dă mâncare, este cea despre care să nu ne amintim doar atunci când mâncarea lipsește. Să ne gândim la agricultură, mai ales și la oamenii care produc și sunt fermieri, în momentul în care ne gândim cum să dezvoltăm o țară mai frumos și să lăsăm generației care vine o moștenire de care să se bucure și nu pe care să încerce să o repare. Cred că e vremea unor alte tipuri de alianțe între cei care lucrează pământul, cei care lucrează în industria de procesare și cei care vând în retail, cu parteneriatul firmelor care inovativ produc tehnologie. E un alt tip de alianță care să meargă către resursa primară a bugetului de alimente al țării, al omenirii, cu un sprijin în educare, cu un sprijin în facilitarea înțelegerii, cu un sprijin în acțiunile de promovare a unor inițiative care sunt necesare ca lucrurile să funcționeze bine și vorbeam mai devreme de comasarea terenurilor agricole, vorbeam mai devreme de PNRR și finanțarea infrastructurii de irigații, vorbeam mai devreme de buget scăzut pentru agricultură. Toate astea trebuie să fie pentru noi în ce am înțeles aici și cu ce plecăm de aici, că strugurii nu cresc nici în raftul de la Carrefour, nu cresc acolo, nici puiul nu e o parte componentă a galantarului de la altă retailer, de la altă firmă. Avem oameni care pun foarte mult suflet, care nu sunt vinovații crizei din biodiversitatea europeană, dar asupra cărora s-a pus în timp o presiune foarte mare pentru a renunța la ceea ce fac. Dacă fiecare dintre cei care astăzi ne-au ascultat are lucrul ăsta clar, sunt sigur că prin efectul ăsta în cascadă atingem nivelul ăla de masă care să ne permită nouă, ca asociație reprezentând interesele fermierilor, să folosim tot suportul ăsta public în a promova lucrurile alea durabile pentru agricultură și pentru țară. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc! Închei și eu cu două mici idei. Susțin de 10 ani la toate evenimentele publice la care am participat ca avocat specializat în agribusiness că educația fermierilor este o chestiune de prioritate pentru autoritățile statului român. Indiferent, dincolo de subvenții, dincolo de măsuri de sprijin, primul lucru pe care trebuie să-l facă statul român este să demareze un program de educație antreprenorială cu tot ce ține de cum că agricultura e un business, că trebuie să-ți asumi și riscuri și beneficii, să știi și care sunt cele mai bune plante și agronomia e o știință, nu putem să o facem după ureche, să știm și cu ce dăm la plante și unde vindem și așa mai departe. Educația este absolut esențială, iar statul român trebuie să creeze, mi se pare, o alfabetizare efectiv pe care statul român e obligat să o facă. Asta ca să lăsăm, cum spuneau și colegii mei, mai departe generațiilor următoare, că fără educație... Exact. Și dincolo de asta, apropo și de ce zicea Floriana, cu ceva vreme întrebam un client relativ în vârstă dintr-o țară mică, dar extrem de puternică din punct de vedere al agribusiness-ului. O întrebam, domnule, cum ți se par românii? Sau care e marea problemă pe care o vezi aici în România? Și omul stă așa vreo 2 minute la care îmi spune, vouă vi se pare că tot timpul altul are un creier în locul tău și nu tu. Deci, noi trebuie să avem creierul, da? Noi trebuie să îl folosim și să mergem înainte. Vă mulțumesc! Mulțumesc.
To our conference. On behalf of Business Review, I would like to introduce to you Her Excellency Miss Ambassador Therese Hydén, which will sustain a keynote speech about sustainability and environment. As we all know, Sweden is a front runner and on a global ranking in all that matters. So without further ado, I will invite Her Excellency for the keynote speech. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for hanging in there. Some of you may have been here since the morning. It's been a long morning for you, and I didn't see much of a break, so I thought I'd start off easy on this big topic that is affecting all of us. I wanted to start with a small reflection. I'm very grateful to be the ambassador of Sweden in Romania since 3 years. And I'm in fact very jealous of every country that has the possibility to grow its own wine, or the grapes to make the wine. And because that's not the case in Sweden. There will be people doing some such stuff with alcohol in Sweden too, but it will not really turn out as the delicious wine you have here in Romania. But lately, the temperatures in my country is rising, and it seems that it could be likely that we could actually grow grapes in Sweden in a not too distant future. That would perhaps sound like a nice thing, but actually it isn't, because that would mean that when that happens, parts of Sweden would probably be underwater because of the rising sea levels. Other parts might be consumed in forest fires, or consumed by drought, or by flooding. And I'm sorry for this a bit of a gloomy picture, but this is really, with the climate change and the effects of climate change, is really where I believe any discussion on sustainability must start. This is why we need to do the green transition. And I know that you are all aware that the greenhouse gas emissions is the reason for the climate change. And since this is something that affects all of us, all parts of society must take part in making this transition. Our governments, our private sectors, and all of us as individuals, individual members of society. And this is why Sweden set out in 2017 to become the first fossil-free welfare state, meaning that we should have 0 net emissions by 2045, and that the emissions from the transport sector, from transportation, should diminish by 70% by 2030 compared to 2010. And since then, you're all aware, of course, that the European Union has also adopted strict rules on sustainability, on climate change, this Fit for 55 package. So we are, in fact, today, both as Sweden and Romania, bound by the same rules. And the Swedish vision and the progress is underpinned by the fact that we are incorporating climate concerns in all sectors of government, be that from transportation to finance to agriculture, also to the industry. So all ministries have to take into consideration the effects on climate change of their policies. And the Swedish vision is also backed up by a number of strategies and action plans, and I'll mention just two of them. One is a strategy on circular economy. Another one is an action plan and strategy on livable cities. Of course, here in Romania, there's also a number of strategies and plans. And I think the most important, I think there could be a number of different plans that need to be adapted to the context where they are. But I think there are a few key aspects to make these plans work. And that would be that they are circular and that they are simple. And with this, I mean that they need to be circular in the meaning that the activities are linked together, and that the activities and measures should be accounted for. Someone needs to be responsible that it happens, or responsible if it doesn't happen. And the last thing is, things needs to be easy to use, easy to be done. Let me give you one example. Recently, I discovered a recycling machine in my local grocery store. I was really pleased walking there with the cans. I like the Romanian wine. My husband likes the Romanian beer. So he's the producer of the aluminium cans that we had in a bag and have to take them to the grocery stores. And there the machine is, but it's not working. And I ask, it's not working. And it's not clear to me yet today whether it had broken down, no one came to fix it, it was full, no one knew how to empty it. It's still a bit unclear. But it ended up with me carrying those cans back home and basically being discouraged from recycling instead of being excited as I was by finding this machine. So I think that's an example of perhaps how things should not happen. Recently, there was a call in Sweden by some 200 plus well-known Swedish companies being upset with the Swedish government that they were not doing enough to help the Swedish companies become competitive within the sustainability and green transition field. And these Swedish companies, they were in fact asking the government to take the lead on the climate change transition road. And they do this not just because they want to be nice. They do this, of course, because at the end of the day, these are private companies. They want to make money. And how do you make money out of the green transition? Well, the green transition will spur more inventions into new types of energy resources, technical solutions, digital solutions, all of which will create opportunities for jobs, back home, and for exports. And this means ultimately that there's a market growth for all our countries, and at the same time as we would alleviate climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. And in order to do this, of course, companies, I think both the Swedish companies in Sweden, Romanian companies here, multilateral companies everywhere, are looking for clear and predictable rules and clear and predictable targets that will not change too often. They need this, you need this, in order to be able to dare to make investments into the green transition. So I think you've heard already this morning, and I'm quite proud of the Swedish companies. I dare to say that all Swedish companies have sustainability plans, action plans. It's part of their business models. And since we have a large number of Swedish companies already in Romania, they are applying these business models also in Romania. And this means, in a way, a knowledge transfer, but also it means that many of these companies are asking for services such as clean energy, the possibilities for recycling and taking care of waste material. And this is something then that is expected from the Romanian authorities to be able to deliver in order for these companies to actually stay and to continue invest in a country like Romania or other countries where they may be. The Swedish companies can also offer different types of sustainable solutions, of course. I'd mention ABB, a company that would provide for electrical chargers, both for public transport. It can be attached to shopping malls or private buildings being built. I mentioned Volvo, I mentioned Scania. Here we have electrical trucks. Hopefully there will be electrical trucks, Volvo trucks, running on Romanian roads already next year, let's hope. There are fuel cell trucks, there are gas trucks. I mentioned Ericsson, a company that can provide not only 5G technology, but also connectivity to help, for instance, easier circulation of traffic so that we don't have traffic congestion. We can lower emissions that way as well. And we have also, for instance, IKEA. I know you've heard from them already, but it's worth mentioning IKEA as a prime example of how to deal with their own recycling. I think IKEA is recycling 89% of their materials compared to the 14% average for Romania. Is quite impressive. It's, I think, also what IKEA is showing and helping the Romanian society with is to present sustainable products. And there seems to be a growing interest from the Romanian society in sustainable products. And this is IKEA is one of those producers that can offer that. I also mentioned the Swedish embassy. We recently installed solar panels, photovoltaic panels on the roof of the embassy, and we will be hooked onto the grid. So we will be adding some of our solar energy to the grid here in Bucharest. I know also this afternoon you will be listening to Skanska, another Swedish company, but you will be hearing more from them directly. Here, I'm coming towards the end, but I really want to take an opportunity still to speak about the green transition and electricity prices, because I think there's a risk that people are mixing these up and thinking that everything is so expensive and so difficult right now, so we cannot bother with the green transition, we cannot bother with the renewables. It is really important to try and separate the fact that we do not want, in fact, we have sanctions against buying Russian oil and gas, and the fact that Putin is also cutting off whatever sources there were on gas and oil towards Europe because of this is because of the unjust war on Ukraine. We have that on the one hand, and then we have all the research telling us that if we do not stop the increase of the greenhouse gases so that we go beyond 1.5 degrees of the temperature, we will see increased natural disasters, which also come with a cost. So we have an acute and hopefully temporary situation where we have less energy sources than we are used to. Our households, you as companies, we do require more and more, and we are used to using a lot of electricity. So for this particular moment in time, we have to be really smart about finding all kinds of solutions to make the most of what we have, such as energy efficiency, isolating buildings, and making sure you do not waste the energy. The other day I was in a bakery, also Swedish-owned baking factory, Lantmännen and Unibake. They, of course, create a lot of heat from their ovens, from the buns that they make there. And then they take that and reuse it for other purposes within the factory. Just as an example of not letting energy go to waste. in this particular time. And we should also remember, of course, as we perhaps long for that oil and gas that used to come from Russia, that was fossil fuels. And we should be careful about not replacing those fossil fuels with other fossil fuels. Romania is, in fact, a mineral-rich country. I mean, you do have coal, you do have gas, but Romania is also a country that is vulnerable to a number of natural disasters, such as all our countries, in fact. I think, unfortunately, there can be droughts, wildfires, floodings, all of which will affect communities all over our countries, and it will affect also budgets, state budgets, as we need to prepare and mitigate for such events to happen. This is why we need to continue with the green transition. We need to have more sources, and also we need to look, of course, we need to have more renewable sources, but we also need to look at a couple of sectors where the greenhouse gas emissions are quite high. I'm thinking about construction, production, and transportation. I think transportation is responsible for about 30% of the emissions worldwide. I think construction, production is about 15–16%. There's a lot of gain from adapting those industries to a more green way. And here I'd like to mention the Swedish green steel, if you will. There's a Swedish invention called hybrid, which means making steel without using coal. It's a process where you use hydrogen instead of coal. I don't know if you are familiar with how you make steel to begin with. I've read up, but it is quite an interesting thing. I mean, because you need a lot of heat, and the traditional method is using coal, and this is the method that has been used in my country for centuries. The steel making in Sweden is our traditional business, as you have many of those in Romania as well. This is how Sweden, the steel making is how we built our wealth. And now we are turning this traditional, old-fashioned industry into something new, into this green steel, by making use of hydrogen to heat the iron ore, and we have the steel. And this means that we have a raw material that others can use in their production. For instance, these Volvo trucks and Volvo cars, they can use this green steel in their production. And this is what I mean about the circularity of things. We need to look at this in a circular fashion, because if there's only one bit that is renewable or green, we will not achieve zero net emissions of greenhouse gases. This is one example. Making the entire business chain fossil-free, and also, I think the example in Sweden, which perhaps can serve as an inspiration here, is really to have the government, the business sector, and the research centers working together, because this takes a lot of new inventions also. It takes a lot of new skills, and governments must be helpful in having simpler rules to allow, for instance, also for easier registrations and permissions for new innovations or for new productions. You might need a permission to build a plant of some sort, and usually this is where things get stuck in Romania, but also in Sweden, I can say. So governments also need to step up. The last thing I'll say is something that I want people to know about here in Romania, that we have a lot of so-called science parks in Sweden, And many of those are really open for collaboration with other countries or between cities, between our countries. I know some of them are already active in Romania, but there is certainly room for more. And the last thing I'll say is, when this outlook might look a bit dark, it might look as it is a difficult journey that we are embarking on here, but when we do so, we should always start with the small step. And I was looking for a nice Romanian expression to say this, and the only thing I came up with was rând pe rând, but maybe someone will think of a better expression, because I think really this is where we need to start with the small steps, because the journey is going to be long, but we need to start taking those steps now. So thank you so much for listening to this, and I wish you all good luck, and I hope this served as a little bit of inspiration. I'll be here if there's anyone who wants more information. Vă mulțumesc!
Mă aud? Mă aud. Da? Bună ziua! Mă bucur că sunt aici. Mă numesc Oana Stamatin și am fost invitată pentru a găzdui următorul panel, Sustainable Urban Developments. Și aș dori să invit pe paneliștii din acest panel cu noi, alături pe scenă, în ordinea numerelor de pe tricou. Domnul Tinu Sebeșanu, de la Impact. Raul Mihalca, Skanska, Miruna Vlad, de la Nestor, Beatriz Dumitrașcu, One United, Ales Curas, Ales Sonor, Răzvan Părvulescu, BTD Construcții și Ambient, Marius Dumitrescu, Holcim. I will switch to English in order to accommodate also the English speakers from this panel. Thank you again for inviting me here. I'm very delighted to host this panel. It's sustainability, it's my second language. I'm Oana Stamatin from Colliers. I'm ESG Chief Officer in Colliers in Romania and CEE. I'm in charge of implementing sustainability inside our company, in Romania and also in the CEE countries. Actually, my experience is with sustainability. In the last 11 years, I have been involved in sustainable projects, working as a lead BREEAM WELL specialist in advising more than 100 projects until now, more than 3 million square meters built area. Together with the speakers invited here, we'll touch the subject of sustainable urban development, of the smart communities, of looking the transportation, the automotive, the eco-friendly urban life, and also the waste management in the city life. We'll look at the sustainable urban development as the way forward for mitigating the climate change. Is this a way of having these integrated urban places where we can bring together people, we can bring together activities, places, public spaces, buildings, well connected by a bicycle network, by public transport, by walking facilities. So this is having an urban development with the goal of sustainability in mind. And if we look at the sustainability urban development, we should put different lenses. We should look at the green city, we should look at the low carbon city, the resilient one, the inclusive one, the healthy city, but also, as Mrs. Ambassador mentioned, looking at the city which has circular economy in mind, looking at how we can embrace also circularity inside our business. Together with the speakers invited here today, which covers majority, we have developers, we have construction companies, we have construction material producers, and also a lawyer. We will cover all of these topics from our Romanian perspective. Do you want to say 2-3 words about you before going into the questions? Or it's, we can switch directly to the hot topic of the panel. I will start with Mr. Sebeșanu. which I think is already looking at me, to ask you, because to be honest, I read about all of you before this panel, and I was very excited to see the impact strategies regarding green and green economy, green neighborhoods. I've seen that you invested a lot of time and effort in this green strategy. I wanted to ask you, which are the central pillars of your sustainability, of your green strategy for Romania?
Good day, everybody. I will take the cue from Her Excellency, the Ambassador, and I would like to say that we are really treating this planet as we have another one to replace it. We are the first generation that we are facing this problem, and we will really not like to be the last one. So we at Impact, we really embraced the ESG framework. We were probably one of the first company to establish an ESG department. And I could say that we walk the talk, so it's not just a marketing strategy. We are really embedding in all our projects the nearly zero emission building standards, and we add on top the BREEAM Excellent. For the why, I explained it at the beginning. For the how, it's a little bit more complicated. All this investment, of course, they need resources. We are increasing the cost, and yet the market is not really prepared to embrace this cost. But end of the day, our mission is to enhance the lifestyle of our communities. We are building very large communities. We are staying with the community members for long. We stay in the projects for more than 20 years, so we need to care about their welfare and well-being. So those being said, we have a framework for the whole ESG program, inclusive of the sustainability. And apart from building, because there were some figures here, but I like to add that 40% of the emissions, they are done from households. So working on a household, on a building, on a lifestyle of people, giving them the tools in order to be able to reduce the footprint, save energy, this is our job. And we need to start from here. So we are really committed to this. As I said, all our projects have embedded this. So from now on, it's just, you know, to balance the financials. And I think soon we will need to see some incentives that will incentivize actually the buyers to come in those type of communities, and for us to be able to cover some of the costs. So I think this would be the next step, and here we count on the government impact on this. This is the next step. It used to be the same thing, if you remember, with the electric cars, when the incentive come on both ends, producers and consumers, so we need to cover the both ends. But for the moment, we took the lead. We are looking forward, and we really embrace the sustainability.
Okay, thank you. Because you're a developer of residential, I also wanted to ask Alex about his projects, because you have been recognized as delivering a residential luxury community. Something with the sustainability in mind. How is this relevant for Romania? What it involves in terms of sustainability for the people in Romania, having this type of development?
So indeed, hello to everybody, have a good day. We are in Romania, so almost 2 decades next year, being real estate developers. When we started Amber Gardens, our previous project, which was a project at that moment pioneering, 2014 we started the design of it. 1.5 years we were training our architects together with the Passive House Institute in Germany for all the details in order to have an NZEB home, passive house, and heat recovery units, heat pumps, solar, water collectors, photovoltaic panels, very specific membranes in order to have an airtight home, and windows, and a lot of details. We really believe that this is the way forward, but unfortunately the market wasn't at that moment ready. And the market, I'm not talking only about the buyers, I'm talking about all the stakeholders. I'm talking about the government or the local authorities, I'm talking about the financial institutions, the banks, and obviously about the buyers by themselves, because indeed they are working, one pushing the other and working all together. However, we did implement our project, we finalized it. There are families right now living in this project, and we felt in this 5-hectare project that we did that the demand was there, and it was going towards the community. So the sustainability, as also Her Excellency said earlier, has to do with the circularity and how you would see all the elements from, if you see a developer's perspective, you're talking about the needs of a family, and the needs of a family have to do, you need a critical mass, you need the size in order to deliver a mixed-use project, in our view, mainly focused on the home, but being able to give the answers to the families and the people that they will be living over there. So providing them education, kindergarten, a school, providing them sports facilities, providing them restaurants, a co-working hub that they can work with, the spalatorie, macellerie, where they can buy their bread, where they can do the dry cleaning, where they can go to the park, and not needing necessarily, for instance, to take their car. And as said as well earlier from Her Excellency, it's 30% is about transportation, about what is happening today. So you just are creating this 15-minute city, which is right now a worldwide trend, fortunately / unfortunately due to COVID, but the trends that they were there, they were accelerated. COVID worked like a catalyst, accelerating these trends back then. I remember that in our first analysis, only 9% of the people were living out of the city center in Romania, 91% were living within the city center. While in other peer cities, like Bucharest, I'm talking about Europe-wise, of course, this was going almost to 50-50, 55-45 was in Warsaw, 60-40, 70-30, and there was a trend that it would be going there. So if you're looking at the 360 degrees ecosystem, if you're looking at about the community that indeed is being able to offer answers to the families regarding, as I said earlier, not necessarily taking their car for everywhere they need to go, about their children, how they will be raised regarding a sustainable future, and of course, on the same time, giving answers to their pockets about not needing to pay so much utilities. A green home, a certified green home, is having a huge, significant decrease utilities that you have to pay. Having heat pumps in our house, that it's supposed to be a standard from now on, and I believe that it will become necessary in order to be built as theoretically is the law. Local taxes, that they are giving incentives to the buyers of a green home about 0 or 50%, like it is in Tunari and in other areas of Romania, about property tax, and of course the green mortgages, that financial institutions are finally creating a proper green mortgage product, so whoever is buying a house knows that also it's good for his financial calculations, and in the same time knows that he's sharing the neighbor that he's having, sharing the same values that he's having about raising his family, about sustainability, and about the broader future that everybody's looking, and I feel that the market now is ready to embrace it.
Thank you. So you've talked us about the residential community, that it's developed on an horizontal basis outside the city. If we are moving inside the city, and we discuss with Beatrice, we can see how this is, the sustainability is embraced looking on the vertical side. I know that One United has a dedicated residential division which is very strong, and you also have developed the sustainability in mind. You have recently published your sustainability report, but I also know that sustainability is not something new for you, so it's in your DNA. How does this started?
Good afternoon, thank you for the invitation. So everything started in 2015 when we have certificate, the first development that we have on Herăstrău Park as a green home. We work closely with the Romanian Green Building Council in order to pre-certificate and then certificate all our developments. We are at the second sustainability report that we have issued this summer. We also have, starting with this year as a public company, ESG committee, and we have published all the details regarding which are our intentions and as well what we have done up to now, because it is very much important. It's all about, we start with the education, we know that, and the fact that we tell everyone what we are doing, and we also creating communities in order for the people to see how easy it is to live with the 15-minute city, because it can be a 5-minute city. For example, we are doing a lot of green spaces around our buildings. We do have commercial spaces. So all of the developments are mixed use, most of them. And they are, of course, developed near a park or near a lake or near a location that can offer you a lot of benefits, so you don't need to take your car all the time with you. Moreover, we have to take into consideration that it's very much important for us to understand that the way we are building it, it's starting from the projection of that development from the beginning, meaning that you have to take care of what type of materials you are using, because it's not all the time, I'm mentioning this all the time, it's not all about how you put the waste. There are all the materials that has to be recovered somehow. You need to do that from the beginning and to follow up all the steps that, for example, RoGBC are telling us to follow it from the beginning, because there are more than 30 points that you have to follow in order for you to be able to build a green development. This year we made a partnership with Veolia, because we are, regarding the efficiency of the energy, it's very much important to have partnerships with the ones that are knowing exactly what they are doing, because we need to create the pumps, which we are going to do in Peninsula, One High District and other developments, because we have in our pipeline like 4,000 units to come. And of course they are going to be green buildings as well. So it is important to start, it is important to tell, and it is important to be all the time a step ahead what is going on in the market, because right now, yes, we said that we have to pay for this kind of benefits that we have, but we need to be sustainable. It's not something, doesn't have to be a luxury, it has to be a normality, and it depends on us, and if we have to start with each one of us to do that. So I'm sure that since from the first development we have up to the next years that are going to come, we are going to build only green buildings, in commercial as well, and as well in office, because we do have a lot of office buildings coming up.
I know. Thank you. Switching more to office development, because we discussed a lot about residential, but I'm looking here at Raul from Skanska. And Skanska is well known for its sustainability approach, and for mitigating the climate change, for increasing energy efficiency in their projects. But it's more than that in building green, which are the aspects that are not seen in the marketing materials, which is the actual truth there.
Hello, I hope you can hear me all right. It's an interesting question. As my panel colleagues and everybody was talking about, we're looking at building green buildings. Of course, in the final product, you won't get to see or know all the details which are all put together to deliver that sort of product. But we implement, or we have been implementing for a very long time, a lot of measures we take into the operations while building the building, from internal air quality, from managing the making sure that the product in itself and the pipes and the ducts and everything else is protected and it's not installed with dust which is produced from the construction stream. Also considering recycling material wherever possible. Looking at circular economy has been something which has been with Skanska since at least when I joined, so it's 10 years minimum. The company has been talking about this. We also have this sort of approach on refurbishment projects, or even in projects where we start developing from brownfield, in case we find materials which can be reused in the building. We strive to do so. Our last project in Prague, I think, Mercury is called, it's an office development, has this sort of issue. We have bought a plot of land with a building on it. We are dismantling it and basically trying to use everything as much as possible in the project, and all the materials which can be reused are being sold on the market, so they can also be reused by other developers or other builders in other projects. Also, of course, very important is the amount of waste to produce. It has been a long-standing target for us to make sure that we divert from the landfill any materials, any possible materials. Saying so means basically also discussing with the producers and with the suppliers to give us the materials and transport them without the packaging, making sure that everything that can be reused coming from debris is reused, from wood, carton and everything, all sort of material that can be reused. We take care when dismantling it and sending it to the proper stream. So there's a lot of products or a lot of strategies you can adopt when looking at and making sure that your building process is done as cleanly as possible.
Thank you, Raul. Just before going to the, I had a question for the construction company, but right now I'm just looking a bit at the legislation, because earlier when it was mentioned that the Romanian legislation also needs to adapt. I wanted to ask Miruna something about this. If you think that the existing legislation right now is adapted in order to sustain the sustainability initiatives, that, or if we need to work still on this subject.
Hello everybody. Thank you for the invitation. And about that, I think that the current legislative framework, it's on a good path, but it needs lots of development to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And all these initiatives presented by my colleagues earlier are great examples of good practice, but there is also need for a more clear and detailed framework to ensure equal rules and clear rules for everybody to follow in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals.
Okay, I was wondering if you have any idea about circularity, about the circular economy. How do you see it working in this approach towards the sustainable urban developments? Do you see that it might be a shift from the linear economy to circularity and helping the environment?
Recently, the circular economy strategy for Romania was adopted. It was actually published in the official gazette yesterday, and it addresses lots of objectives, let's say, because it's not already a measure, that's for the action plan, which would address sustainable urban development. Examples of such are eco-design requirements in the construction field, also reducing waste from construction, improving the waste management current system, reducing energy consumption, and examples can go on.
Okay, thank you very much for this. I wanted to ask Răzvan from BDT some questions related to the well-known increase in the rising costs of the materials, in the scarcity of the workforce. How do you manage to still build sustainable in this environment?
First of all, greetings everyone. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm happy to be here. Indeed, these are great challenges, and I think I speak with the name of all my colleagues that these are challenges that affect us. And I think this will be the new normal from now on, at least for a while, until all the mechanism will recalibrate and maybe the energy prices will go down. But at BTT Construct, we try to see the opportunity behind this challenge. So we grew our focus more on becoming more efficient in our operations. And that doesn't mean to compromise the quality of our work or to somehow get off the path towards green and sustainable practices. We focused ourselves on the waste management, we focused ourselves on the supply chain, as well as to reduce the losses of materials in the construction site. Furthermore, since 2 years ago, we started to be more and more committed into this digital transformation. So we are very close to implementing full capabilities of the Building Information Modeling System, also known as the BIM for everyone, which is a very state-of-the-art available technology for construction companies, and it's a great tool for us in order to increase our efficiency, to be more careful on the quantities of materials that we can use, to be more efficient in the building techniques. So this is very linked to the sustainable principles we were talking about. The main three connections, I would say, between the BIM and the sustainability principles is, first of all, that you have transparency from the very beginning. So before any costs, before any materials are being bought, before any machinery reaches the site, all engineers, suppliers, designers, architects put together their experience in order to have a sustainable construction from the design phase. Secondly, it's very interesting that will be able to be very efficient during the construction phase, because what the system does is enable us to have a 3D prototype of the asset. And we will see how the asset will react during its life circle, from design to construction and operation. That also enables us to see potential errors or clashes before they happen physically on the site. So this is something that reduces a lot of our efforts and resources as well. And last but not least, the owner or the manager of the asset in the end will have a better control during the lifetime of the building, because if back in the day, at the end of, I don't know, building a big project, you will have almost a room full of files and plans and so on. With the BIM, you will be able to access a wealth of data on your device, and you will have a full traceability of everything that's in the building. So definitely we did that, and we are on our way. We hope at the end of this year we will be fully digitalized. We already use BIM for day-by-day activities in architecture and structure. It helps us a lot. We've seen the importance of this tool, and we want to go further with it. At the same time, I must emphasize that we were very careful with the supply chain, in the sense that we focused on getting our supply from local producers, from the proximity of our sites, to reduce the transportation impact, of course, and costs, and the lack of reliability. But you see, all of these actions somehow, which are in the benefit of the company and our operations, are very linked to the sustainability topic that we are so into nowadays, and which is very important for us. So basically, while being on this path to sustainability, we also improved ourselves. So this is how we managed to keep things going, and we hope to do so in the future as well.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Marius some things about Holcim materials, because when I was working on sustainable projects, I was very happy when I saw Holcim in the cut sheets of the materials, because I know that you are sustainable, you have materials that comply with a lot of environmental management systems. So for sure you are well known in this market, and the contractor, the developers are preferring you. How do you think, how well prepared is the construction materials market to contribute to this limit of global warming potential? We were talking about global warming earlier. In construction materials producing activity, it's a lot of carbon there. How do you manage this aspect?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. We are very happy to be here and to see so much interest in sustainability from all points of view, political and agricultural and so on. When we are talking about climate change, of course we are talking about CO2 emissions and the reducing of the CO2 emissions. And we, as part of the construction industry, all of us involved in this business, are responsible for about, I've been hearing other figures, but to my knowledge, we are responsible for around 40% of the CO2 emissions in the world. So I would say this means to us a great responsibility that we have, and it's already been said by Mrs. Ambassador. So we are very conscious about our responsibility as part of the construction industry. In this construction industry, we as concrete cement providers, we also are aware of the fact that we bear high responsibility amongst the material providers. If you didn't already knew this, concrete is the most used man-made material in the world. Basically, I think, almost all the buildings in Romania, or many of the buildings in Romania, have their structures made out of concrete. So we are aware of this, and we have high responsibility on this. And since 2019, we've already been doing, let's say, very transformational work within our company, and we have clear objectives as to how we would be able, as a company, to reach net zero by 2050 already this year, at the beginning of this year. So we started this journey in 2019, but at the beginning of this year, we are the first company to issue our roadmap approved by Science-Based Target Initiative, so that in 2015 we will be net zero as a company. Amongst other things, what this means is that in our portfolio, concretely, what this means in Romania is that in our portfolio we brought a new range of green concrete, EcoPact. There are already developers, companies implementing this solution. This is a solution to reduce the embodied carbon, and you know very well what this means, which is a very important step to decarbonizing the construction industry. So this is just one thing, but we are looking at a reduction of CO2 coming from transportation, coming from the energy we use, as it already mentioned about steel, but also cement. You know, it's a very high energy consumption material, so we are working very much to reduce that energy that we use. So transportation, energy. Also, we've been talking about reusing of the materials. So what we do is what we aim for in order to reach our net zero by 2015. Another lever is to increase, to double the quantity of reused materials. Okay, so this is concretely on what we are doing on our business, with our operations, let's say. But we're not stopping at this. We're saying that we're accelerating the transition, and we all need to do this. Because you see, we have here lots of people who are very interested, but I would say we need to have this on the level of the whole country, not only few very responsible and companies. Okay. So for this, what we are doing is we are working hands-on with architects, for example. So we're doing meetings, presentations. Also with structural designers, with developers, we're doing partnerships and so on. So we're doing a proactive involvement in the industry, and I think we all need to be aware of this. need that we have to collaborate between all of ourselves in order to make this happen on an industry level. So it's not about only one company, it's not about only one Holcim, and you know, it's about all of us collaborating, coming together and making this happen for all of us, for the people and the planet, how we're saying in Holcim. So this is what we are doing in a very nutshell, let's say, because we have a very, you know, elaborate plan for this. Both at a group level, but also at a local level.
Thank you very much. Indeed, when we talk about sustainability, we have a lot of concepts here. We have the low carbon, but we also have the health and well-being of the occupants. It's a lot to discuss, and it's a small amount of time for this. And I will switch directly from this part of low carbon, of very technical part, to the health and well-being. And I will ask Mr. Sebeșanu about how his projects, the buildings, the final products are embracing this well-being. How do you promote this for your future occupants?
We have a very good example, which is the Greenfield, one of our flagship products, because Greenfield will soon accommodate around 15,000 people, so it's a city. So the strategy, when you have these massive communities, you need to look inward. So when you look inward, you need to have an overview of the development of the communities. So it's a very complex process, because it starts with the land selection and land treatments and fillings. But then you go from all the construction that was said here, because why we choose NZEP together with BREEAM? Because NZEP, and it's a law, it should be enforced, is looking to the carbon emission reduction. BREEAM is looking to energy saving and well-being. So putting these two together, I think you close the circle. From the construction point of view, our biggest challenge was the infrastructure, because you need to build now an infrastructure in order to sustain these solutions for the future. So you take from certified supply chain, because BREEAM is requesting to have all the supply chain materials certified in order to be certified as a BREEAM Excellent. And then the building itself, which need to have, as I said, both of the standards embedded. But then you go to the well-being, and having these large communities, we cannot benefit like city center from what others have done, so we need to do it by ourselves. You go to the community, we weren't the first to do school, kindergarten and high school public, because not everybody has the money to pay for private, but mainly this, and also the convenience shops that we are doing within the communities, the wellness club. What they do, they reduce mobility. When I was a kid, walking to the school, it was the normal way. Now it's a luxury. Imagine the benefit for the community, for their kids to be able to walk to the school. The 2 hours that roughly, an average, the parents are losing in the car with the kid. Imagine 2 hours per day in a kid's life. That's huge. So we need to create everything. It's not that we can benefit from the city. And creating all this brings challenges, and we need to find solution. Yeah, if you take them step by step, they are simple solutions, but when you put them together and need to integrate in a community, they become very complex. For example, in every of our developments, we try to find the best way to accommodate all this. In Greenfield, we are doing the first geothermal digs there for reducing probably the invoice at 30% and bringing clean energy. We are in the process of permitting in Bulevardul Timișoara and west of Bucharest. We do geo-exchange. In Iași, we do mainly photovoltaics. So we find solutions adapted to the project, but this is just a piece of the puzzle. You need to come then also with the facility management, because you build this, but who will operate them? So the process starts to be very complex, and this is just, let's say, the construction part. Then you come with the financing. We will issue next year green bonds. They'll be using green products, but here the financing, as I said, we should be able to get a cheaper financing, because roughly we spend between 50 and 100 euros per square meter in order to bring the communities to the standards. And then you come into the market and you lose your competitive advantage, and you lose market because you are coming with a higher price. And as I said, the consumer is not yet ready to accept this. So here, I was saying before, you need the incentives. as my colleague said, for the end user to buy the properties. Aside from the well-being, you were speaking about well-being, they start to realize what means this. And actually now they are forced because they see their invoices. So the well-being comes also with the reduction of these invoices and all the system that we put into the buildings required by the BREEAM Excellence. So it's a complex process. There are not many people and many developers that can sustain this type of investment for mid and long term. And I think here is the biggest challenge that needs to be solved. I think everybody is willing to do it. Everybody has the means to do it, but then it's also coming to finances. So those being said, I think this I recommend for everybody this complex just to split it in parts, try to do little steps as we said, but also think of the future. Because when you put them together, a lot of hiccups are arising, you know, how you put, and especially everybody's thinking only construction, but you need to think afterwards. Because if you put complex system, imagine that then you'll have their end users which need with a homeowner association to run them. They can run them if they're not digitalized, if they're not, you know, how you run the systems. So it's easy to put some panels, photovoltaic on the top and said, we are green. It's good, it's a small step, but it's not enough.
Thank you very much. If we switch to offices, how do you see our health and well-being in your projects? I know that you delivered, Skanska delivered first well-building project in Romania, Campus 6.2, 6.3. What is special in this project?
Looking at well-being, I'd like to start off by saying that when we start a project, we look at it holistically. We don't necessarily look at it just from the construction and development point of view, but also, as my colleagues were saying, the operation of it. Because if you have a nice car, but you don't like driving it, then it's not a really good car. It's the same with the product. We have looked at well as a standard which is very, very close to the way we see well-being and the comfort of the inhabitants in building. Basically, the standard itself, which is developed by IWBI, focuses differently from what other certifications as LEED, BREEAM, and other energy efficient certifications. They look on the user. They look at how does he feel in the building, is he getting enough sunlight, is the lighting in the office enough, is it too much, is it too low, is the air conditioning too loud, is it not loud enough, is the air quality correct? Is the water enough, or is it clean enough? So, does the inhabitant or the user of the building have enough space to exercise, enough space to meditate? So basically, well takes all these questions, somehow builds 7 categories, and based on these categories, we included this into the design brief, meaning into our design requirements. Once these are, let's say, become a reality and become a design, verifications are made by the institute, which is independent. And once the project is up and running, we also get a human verification. Basically, an assessor comes, and within 5 days, we walk to the building and do all sorts of tests, ensuring that ensuring that all of the requirements of this certification are met. It is very important because the inhabitants and the users of the building are the ones who set the vibe. And in our view, this is a correct completion of how a product and how a building should look like and operate, except not only discussing about carbon footprint and making sure that it's built correctly and making sure that it doesn't, it has the least embedded carbon possible, which is done usually through construction strategies and choosing the right materials. it's also about how the building, how the people behave and how the people enjoy being at work. Because the truth of the matter is we spend most of our adult life at work.
And when we are not at work, we are at home. Talking about people, environment, I wanted to ask Alex a question regarding the challenges that he encountered in developing this sustainable business. You wanted to also to address the people and the environment when developing the homes, the green homes. What challenges did you meet during this process?
I think the biggest challenge for all of us as developers and stakeholders, that I'm sure that in this room we're looking towards this direction, is about designing, developing, delivering with the correct way and sequence. I'm 20 years here in Romania as a developer. We deliberately never bought a land in Herăstrău in Pipera, where theoretically was supposed to be the best area for apartments or for housing in these last decades. And the reason for me was clear. It has to be firstly done a proper design and then a construction. When is the opposite happening? You see constructions happening around, and then it's a question of, okay, let me pass now the street or the pavement or the green area or the utilities, but there's not enough space for the pavement or for the green, and we all know how often this is happening, very often in the majority of the city, and obviously not the cities. I'm from Greece. Greece is very similar, and many other, obviously, countries as well. So I would say that the most important element would be to be able to first have the area that you will be designing and thinking and visioning the product that you would like to deliver to your clients, creating the proper infrastructure, creating our main street in Amber Forest has 20.5 meters profile. We have pavements on each side, green areas on each side, green area in the middle, and lanes of cars left and right, 4 lanes. Secondary streets is similar again with green left and right and pavement separate. 4.2 kilometers of bike lane and running lane. 5.3 hectares of common green areas. 15% pot, 85% of the land is not built, which means a lot of sacrifices as well. As a developer, I'm thinking, and I have to report to my shareholders, is it crazy what I'm doing or it makes sense? Is the market willing to embrace and appreciate or not? And obviously there is always a thin line on technologies to be used, from materials to be used, and we are very happy also having, for instance, Holcim and collaboration about the green cement and solar water collectors and photovoltaic panels and heat pumps and heat recovery units. In the very beginning, I will tell you, in 2014, when we were designing the first NZEBAN green certified home from the Romanian Green Building Council, the clients were coming and they were seeing at the end of the story a beautiful house. After 2 hours of tour, saying, great, everything. Our sales team was trying to analyze about all the technologies and all the elements, bioclimatic design principles that at the end of the story they are so simple to be done. And they were not understanding. They were saying, okay, it's a beautiful house, how much is it? Right now the market has clearly changed. They are obviously there's a lot of space for further improvement, but the clients are coming and they're asking about orientation. Very simple things, bioclimatic design principles. They're asking about how the house is heated and it's cooled and what's happening with the heat pump that they're asking. So if this is properly done from day one on the entire 360 degrees ecosystem that the developer is visioning and then accordingly delivering based on his promise, I would say this is the biggest challenge, and it's something that it can be done. And fortunately, I see that the market is ready to appreciate. And of course, I would be more than happy see more and more initiatives from, as I said, financial institutions coming with even better products of green mortgage, which is there, from the authorities coming with incentives towards the developer and towards, on the same time, the end user, because this is how I would see that the future would be brighter and better from all perspectives, and sustainability for all of us here is the way forward.
Let me add to what Alex said, because another big limitation here. For example, in Greenfield we have 42% green areas. We created like 7 parks. But then the problem is after you finish it, even if you convince your shareholders, you know, to cut their profits and do this social thing, but then you have the problem who's managing them, who's maintaining them. Because the homeowner association, they don't participate, this is not in our area, they don't want to, and then you're stuck in the project with costs for a lifetime there. So this is a big issue that we have, and I think you have it also, and with the infrastructure which is within the compound, so you're locked in, tied in with cost over a lifetime. And here we don't have a solution, and we don't have enough a law for the home association to be able to participate in those type of costs. So this is a big limitation that we have.
It is indeed. I completely agree with what you're saying. For me, the perspective has to do with if the person that acquired his home in Amber Forest or in other projects has one of his elements, one of his criteria, one of his basic criteria was a sustainable elements in it, at the end of the story there will be a solution. With the support obviously of authorities, with the support obviously, but there will be an understanding of, okay, I bought a home in Amber Forest and this was one of the reasons that these Greek developers planted 75,000 trees and bushes and actually brought the Banasa forest towards the project. They have this 85% not covered. So there will be solutions as long as this is one of the criteria, and I'm sure we are all looking towards this direction.
Yes, I think it's needed to change the mindset for the occupier, for the buyer, to look at the asset, at the whole life building, not only at the initial cost, the upfront cost, to look at the entire cycle, because when you are looking at the operational costs, for sure, if you are doing the entire math, it will be more efficient to buy a sustainable house than buying a conventional one. Going to batteries and also discussing about health and well-being, about the S part, the social part of your ESG strategy. How you are approaching this? What are your actual plans for ticking the boxes on the social part for the people?
Actually, we do already have a community because we have delivered a few mixed-use developments, and we always try to create this kind of communities. Also, we have to take into consideration that the ESG part, the sustainability, has to take into consideration the whole urban regeneration. Now I mean the part that we have to refurbish and renew all the buildings that are in the center part of Bucharest or in the industrial platforms that needs to be done something with them because they were abandoned. Part of our work was also to do this because we actually have one Cotroceni Park, which was the Ventilatorul factory, which is a huge regeneration, urban regeneration, where we have like almost 6 hectares of land, where we have, of course, kindergarten, we have green spaces, we have swimming pool, we have a lot of green areas, and as well, we do have the capacity to have the office and commercial and the retail part all together with the residential part. We also have one Atene, we also have Halaford, which are kind of locations which are very much important, and they are part of what we have to do with this kind of developments that were part of our history, and we have to keep them alive, and we have to bring them in today's life, but they are very much important, and they are a huge part of that. But mainly what is important, because we went from the well-being, if you put it, because it's a term that used in the office segment, if you put it in our part, is that as you are building mixed-use developments, you always have the well-being part included, because you can work in the building across your home. You have the restaurants, the I don't know, the commercial spaces. You have the park, because we all do that. We do all these kind of things in the developments. But it's important for us to understand that if we create communities, it's much more simple, because of course we are not going to use our cars. Because we don't have to move around the city, and it's important to have these communities in areas that are under development, but as an urban regeneration.
Okay, great. And good to have this kind of projects, the mixed projects that combine also the residential part and the office part, and that promotes this livability of the community, not having to take the car and or the subway.
To try to build as less as possible, because if you go on the height, you will have a lot of green areas or spaces that can be used by the community.
Yes. Congratulations for being also a Romanian company. You have also Romanian and international companies here, but it's good to have also a promoter from our land, like you, like Impact, with these sustainable goals in mind. I will go to Miruna to ask her what is her opinion about what kind of sustainable legislation should we have in order to help also this environment? What do you think that it's needed? What kind of recommendations will you give if it's possible?
There is room for improvement, definitely. And one of the areas where I believe there is a need to adapt the legislation to better address the sustainability goals is on the waste management, where, for example, we have the single-use plastics legislation, transposing the directive. It's been over a year, but in practice we've seen that the provisions are interpreted differently by different actors on the chain, and I believe that secondary implementing norms would be more than welcome to settle such discrepancies in practice.
Okay.
And, also, another piece of legislation which is currently under development is the one addressing the deposit return system, also in connection to waste. In this case, the single-use waste for packaging of beverages, which is currently being implemented. It's been tremendous work towards building the system. Now we have the GD in place, setting the main requirements. Recently, the administrator of the system has been appointed by the government, and there is a lot of work to be conducted in order to make this system work in practice, and there's definitely a lot to do to ensure all the costs necessary for the collection of packaging from the consumers, for ensuring transporting the packaging collected to counting and recycling centers, to educate the final consumers, because it's very important for them to be aware of the system and to have faith in it. It's very important for it to function properly and achieve the recycling targets imposed on this area. So this is just on the waste management related aspects.
Okay. Talking about waste management, I think waste management plans during construction and going to Răzvan. It's prepared the construction industry, the construction sector to implement this type of sustainability practices during construction. Do you see that we are prepared as the market for embracing sustainability during the work? Because also the building sites have an important impact in the environment during the activity, the construction site activity. How do you address this as a construction company?
Well, we have to. So, just to make it clear that everybody knows, the construction industry, it's by its own nature a very big consumer of resources. And my distinguished colleagues just said earlier about some percentages and the impact of the industry. I would like to share with you a figure that was actually shocking for me. It's statistics from 2016, I think. That says that 923 million tons of construction and demolition waste has been produced in 1 year in the EU, which makes it the biggest waste stream of our community. 75% of this number ended up in landfills, right? So I hope by now these figures have decreased, I really hope so. But it's clear for us that we need to reduce these figures across the board. So everyone who has a role in this construction industry needs to be aware of this. What we did at BTD Construct, so we started more than 6 years ago to be very careful with the waste management, and we are investing continuously in this aspect. We're trying to find new solutions to maximize the recycling potential. Just as an example, last year we managed to recycle more than 2,000 tons of materials, such as steel and wood and so on, and paper, plastic. Of course, we can go a bit further. For example, we can use the concrete. We can crush the concrete and use it to stabilize land. This is a practice very common in the West. In Romania, started to be present as well, but we need to, first be sure on the regulation side that it's okay, because obviously no one can issue a certification of quality for that kind of product. But anyway, it's a possibility to use it. Secondly, what we did was we renewed our fleet of equipment and machinery. This year we invested in a brand new state-of-the-art fleet of equipment, which is, again, more efficient in terms of energy use, and we did it with that in mind. Of course, we're using the digital tools that I told you about, and one thing that we did and we will continue to do is limit our impact towards the community and towards the environment when we start up the site. Because as you know, a construction site can bring sometimes a lot of unpleasant, let's say, I'm not referring here specifically to the waste, but there are other aspects as well. So what we did in two of our projects, and we hope to do so where the geography of the land allows us, we've built some panels that reduce the noise and that reduce the dust discharge. So we did that in Stejari Residential Club 2. We have a big 15-meter wall made of the special paneling and scaffolding, which managed to protect the inhabited area from the construction site quite well. Now we're doing it at Promenada, at the extension of the mall. We have a 6-meter high paneling meant to make it less harmful to the people that live around there and that work around there and so on. Generally speaking now, I think that the industry, in order to maybe accelerate our steps towards this ideal of sustainability and green practices, we need regulations to be updated, building regulations to be updated, more closer to the EU practices and standards. I think gradually we can do that. We have good practice examples up in the West, and I think it's a good moment to start looking into that. Of course, we need to change the way we educate our future generations to be more aware about the sustainability need and the durability need, of course. And last but not least, I think that if developers will start going towards that direction of sustainability more and more, then the construction companies will have to comply. So this is what I think it should be done in the future. Thank you.
So actually you're rather optimistic regarding the construction sector, that we can embrace sustainability by being, I don't know, not forced, but engaged by the developers. So once the market evolves and the developers are starting to require sustainable projects, also the construction market will adapt.
You know, we believe that we've reached the point of no return. I don't see how we can go back to our old way of thinking in terms of or approaching the construction sector. We are part of this change, and ultimately all these actors need to adapt to the new reality.
Yes, I confirm. I go back to Marius now in talking about the materials. I know that I think seven years ago when we had the cement from Holcim with I think BAS, 9001 certificate. I know it's very technical, but it was something one of a kind on the Romanian market. I don't know if you have someone else on the market having this kind of certificate right now, but you're a promoter and you fought at the embedded carbon. We are talking about the climate change, about the carbon emissions, and when we are talking about carbon emissions, we have carbon emissions that are generated during the construction activity, but also in the materials production activity, and we have also in the operation part. And I think now the majority of us are focusing only on the operational part, how we reduce on the operational, but you can also reduce through the construction activities and through the construction materials producing. Can you tell us more about your green materials? Why should we use Holcim as a provider in our green project?
Yes. Do you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yes, indeed, it is a fact, and it's been mentioned by World Green Building Council that until a few years ago, embodied carbon was quite neglected. So but recently the people and developers and everyone is talking more and more about the importance of embodied carbon, and here we're talking very much about construction materials, of course. So I've already mentioned about EcoPact, which is a worldwide brand, which is, I think, already present in more than 24 countries. So it's at the heart of our, green transition, of Holcim's green transition. And one thing I would like to mention, as you said, about BES 6001.
Not mine.
Yes, this I think this is a certification regarding the responsible sourcing of materials. And actually, Holcim Romania in Europe was the first company in Europe outside UK. Okay, in UK there have been others, but in Romania, outside UK, we're the first company to have this certification. BES in 2014, if I remember correctly, this happened, or even earlier. But since you brought this up, I would like to mention about, as I was saying about EcoPact, and earlier I've been talking about the importance of all of us collaborating, and one important thing is that us as materials providers, we need to have those very well-known EPDs. You're working in Colliers, you know what this means, and some developers or developers know about this. So it's the Environmental Product Declaration, which we've been having since 2014 for the standard products. Now, with the launch last year of EcoPact, of the green concrete, this year, I think this was 3 weeks ago, we got the third-party certification, the EPD, also for EcoPact. So this is a very important step that the material industry, I'm not talking only about Holcim, I'm talking the whole material industry needs to have these EPDs. It's a part of the transition in order for developers, for the construction people, for green certifiers to have it as a transparent information which they can use in their projects, which they can base their decision on. So we've been already working on this. We do have these EPDs, but we're also advocating for the whole industry to have, material industry to have these EPDs, okay? So this is how, we see this and this certification as a very important step for the industry itself.
Yeah, it's a sign of transparency, of showing what you are using during the manufacturing process, how you are
actually, I would say you cannot be green in construction without having this, because we're not talking on exact figures. We're talking, oh, I'm green, I have a nice banner, it's green, you can see it. But EPDs means you have exact quantity of CO2, which is in a standardized way, which is internationally accepted. Okay, so it's not only a marketing tool. It's actually not at all a marketing tool.
Yes, when we are talking about green building, we talk about a lot of things, but I know that the focus from the European Union is on this aspect, mitigating the climate change, decreasing the carbon emissions, and this is a very important topic, how we start our development, from what is the emission from the materials. Now, open question to the speakers, if it's okay to ask, how do you see business meeting sustainability in this context? Because we need to decrease the carbon footprint. We have a lot of regulations right now in the NZEB environment. We need to develop NZEB buildings, but we still need to be attractive on the market in terms of prices. How this meets together? And who would like to answer?
I believe, if I can start, that indeed there is a thin line. And it's a difficult line, and always I believe that we as developers, we need to have trust in our vision. Try to be flexible, but at the same time, keep our core values there. So sustainability, you're good?
Sorry.
So sustainability and not falling is my core value. Okay. So since sustainability is for all of us a core value, I believe that the education of the market is something that will be coming in steps. I do not believe that there is a button switch from 0 to 1. It's not going towards this direction. It needs to be done step by step, as also said earlier, and this is actually very correct because I found this out in 2014 when we started, and we delivered actually 1.5 year later the first 1,000 Amber Gardens. We had at that moment implemented all the technologies, as I was saying earlier, not need for me to repeat. The market was not there yet ready. They were even thinking, okay, these developers are maybe too much. We had heating and cooling system from Rehau, circulating hot water or cold water from the ceiling. That together with many more details on the house, it would be enough in order to provide cooling and heating in the house. But this was not there. The market was knowing underfloor heating as the most luxury standard and air conditioning heating in the ceiling, hidden in the ceilings. And the market was not there yet. And it was too much of a step to go forward. So I think step by step, so what we did was simply took it out and we said, this is an extra option. If you want it, costs €1 more, and this is actually when the market started appreciating and understand that it is something extra. So I think that step by step, having indeed beliefs in our values, in our core values about sustainability, about ecosystem, and about understanding from the market perspective that the people are buying not a home, they're buying a lifestyle, they're buying a way of living, seeing and understanding if the sales team is educated enough to explain in terms of cost, in terms of utility costs, in terms of mortgage costs, in terms of local taxes, and in terms of the health and the safety that you will be having together with sharing a neighborhood with people with same values. I think that the market will be understanding, but indeed there is a thin line, and we need to try a lot from all stakeholders in order to support. But I do believe that the market is there, and there are huge steps already that have happened in Romania the last years, and there will be more steps to happen towards this direction.
Okay, thank you. Does someone else have something to add?
I'm coming back to the incentives that can be done without great effort. So from one part, you need the lenders to make more favorable financing both for the developers and for the end user, which are buying in this type of properties. And then you can have the central and local administration give some tax reliefs on property tax or permitting tax for both of them. So it should come from both ends, and this would speed up the process.
They do have a lot of partnerships with banks, and there are banks that are giving green mortgages, for example. So a lot of clients are invited to take this type of mortgages in order for them to have benefits on the interest, of course. But moreover, what I can say is that, for example, we had Her Excellency Mrs. Ambassador that told us from the beginning a small story, took it step by step. I think it all comes from education. I think if we start educating each one of us, starting from kindergartens to school and so on, it will be much more easier, because without education we cannot do anything. Since we have landed on this planet, like TB said, that we we believe that we have another one and we will change it one day, but this is not true. So since from the beginning, without educating ourselves, no matter what we did, it is very much important to start from education. And I think this is the future that can save us, to educate each one of us, because it starts with each one of us. I can tell you a very funny story, for example. I was at One Mircea Eliade, One Frasca City, where I do have my office right now, and it was very funny that there were some people that rented apartments there, and they said, premium luxury, this is not premium, not luxury. You've seen, you have to go downstairs to take the waste, and they have so many garbages there, not one, you know, like in the old times with those tubes to, come on, how can I, and how to, you have to explain to them that in the whole Europe, it's normal and it is a standard that it's more efficient to put the waste, to collect the waste as you need to do it so it can be sustainable. But they still believe that this is, they're more, it's more benefit to throw it out from, maybe from the window if they can, I don't know.
But how do you manage this type of situations? Are you implementing the education part, or are working with partners? You are going to schools. We're going now, you know, to the ESG strategy. Are you involved somehow in the neighborhood, trying to?
In this situation, for example, I was late to a meeting. I returned and went to that person and started to, and it was like, oh, yeah, right. But I did my job anyway. I felt that I have to do that. But I don't know if there was an understanding, but I tried.
There is this, I think it's a credit on each certification types of tenant education, of raising awareness around the green building practices, and I still recommend to do this at every certification, because it's important for the people to know what are the benefits of staying in that building and how they can operate it.
For example, in our company, more than 40 employees that are working on the sites, they are going to Row GBC and they are doing those classes in order for them to educate them what to do in the construction sites, which is important. And each year we are doing that, because it's, and even the salespersons are going in order for them to understand better what they are selling and how to sell, actually, because if you educate yourself, you will be able to educate others.
Yes.
Indeed, it's as Beatrice is saying, and I completely do believe that starting from inside the company, from training and educating the salespeople, and then proceeding and having proper talks, and then having questionnaires towards the people that they trusted us with their homes, or those that finally they decided not to, but understanding what are the elements towards this sustainability is very important. But at the same time, several elements like COVID, as you were saying earlier, about living in a home completely changed, and people would be very easy understanding, and the shift beforehand, everybody was leaving early in the morning, going to the office and coming back home quite late at night, maybe having dinner, sleeping, and maybe a few hours during the weekend staying home. During COVID, they just started really experiencing their homes, saying, I do not have enough light, I do not have enough fresh air, I do not have space for me to work, for the kids to play, for meditating, and elements that also we discussed earlier. So then it's very easy to add on the education towards fresh air, towards enough light, towards bioclimatic design principles, also adding things that they have to do that it's not so well and easy and directly involved for someone to understand. But if you somehow combine this education with things that he automatically lived and felt pain probably about not having enough space and for working, for kids, for light, etc., then the education would become even easier. And I think this is the way forward, understanding all of our clients, even those that finally did not decide to buy at our projects, but giving them incentives and understanding that this is how, in our view, the best quality living is defined.
Yeah, indeed.
Lead by example.
I know.
If I may add, from a general contractor's point of view, although we cannot speak about the consumers, the end users, policy, we can deduct that from the projects that were involved today. So we are working on 7 different projects, and I can say that half of them have or will have green certifications, and all of them have embodied some sustainability practices. So clearly, if the developers are developing projects based on these principles, clearly there is a great interest of the consumer in this type of projects.
I will add one more thing to the education side of things, as Beatrice always mentioned and Alex also talked about this. I think, as we already said about this, this needs to happen on all levels. So I think you said it in the beginning, it's a question of all of us as citizens, okay, as individual people, how we conduct our lives. This is, you know, of course, very, very important, but also as professionals, and I already mentioned that we are doing this with architects and with structural engineers, but this is not, these are not only the, you know, the only categories, professional categories which needs to be addressed. So there also we need to have, you know, to have as many architects to know what sustainability is. There is a part of, there is a, maybe a small part, I would say, of them who knows about this. Also about engineers, they also have a play in this, and not only them, you know, so it's okay. And consumer needs to be, you know, educated, let's say, if I may say like this, but also all the profession, all the other professions involved. This in order to accelerate, you know, not to take 100 years until, you know, we will have all the built environment green. We don't have that time.
I'd also like to add a little bit on that. The idea is, from a practical approach, is we do have some targets at world level. So basically, even if we want or don't want to, we still have those targets. And simply put, I think the market is going to follow the ones who dare and the ones who are willing to conduct the change. Thus being, I know, governments which implement all of these in any asset which is held by the government, builders or developers who take it on their own to start changing the market. But once all the products are aligned to being green and to being eco-friendly, it's not going to be any other sort of choice left on the market. So everybody is going to follow at some point.
Thank you. Still for you, Raul, I was wondering if you can answer to the previous question, the one related to the business meeting sustainability when you are talking about decreasing the carbon footprint. Also knowing now that what is authorized after 1st of January last year, it needs to be on ZEB building. How is that working right now on the market?
It is an interesting question, and I'll do my best to answer it. For those who don't know, we have I have actually checked a little bit the NZEB requirements, and they are, according to the current in-force legislation, they are the most ambitious in Europe. So you will see that our requirements on the local market are much more stricter than the ones in Poland or the one in the Czech Republic or in other Central European countries. So basically, of course, it is a step in the correct direction. It is very important that we offset some of that carbon with producing clean energy, because we will never be able to offset the whole carbon of the whole development and the operation cycle, no matter how much we try. So basically, we need to use clean energy production technologies into any sort of facet we want to develop or build. With regards to NZEB itself, I think the last point which needs to be cleared is for whomever or whatever sort of product, be it residential, industrial, or even office buildings, is the correct and final primary energy which needs to be used. Simply put, we don't have the updated application norms of the law, which they are under review. They are with the European Union, and of course it would be very helpful for any developer, all developers, to have this stricter rules of criteria cleared.
Let me add to this, it's not enforced, it's mandatory being in law, but it's not enforced. I'm discussing with developers that they never heard about it. And the local administration, they're not enforcing this, which creates for us a problem because they create for us an unfair competition. So they should be enforced.
Just to add on that, it is a matter of perception. So for any new permitted building within Bucharest, as far as I know, we do have this sort of requirements.
Of them we don't have permits. So.
That is a different discussion.
You need to make a study during the building permit process in which you should.
No, the city hall should, refuse the document which is, or a project which is not with NZEB embedded, but they're not doing it. And this is Bucharest, okay, it's blocked anyhow, but we are around the country and it's the same story. They even don't look at it. They don't know what to look for.
Yes, indeed. And
that's why education is important for everybody.
Yes, it's a matter of putting all the stakeholders all together and agreeing on the same page. Because right now, if we are also looking at the financing sector, if it will finance real estate projects, maybe to look at the EU taxonomy requirements, and EU taxonomy are related to NZEB, so NZEB will apply to these kind of projects. So as you said, it's not a fair competition out there. The ones which are applying NZEB are the ones that are not still there.
We all do have a solution, is basically we assume the worst and
prepare for the best.
Meaning the most restrictive conditions and work away from there.
Great. I would like to thank you very much. I'm closing. I know that the discussion might continue. I don't know how much energy does the audience have for us, or you already have for me. But it's a very broader. It's a broader subject, and we can discuss about a lot of issues when looking at the sustainable urban development. And for sure, it's a matter of putting all the stakeholders together, and as I said, having the same language and talking about education, talking about financing or construction practices or developing. It's having the same practices together. I'd like to thank you very much. I learned a lot from you today, and I hope that it was interesting also for the audience. Thank you.
At Bayer, we're led by our vision, health for all, hunger for none. This vision is truly inclusive. We are supporting more and more people in need in all regions of the world. At the same time, we are reducing our ecological footprint on a global scale. For us, business and sustainability go hand in hand. Our businesses and the innovation they deliver are essential drivers to help people and our planet thrive. We help shape a world where everyone can access the care they need to lead a healthy and self-determined life, regardless of where they live and how much they earn. We shape the future of agriculture to feed a growing population without starving the planet. Agriculture must be part of the solution to halt climate change and preserve biodiversity. We will be fully climate neutral by 2030. And we help our customers and suppliers to reduce their emissions and cope with the effects of climate change. Join us in leading change that matters. Every day, we can help people and our planet thrive. Together for our future, with health for all and hunger for none.
Dacă ar fi ușor să faci un bine, de ce să nu-l faci și de ce să nu se întoarcă și la tine? Uite, când alegi să gătești o tocăniță cu legume românești, ai făcut și un bine pentru Moș Dumitru. El spune că se pune și pentru el și pentru familia lui. Se pune pentru grădină, pentru un gard nou, se pune chiar și pentru bobiță. Și nu face asta în fiecare zi, dar se adună. Poate astfel cu un detergent eco. Uneori reciclezi plasticul și alte ore folosești punga. Se pune pentru un aer mai curat, pentru peștii din râu, ba chiar și pentru albine. Pentru că acum când faci cumpărături la noi, faci și bine. iar binele se întoarce și la tine direct în contul tău Act for Good din aplicația Carrefour. Descarcă aplicația Carrefour, primești puncte, primești experiențe, primești oferte și continui să faci bine. Carrefour.
O mică deltă își așteaptă vizitatorii la celălalt capăt al țării față de vărsarea Dunării în Marea Neagră. În zona Gârla Mare Vrata, județul Mehedinți, organizația WWF România a realizat un proiect de reconstrucție ecologică ce va contribui la refacerea biodiversității și la atractivitatea turistică a zonei. Lucrările au presupus reconectarea lungii inundabile cu fluviul după ce, în anii 80, amenajările pentru piscicultură au întrerupt legătura zonei cu Dunărea. Un peisaj puțin cunoscut, delta de la Gârla Mare este loc de hrănire, reproducere și odihnă pentru peste 80 de specii, unele aproape amenințate cu dispariția sau în pericol de dispariție.
So we are very proud to be here today, announcing the completion of the Gârla Mare Vrata wetland restoration project. This project is, we can say, it's one of the crown jewels of the Living Danube Partnership Program, which was aiming to restore wetlands around the Danube River. The importance of wetlands is to restore biodiversity around the rivers, species like birds, fishes, and other species, but it's also to provide fresh water to the population next to the rivers.
Suntem bucuroși să punem România pe harta proiectelor de reconstrucție ecologică finalizate cu succes în cadrul parteneriatului Împreună pentru Dunăre. Concretizăm astfel prioritatea noastră de protejare a resurselor de apă și facem acest lucru printr-un proiect de impact pentru comunitate și cu beneficii pe termen lung pentru ecosistemul din zonă, pentru biodiversitate. De aceea suntem foarte mândri de acest proiect.
Pe lângă beneficiile pentru mediu, reconstrucția ecologică poate să reducă și riscul la inundații pentru localitățile situate în aval de Gârla Mare.
Am o idee. Nebunie curată. Pentru un viitor curat. O idee care schimbă orașul. O idee care păstrează pădurea. Solve for Tomorrow este șansa mea. Idee contra idee câștigă inovație. Soluția salvatoare este întâi o schiță. Să înceapă distracția. Vreau să schimb ceva. Sus pe bloc fac grădină smart. Smart Wi-Fi pentru tot satul. Dar să fii smart nu ajunge. Aici ideile se nasc din pasiune. Dacă și tu ai o idee, abia așteptăm să o auzim. Înscrie-te și transformă-ți ideea în realitate. Solve for Tomorrow.
Let's stop and think about our core, how we shape places, making them healthy and resilient for everyone. Places that stand the test of time and reduce carbon emissions to support healthy living beyond our lifetime. It's not an option. It's our responsibility to act with integrity and make ethical decisions for everyone's safety. Decisions that will require each of us to be bold, to speak our minds even when it's challenging, to innovate and co-create in unexpected places, to listen. Because the truth is, our success will be determined by our sustainability success, and the opportunities are infinite. So let's stop for each decision, each opportunity, and grasp the ones with impact.
My parents knew from the first moment what they want. A beautiful house by the forest, a peaceful family life, and a girl. They had me. Born and raised here in the most beautiful place in the world. Home, as I call it today. I grew up with Mishu, my four-legged friend, and Misha, the little tree planted by me and my father in the yard of our house. Nature and fresh air gave me energy to explore everything that moves around me with my lifetime friends, and to enjoy walking to school in the mornings. And sports. Here I enjoyed the largest and greenest playground. Here we gathered the most beautiful memories with parents, grandparents, and friends. Here I learned how wonderful it is to make friends for life. I admit, growing up here, I always felt that the world is mine, that I have everything. and I grew up having my family close. My life story is like a marathon. It started out full of energy. And as I go along, I'm still recharging my batteries. From everything I see and live, here and now, every second. I'm Toma, and my story and my community can be yours too. Just believe in my world and visit Amber Forest. I'm waiting for you home.
Luca vrea să plece într-o călătorie în jurul lumii. Sandra pune bani deoparte pentru educația copilului ei. Andrei și Ana vor o casă cu bibliotecă în mansardă. Garantii BBVA prezintă noile produse adaptate pe niveluri de dobândă în funcție de nevoile tale. Vino în agenții și alegeți produsul potrivit. Garantii BBVA.
Noi, Holcim România, credem într-un viitor construit în armonie cu mediul. Suntem conștienți de rolul pe care îl jucăm pentru a conduce tranziția spre un viitor verde în sectorul materialelor de construcții. Activăm într-un ecosistem cu nevoi multiple, de aceea am creat un sistem integrat de soluții pentru sustenabilitate. Conservăm resursele naturale, transformăm deșeurile în resurse, reducem amprenta de dioxid de carbon datorată dezvoltării accelerate. Împreună dăm startul unui nou model de colaborare. Împreună inovăm felul în care se construiește. Mai verde, mai inteligent, pentru toți.
Suntem reticenți la schimbări, însă atunci când nu se întrevede nicio soluție simplă, cel mai frumos scenariu pare a fi restartul. De mici copii până devenim adulți, găsim răspunsul la ceva ce pare un capăt de lume în a o lua de la început. Nu am scris frumos o temă, începem un caiet nou. Am făcut o prostie la karate, începem alt sport. Prima firmă are probleme, facem o altă firmă. Dar dacă am reconstrui așa chiar aici pe pământ, mai ecologic, mai atent, mai responsabil. Pentru că așa cum există visători cu capul în spațiu, există și cei care visează cu picioarele pe pământ. Oamenii care nu doar trăiesc după aceste principii, ci și conduc companii care vor să genereze o schimbare reală, care au înțeles că cea mai bună investiție pentru viitor este într-o economie circulară. Cu ei vorbim în podcastul Holcim și găsim împreună soluții, pentru că în ciuda turismului cu nave spațiale și a telescoapelor gigant care ne caută o altă casă, Pământul rămâne cea mai bună soluție. Și încă mai e timp să facem lucrurile altfel aici, unde știm sigur că ne e bine. Podcastul Net Zero oferit de Holcim. Dacă asculți asta, știi ce avem de făcut.
Podcastul Net Zero, un podcast despre optimism, speranță și acțiuni concrete din partea celor care încă n-au renunțat la a face spațiul de lângă ei și, implicit, planeta un loc mai bun. Dacă asculți asta, știi ce avem de făcut. Sunt Teodora Tompea și începe Net Zero, un podcast Holcim, despre oameni și companii care aleg să construiască o lume sustenabilă.
We know there is evil and damage in the world, but what can we do? We know that animals die, we know that forests disappear or burn, and the air is less and less breathable. But still, what can we do about it? Sure, we suffer. We debate from time to time with our families and friends, but what can we actually do? We protest, we yell and fight for justice. We ask politicians of the world to take a measure. But you can't change the world only by yourself. You are not God. And yes, we all do our part because we know this is good. We try to reduce waste, save energy, maybe plant a tree if the opportunity reveals. We applaud people or NGOs who do things like this. But that's it. Who cares about this? How does our tiny part of good deeds change the world? The answer is by recognizing and validating them and exchange into real value. This is Red Platform, a decentralized blockchain platform where the good deeds and sustainable actions are accountable and exchanged in real value. See, we are in this together. People, NGOs, companies. We want a better world and we contribute to it together by doing our part. We are living in the time when blockchain brings the power back into our hands. Value and recognition is the real currency, and we support each other and the world. How does this work? Millions of people do sustainable actions. Each time one does an action like plant a tree, clean a sand beach, consume green energy, anything related to sustainability, they register these actions on the Red Platform. A CO2 offset is calculated. After the submitted actions are validated, they receive GTK tokens in the amount of how much CO2 offset their action produced. They can exchange the tokens into green energy or real money, so each one's sustainable action really produces value. On the other hand, there are these big companies that, as much as they love nature and want to be sustainable, their actions are limited. Regulations push them also. On the Red Platform, they can buy tokens and obtain with them a green certificate, validating their care to this world, and also sustain the good deeds of the other individuals or NGOs. Red creates an ecosystem, a network of real people sustaining each other and saving the world by the word. Due to blockchain, you have transparent access to someone's good actions. Also, the independent electricity producers are rewarded with tokens for their contribution. Now, think about that question again. But what can I do? Doesn't it sound silly now? You already do a lot of sustainable things on a daily basis. Now you have a chance to see your contribution to saving the world. And together with the Red Platform ecosystem, we have the chance to replace those atrocious news in the media with the good deeds that really change the world and connect with all the good people that are contributing to a better world, because saving the Earth is teamwork. Register on RED platform, claim your tokens, or get a CO2 certificate. RED, pioneering new paths for a greener planet.
We have set tough global targets to reduce climate impact, 50% less CO2 emissions from our trucks by 2030. 100% less CO2 emissions by 2040. The question is, how will we get there? This is our CO2 roadmap. 3 main technologies will help us reach zero. Combustion engines running on renewable fuels, fuel cell electric, and battery electric. The exact share between these technologies remains uncertain. Because there's no one silver bullet, to succeed, we have to offer different solutions for different needs. Battery electric trucks are already here and will dominate city distribution, regional transport, and construction. As the technology and the charging infrastructure develop, battery electric trucks will cover more and more transport needs. For demanding long-haul operations, suitable solutions will be fuel cell electric vehicles using hydrogen or a combustion engine running on renewable fuels such as bio-LNG and HVO. For all 3 paths, it's not only about what type of energy you use, but also where the energy comes from. Because our target is well to wheel. This means that the energy has to be produced from renewable sources. To achieve our goal, we have to offer several different solutions so that everyone around the world can find one that works. We are determined to lead the way towards more sustainable transport, but we can't do it by ourselves. We need to collaborate with different players. Only then will we be able to achieve our vision: zero emissions from our Volvo trucks.
is a detail? There are so many ways of describing such little things. But the fact that they are little makes them so important in their relationship with the whole. And that's our business at BTD Construct and Ambient. Who are we exactly? Well, that's a question worth answering.
In this business, it is all about people. Our colleagues, with their intrinsic human qualities, their skills and mindset, their love for the job, are the key driver behind all projects.
You always start from scratch. And when doing this, the idea can come from the smallest of details.
I've been with BTD Construct for more than 6 years now. What I love here, you can count on people. We're more than just colleagues.
It's amazing, it's like a puzzle, where pieces are matching perfectly at the right time and space. With every single project, we are starting a new journey, and, in the end, all the carefully chosen materials are brought to life.
At BTD Construct and Ambient, everyone is making a contribution and everyone's job matters. We are the ones who go beyond the details. We are BTD Construct and Ambient.